Alright guys, I am here. I can guarantee you do not want one of these. You say you do, but I'm gonna say you do not. You want one? Seriously? You're making the wrong decision. Are you serious? You're seriously eating this? Wait. Oh, did it just hit you? Oh. Oh, okay. Let's see. What? You don't want any more now? It was a bad idea? You sure you don't want? Okay. Alright then. I told it. Y'all seen me warn the cat. No. No, sir. Who are you right now? I don't think so. Not on my watch. No. Oh, this is because you're mad at me? You're the one that ate the chip, though. I told you you didn't want any part of it. And now you're mad at me and doing that? I warned you. Y'all seen me warn this cat. No, Entity, I appreciate that. I don't know which post you're referring to, but yeah. And honestly, I mean, you can't, you know how it rolls. Things, stuff up here, I mean, man. Though, y'all know how I feel about it. If it puts anybody behind Intercedes, if you can't afford it, it puts you on a struggle bus, like, don't do it. You know? And just don't. You know? Little and I'll be fine. No matter what. Although I will tell y'all, Little has a giant thing coming up. And I can't say precisely when, but we'll just say soon. It was a very life-changing thing. A very permanent thing. A very free forever thing. And, it will definitely be after the Tragedy Pimps come and go with their fucking circus. And it is a life dream, of course, so yeah, that is coming out in the next few weeks. Soon. And honestly, right now, we're so lucky to have some behind us that are allowing us the little break we've had for the first time in several years. To where I can put pieces and puzzles and spend time with fires and with Little, and in a way that, you know, is not just reactive out here, but, you know, and if it weren't for those, and those not harming us with or by that, unlike so many others who have tried to do so throughout all these years, and that we had better sense than to trust when offered things. If it weren't for those right now, wouldn't be able to be stepping back in the way we were and are right now. Even though you still see me here randomly, impertinent right now, but or at least I feel like it's necessary to put down all things. So um, every day right now, I'm pretty damn grateful to those with real hearts who are not trying to use sort of fuck with us anyway. You're giving us a bit of a break, and in a way that I'm able to just zone in on all these things that pieces and fires. Most of which actually have to do with here and not here. You know, but you always have the crossover and the connectors. So I'm currently, because Thirsty Psychos, alright, stalkers, okay, need attention and they're not getting it, and they're wrapped around with abusers and things right now. But I'm being informed by family currently that Pissy Frog is threatening to send me a cease and desist and gonna sue me and bring me into court. Tell you what, bitch. Oh, I'm fucking terrified! Fucking terrified! Bring it! Okay. Go ahead. Get her done. Y'all hold my beer and watch this shit. You ain't fucking with the C&Ds of the world, homie. I ain't afraid of no goddamn court setting. You're done. You out with abuser and shit. Oh, you remember the way back when you were in Ziggy's? Before I was ever a public figure. And you were talking shit. Remember when you got man bought? How you've admitted to working with a group to harass and terrorize. You're stupid. Oh, remember how you and others planned blackmail inserting my family's lines? Oh, you much like a chicken on a stick or fucking toast in court. And I ain't afraid of court. Try me. And I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna wrap it around you about 4 times and squeeze like an anaconda. Go ahead, Holmes. I'm fucking terrible. And y'all, it would like attention, please, and distraction leading up to Summer's Day. Oh, with a monster and a bait ball that's been out here on the streets for 2 nights with the Jinkies and the others and fucking shit up so that Ziggy and Tragedy Pimp's exposed and all of them can run in a cycle around all the things that, oh my gosh, wonders never cease. Yeah, not today, not tomorrow, not this week, bitches. You ain't worth my fucking time, and guess what? Once this is done, you're back to no. Yeah, it has. That's the word. That's what the post says, and that our abusers in it. Tell you what, and then talking about me looking up license plates. Bro, there are programs built for them. You wonder how a family who supposedly only functions on a hospital guard's pay is afforded this house that suddenly appeared and all these things and classes for public. Suddenly got all the cash and all the things and thinks that hiring lawyers is like putting up property bonds. It's just weird shit. I think they're gonna be speaking on the media. Bro, it just wants attention from me like always. And hey, enhanced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they sell uh, programs online for you to look up things with. It's perfectly legal. Am I wrong? Yeah, I think so. And also, when you are using certain things with tragedy pimps to see if they really think you're fucking stupid, still, much like when you're testing, you know it ain't sent for no reason or put on other bullshit lawsuits for any reason, and it thinks that you're stupid enough to buy its ARC, and then you give it shit to throw off, and it thinks they're just still shots, much like certain monsters and their helpful little critters, but they're actually from videos that show you are indeed, and your children are the ones being stalked by these things. And you give them all the wrong things to run on, and then they do stupid shit just as predicted. Well, so you can ferret out tragedy pimps and call them out like you continue to do. Just flavor on it. Oh, you see, it's about all the things in the beginning that will cancel all the things in the end. Oh, and there is nobody here. Otherwise, it's like no. I just don't care. It wants attention. This distraction shit. I am absolutely terrified. Well, let me talk about this for 12 hours. You know, give it attention it doesn't need because it needs to be just, especially while I'm. Because guess what? Without one of us, it's a nothing. Other than a weapon behind the scenes for these critters, like it's admitted. Like, it has fully admitted. And I think it pretty much cancels out everything when you have pieces. You think enhanced with another human individual saying it was working with a well-organized group in order to torment and terrorize you, blah, 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 until it went too far, and then it goes right back to that, and it puts out lies about you, your family, who have served things on it, and otherwise throughout time, pretty sure that's a no-go. I think that's what you'd call that, wouldn't you? Enhanced? Y'all want to buy its bullshit, though. You carry on. Pretty sure you cancel yourself out entirely when you mention my shit first before I'm ever a public figure and you start hunting me down. You're built to do so. You remember that one a while back where I showed the Stargame and the outing of my children by it and all the shit it was implied about them alone? I almost welcome this. I hope it happens. Anyway, yawn, carrying on. Damn, you can't fix it. So anyway, look. And it just has a flavor on it again, doesn't it, Enhanced? Didn't this fucking shit do this right before court dates for Monster leading up to a few weeks ago, and then it went back to its talentless bullshit and got quiet, and now it's leading up to Summer's Vigil, and here it is again, and guess who it's fucking with? Well, that coincides with all the other errors that did it, doesn't it? Really? Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna carry on. It is not worth my time. It is such coincidence, isn't it? It's almost like we're, I don't know, doing the same shit different day, different year. And that whole thing around offering me a lawyer to XYZ, bitch, nobody ever did anything. Talking about twisty and turny. I'm like, I can hire one, they can represent both of us. You tell me what kind of fucking... And lawyers can do that. Right hands, they can represent multiple people in a lawsuit. I was unaware that was form of blackmail or anything. It's weird. Hell, yeah. So stupid. It twists everything. So it's meant to do and distract. I just... Whatever. Alright. And so, we're gonna go to the way back. I'm gonna bet this shit was threatening tonight after certain Jersey chickens, too. If I got the timing on that drive-by train. Oh, for fuck's sake. Spare me. Alright. Where the fuck did this go? Oh, there it is. Alright. Yeah, I don't know, guy. I just look fucking terrified, don't I? I'm gonna cue this one up. And before we do this, I'm gonna try to find this other piece over here. Yeah, they're just irritating me. Alright, let's see. I know it should be a good example of it should be. Fucker.
Well, if you were listening, then you would know what you're talking about. And you don't.
No,
so you're not listening.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
You don't. You didn't even know what she said right there.
What the hell is playing?
I do know what she said there.
This is not the exact one I'm looking for, but whatever. It's just one of many out there.
That little fella was called Rusty. He wanted to come with us, not his human. Anyway, he's gone now. So,
Now, damn well know how to look. But
hello everyone, my name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. Welcome to another spring morning here in Northern England. And welcome to another video where I provide all the receipts. Guys, I have a long memory. And I have a huge folder with loads of receipts, loads of clips of things that various people have said in relation to the Summer Wells case. I'm going to show you a lot of clips this morning to prove that Candice Bly is lying. Why she's lying, I don't know. Is it that she just can't remember her story? She can't get her story straight? Why is that? The truth never changes, does it? The truth is a constant. So it's situations like this that make me believe that Candice is lying about the entire script. You know, the script we've heard again and again.
She got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I watched her walk in there, and afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and said, quiet. And he looked at me and said, watch this, I'll be right.
and in the way back, I've made mention how the slip there, and it's just said for one of the siblings to watch Summer, not the boys, right? And then later, that's the one seeming left questioning and out of thing. I don't know. There's all kinds of things around that for me, but carry on.
Back, and that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids. And that's when I come back up into the house. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled
Playroom, not a bedroom.
downstairs for her a couple times. I said, Summer. And I listened for a minute. I didn't hear nothing. Which was unusual, because usually she always answers me.
Everything that day was weird. It's like, two. Not sure what's up with that. Dawn and Candace both started doing that. Dawn even says, well, I think she hollered twice, which I assume is him actually watching this piece over and over again and all kinds of shit online. Maybe she hollered twice, you know. Yeah, there's just all kinds of things in there. But it does throw it back to hearing her yell at the boys, what did you do? What did you do? And nothing, mama, nothing, mama. What the fuck's up with this two thing? You know, whatever.
So I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
Some people accuse me of being repetitive, saying the same thing day in, day out. This is one of the reasons why sometimes I have to repeat myself again and again, and you see the same clips again and again. Candice just keeps on lying. Yet, she has said on a live stream this week that she can't lie. It's not in her metabolism to lie. I beg to differ, because it seems to me like it's not in your metabolism to tell the truth. And here's why. This is the 15th of June, 2021, the day that Summer Wells disappeared.
Prior to Contrave, my eating habits were
horrendous. It wasn't until I found a nurse.
Old lady embraced the caloric intake and all the cakes and pies and quit.
Let's go through it. The reason why I'm doing this is because Candice has been on a live stream and said this.
You know, I've talked to Jody Sue time and time again, and every time she talks to me, her story has changed.
Locking out.
Okay, like, for instance, like, she said that she was down on the bottom after she heard somebody scream or whatever.
She's accused Jody Sue of lying, of not being able.
Now, I don't know about you all, but I know for a fact what I said to Candace in those first moments after 609 when I first come into contact with her on June 15th. But Candace, of all people, has always been like, what the hell are you talking about? She's right, every time she talked to me, my story would change. Bullshit. Bullshit. What does seem to be a constant, though, are those like her, PG, this entire built team around this motherfucker, giving you all that idea, making you want to fucking believe that bullshit. Well, mine has not been the one to continually fucking change, or to move back, or forward, or seemingly to try to fit other people's, or to get around certain people in roadways after 609, or all the shit they and their children witnessed and heard, and then can't really get around it either when, well, fuck, turns out there are other witnesses to that shit too. Oh damn, then what you gonna do? See? Nah, then you just, I don't know, man. Seems like some people just want me to not count. That's kind of the way I've walked the past 3 years. You just want it not too much like a monster, doesn't want to be outed for the abuse and what it really is with a mascot. And these motherfuckers, for some reason, could talk shit. They could use that scream and everything else to, you know, formulate a dog trail and bullshit and whatever out here and the news and all that when it suited them. But then, by God, once we're public, oh shit! Now the world knows that the scream doesn't mean, oh fuck! Now we got a problem, right? Let alone all the other shit witnessed, seen, and heard by and others with it. It seems a whole lot of people want you to believe that my story has changed, or that, but in all actuality, theirs are the ones that continually change. And if you notice throughout all these years, there's only a certain couple around here that, for some reason, were just fine before people are public, trying to use certain events to draw a picture, right? A dog trail, all this, that, and the other. Looks like. Should have really watched shit back in real time when it was really happening. I wasn't them, and I wasn't Fred Lauren, and I had my fucking nose and all things. But anyway. They were just fine using it when it suited until it didn't. And then you know, it's like what? Day 1, 2, she's recorded. Whatever, she's recorded by some random asshole that's in release to this place. It holds it in the background while they hunt us the fuck down, along with mother-in-law's fucking stupid post of her about Dobbs and, oh, my daughter-in-law and all the kids heard, and blah, right, and then we can leave you hopeless folks on it, but anyway. That then become part of their team. Yeah. Weird that. So anyway, And then they are going around to all the witnesses and their families wanting all the information from them, pretending to be a Jesus group and manipulating. While they're all wound up around the likes of Cher and C&D and I guess the Cathys and the PGs and the Squalls and all them. And I don't know, man. Take it as you will. The Jans, fuck, I don't know. But Candace was recorded very, very early on, talking about how she was in the basement with the boys looking for Summer doing whatever, or the TV's on, and so therefore she must not have heard the scream. And it's weird how everybody just wants to hammer down on that, man. It's always about this fucking scream. Though we have been given no explanation for it. You know, it could be explained. Could be explainable. It could not count. And even I, every day, go, okay, somehow you and the kids could be wrong about this, or maybe it's something else that one day will be told to you by Ellie or Fred or whatever, you know, to be XYZ. But beyond that, there are so many other things that we've seen and heard and witnessed and part of the timeline, all the things, right? And we lock others into on the 15th. And I think that is the problem. You know? So they want to try to discredit based on Scream that a sheriff and his poor wording gave him ample ability to do. And to propel around here, though I could give a damn less about that myself, but it's what they want to hammer down. It's like for all the chasings and Jennies and the Adrians and the lockdowns and all the bullshit, right? They do what they do. And there's no way they could, because still yet, to this day, nobody here, or with any of them, or their teams, know where we heard that scream from. Or at least where my ears did. That remains solely with certain feds, law enforcement, and very specialized teams. Now, does that mean that they then possibly know where that means that the sounds actually probably originated from? But there's only a few on Earth that hold that information or could figure it out. And ain't none of these tragedy pimps, nor Candace or Dawn or otherwise. So there is that. So you remember that when they were here trying to debunk. And they've always tried to debunk that noises couldn't be heard between Hill 2 or down the roadway. And the proof was always here on my channel and Facebook that showed it was stupid and you could clearly hear noises, including the kids, the coyotes. You have Dawn even talking about hearing my kids screaming and me screaming as Monster was beating on and terrorizing all of us and shit. Yeah. He could even hear that in the fucking basement over there. Y'all? You know, so it's always bullshit, right? But they've been doing it for a reason. They've been doing it because a lot of people, my guess is, want us to vanish. Or to be considered fucking liars. Or perceived as such to the whole goddamn world. Including tragedy pimp criminals who keep calling out for their fuck shit in their own cases. And their crimes and how far in real life they've gone. They all have the reasons to really triple, quadruple, you know, whatever down on our asses. And commit every crime known to fucking man, including attempting to get us fucking killed around here. Not even kidding, y'all seen that as a form of entertainment too. Alright? Anyway. So anyway. When you know for a fact that you are not lying, you know where you and your children place. You know where other witnesses place in around the day. You hold pieces. And you know goddamn good and well, you ain't lying about a motherfucking thing. You know? Therefore, your only assumption can be that a whole lot of motherfuckers are real displeased at your goddamn existence and your receipts, or that you're not, you don't like them. And that you won't play the goddamn game like the rest of the monsters on Ben Hill. You don't go along with no matter many years, much bullshit and destruction. I only see so many on the goddamn road. Doing the same shit for so many years. Throwing shit, chaos, throwing everybody under and out, and innocent people are trying to get their teams and little ferrets around other witnesses and also shit. I also only see so many embedded asshole deep to a giraffe in social media from onset, watching it, partaking of it, you know. Zach O'Brien. By the way, you owe my brother $100. I'm out front of your house right now. Pull outside quickly before I drop your address. Bro, you know I'm sitting right here and I can see and hear and you're not. And I don't know who your fucking brother is and I don't owe anybody anything. It's a good way to fuck around and find out and end up in a fucking hole or in ICU though. Y'all seeing this shit? Enhanced, can you see Zach? Yeah. Anyway, I can tell you, anything that's come to us is through apps, and all those are female, the rare few, because y'all know the tragedy pimps and others like to make you believe that we're just bringing in all the money. No, it's them on all our names, images, stories, whatever, but I can assure you that, yeah, nope. Hey Nance, do you want to grab all that thing's info for me, please? Like everything you can, so that. Oh shit! I accidentally deleted Crystal's message. Crystal I or whatever. Anyway, sorry, my bad. I'm trying to tap enhance the pants here. Let it continue to roll through here. But if you wouldn't care to get all of its fucking things, if you wouldn't care to get all of its things so that it can be tracked down easily and in a quicker hurry by shit. I'd appreciate it, and if you'd send it to me, and you'd keep all its links, and so, matter of fact, I'm gonna grab those myself. I don't like threats. I don't take them lightly. It's weird where that come in though, right? To disrupt. So weird. Zach O'Brien 247. The cushy. Okay. Looks like a kid's account. Oh dear. Alright, 2010. This looks like a takeover account. Nothing really been added. Oh, but then it's got finished. Oh dear. PewDiePie. Shit, that motherfucker ain't been popular in ages. Yeah, this is a straight takeover account. Yes, it is. Left down, gotten D. Alright. But anyway, if you'll just get all things for it, appreciate it. Alright, we're gonna carry on to it. Looks like what's been happening the last few years, at least in my perception and my personal thoughts, is that some motherfuckers just don't want us to exist. Can't help that we do. Can't help that a random Tuesday turned into a not fucking random Tuesday. And that people felt like giving out our personal business, as you can clearly see evidence of, to Prayer Garden and others, and all the bullshit, and, you know, all the things from onset, and then doxing our asses and helping tragedy events, and, you know, being recorded talking about the Scream when it suited them within hours of Summer Vanishing. You know, then as the build-up of the team happening, you know, those like Squall and the chickens and the rest, I just, you know, fuck that. Right? As their teams were the ones, like the We Can Leave You Hopeless motherfuckers, contacting everybody and anybody, witnesses especially, their families, trying to get all the information while they're actually giving it back to those who probably need it least, and sharing shit with people like, well, I don't know, Shared, J4, all the others. Does this seem cool to you? No, it doesn't. Especially as they all try to run up scamathons after scamathons and, you know, shit. Yeah. No. Anyway. Yeah. So, at least in my personal belief, it's been several years of people just being displeased that we exist. And that in a way, maybe Benny, in the one moment, of Benny suddenly having an aha that I heard. It's like, wait, maybe Benny's sort of right. Now, it was in a way back piece I'd never heard. Benny's like, no, the problem with Jody Sue is she locks everybody else in that day, onto that hill and around it. Meanwhile, everybody else is eating, terrorizing, shitting on me, joking, whatever. Benny's like, hey guys, stop for just a second. The real problem is that Jody Sue. And see, it's not just me, they had to work around it. It's my children. They want you to forget. They apply. Which they never do. Which is why you see Jenny, Adrian, Monster, and the rest trying to acquire Little and such. After they realize Monster getting rat. Eldest didn't get them what they wanted. Either. They went for Little. Because Little's around Mama. And they assume Little has all the things. And to acquire her as tiny little witness. Knowing Monster would serve her right up for fucking dinner. For money. And to fuck with me. And to destroy me. And to keep the mask on all things right. And abusers. Even if it meant her life for further abuse and harm to her. That's what they're willing to do and how far they're willing to go. And if you don't think I don't have that on recordings from others or anything else, you'd be fucking, who are willing to testify to that, and that's the reason they went for Little. I got news for you. That's why you see them go for Little. With lips. Anyway, so the point is, and didn't they all get lips to already take out other minor witnesses in around Summer's case and to her life? Yeah, they did. They thought doing so with Little would be just as easy. Now, this is during a time, too, when Chasing sending people to do certain things to me, and creators to do certain things, and others with questionnaires and shit. Give me database quicker and shit. They're all failing left and right. It's chasing behind it. Let me tell you something, Jersey fucking chicken. Yeah. And as you can see, Chasing's been playing for 110 for quite a long goddamn time, huh? And the J4s and the cat lovers, those trying to inset and insert teams around the command post, not that hours of summer vanishing. I don't know, when your team's built of that type of motherfucker, it ain't help for your daughter. It ain't help your miss neighbor. That's why I wouldn't play with these motherfuckers. Put a leash on. Play patty cake. Be wound up with or around. Some enjoy that shit though. I ain't one of them. But yeah. You got Laura's and Fred's face deep in social media, constantly trying to do whatever, and you've got C and D and that shit. You've got Monster here as long as we have been. Him playing fucking stupid shit with Ellie and other things just to keep his mask on from being caught up in what he really and everything else. Favors and all the things, you know, and the threats prior to even Summer vanishing and coming into play. You got all that shit. And then him still out on these streets pretending like he ain't what he is and like he ain't been playing with this goddamn group and to further abuse right in front of the goddamn world and do whatever, right? And this group help him. But I don't know, you got a whole lot of monsters and beasts from Ben Hill. And, you know, living around them or being unfortunate enough to breed with them or be kin to some of them or live near them does not make some of us like them. It just means we were near them and we survived. Doesn't mean we enjoyed any of our time around. Which is why there's always masks for different motherfuckers. I mean, when you get the other next door neighbor monster and you get all the others on board and with your same team, make no mistake, the one built around our monster is the same one. Cleansing asshole and doing all things for Cena, and you've got essentially the same team, and everybody else wound around Fred and Laura. I don't know if everybody's just too stupid to realize that or what, but they're all for one for all. They mindfuck y'all every day and pretend they're all enemies, and one's got this preferred meat, and one's got that, and it's but it's actually the same fuckers just playing everybody against everybody, and they're all sitting back there pulling in cash ups, laughing at your asses. And tampering with cases to a degree that you can't imagine, but y'all view as entertainment. Anyway, so far as I can see, it looks like and it feels that certain people just do not want us to exist and want us to be perceived as things we are not and have not been. We are the thorn in side. Can't help that. But I'm not going to change my shit for anyone or anything. I'm not going to get on board. I'm not going to wear a leash. I don't give a shit how many of these creators or others from that road want to call me XYZ or tell some shit that ain't true and be out here and be like, there's an argument, a gun, and then there was this, and the dog was like, oh yeah, she was the main one. Bullshit, bitches. Problem with that is I got receipts on all of you to break all that shit down. All the lies the whole time, from the dogs to the Sherpies to everybody else. I guess you should back up and try again. I guess people do not bank on people having that many goddamn receipts. And I know it sounds weird to be surrounded by that many goddamn monsters and liars and fucking weirdos. It's a cursed ass road with a lot of cursed ass things. And despite this place telling you otherwise, I really hated fucking living there. They're like, but yeah, they can tell you whatever they want. And I mean, things do change over time. Yeah. Things come, they go. Even we forget. Shit gets mixed up and there's this much information and all this and it's fires burning on it. There are times, of course. There are also times, even this many years later. Like, obviously at some point I could hear something and then feel okay finally including a piece or a receipt. And in that, this world would erupt and be like, oh, see your look, you're changing. No, we're just adding in with receipts. Now that we feel safe doing so, think there it is. Yeah. It's a weird walk. But yeah, just, yeah, it ain't everybody else that just come here playing. I can't remember, I don't know, until the team trains me or tells me what to say or somebody writes it for me or does it for me or, whatever. And I don't remember, I don't know. We're changing stories every 2 seconds or trying to move timelines in order to fit others' witness statements. And it ain't been my ass, dog. It ain't been my kids either. It's been all the others, though. Including Fred and Lauren. Notice at certain points, you really have them trying to figure out tons of shit. Trying to work around it. What's up with that? Either way. But yeah, I think that it's more about things that displease monsters. Or others. There are a whole great many. Or hell, even Ellie, or who knows what. I don't know. But, the way I've perceived it for most of this walk through Jurassic Park is that more than a few monsters on that road want us to not exist. And their stories have changed a great deal many times over the years. They either try to move back to meet timelines to us, or to try to pretend we weren't there. But then they're like, fuck. Wait, there are other witnesses to that shit. And that Jodie Sue was, fuck. And then they have to change it again, right? And those include the versions of, didn't see anybody on the roads or anything. But wait, only seen one neighbor searching, but wait, then it was neighbors, and then this, then that, they were changing stories of others. That ain't us, man. It's the others. But they want you to believe the ones that seemingly stand in the way are the ones ever changing and inconsistent and liars. Now, I don't know why on earth you'd want to do that. Never could figure that the fuck out, right? If your whole thing begins and ends with your daughter is kidnapped. See, it was just fine when it could be used for the public and others. Or they even knew, because they did not know the timeline. Then when they figure it out, some inquire over it. You see Candace go off board with it, Whoopsies, right? Shit hits the fan. Nobody ever wants to address the vehicles coming and going from that motherfucker, though. On June 15th, their door slams and shit. And other things, do they? It's weird, huh? You ever see them try to discredit that shit? As hard as they have this screen, what's up with that? Anyway, you think. Great deal many things. But I guess then when a neighbor's like, the fuck did you just say about a fucking dog trail that I didn't catch on to? That this was your story and you were sticking to it, like, years later, and the fact you just say, how did you just make that screen? What did you just tell that reporter, dude? And then instantly in 24 hours, you see him, oh, maybe she did wander off. What, in 2, 5, or 10 minutes? So deep into, like, the woods that she was out of call or sight range? 2, 5, or 10 minutes? And then even with the longest timeline available for summer, you're telling me she was outside of the big boy equipment and all the searchers and noise that night to come to it? Bullshit. Bullshit, you say? Nah. She didn't wander off. She wasn't taken by a goddamn animal. There was human interference. There was foul play of some variety. By whom I do not know. But I tell you what I do know. Is somebody's goddamn well responsible. And the more these motherfuckers do this fuck shit, I can't even help but be like, tell her all of y'all doing this collective unit with this built team doing fuck shit. And if it's about something, why the fuck are you doing this shit? And there are a couple inside of Ben Hill right now, and I'm like, but then I'm still very cautious because, well, if these motherfuckers can set them up for certain other motherfuckers, like certain other motherfuckers been trying, in my opinion, since Summer vanished to set up motherfuckers, well, they're all gonna help with that. Because imagine the clout and the bazillions to be made off of that shit, right? Or the I married an axe murderer shit. I don't want to be part of that. Although there's some fuck shit around all of them. That make you go, what? Yeah. What the fuck are you doing, Tommy? But unlike the rest of these assholes, I ain't out here slinging shit at horses and dead people and weird shit and all that. Throwing others that I've been trying to protect and keep clear neighbors, other community members, witnesses, the nose groups after. I've been doing that for 3 fucking years. Family members that aren't even mine, but I know are sensitive. You got Monster over here not even thinking that tragedy pimps are gonna do whatever. There's people I've been trying to protect that are very sensitive to noise and disruption in their lives and stress to their parents and shit. And Monsters out here like, la, 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 la. And then you see Ziggy and Freddy, even though they're not using that shit. And putting names out again. And, well, Monster said, yeah, we know he's an idiot. He's not thinking. How that could affect. He knows better. I just thought that. Doesn't matter to him. Try to protect the other neighbors. tried to warn. And I've tried to keep the last very clean. Stand riding able windows and stuff like that with the best reputations upon them, very clear of these tragedy camps. Them trying to get a hold of them by all kinds of tricky ass means. That way, because it's definitely not being done for the best of reasons, obviously. They're trying to tamper with it. And I very much want those people to remain for some. And not to be tormented, terrorized, destroyed. Gotten a hold of, tampered with, to where they can. You know. The other ones ain't built like that, though, from Ben Hill. They just throw anybody's fucking shit out there. Their names, dox the fuck out of people, they don't. Horses, locations of this, and they just don't give a damn. What do they give a damn? They don't.
To get a story straight. Well, it seems to me, Candice, that it's you who can't get your story straight. We know they would have got home.
Alright, I'll go back to that.
Watch this, I'll be right back. And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her braces.
Right.
Let's go through it. The reason why I'm doing this is because Candice has been on a live stream and said this.
You know, I've talked to Jody Sue time and time again. And every time she talks to me, her story has changed.
Like and how.
Okay, like, for instance, like, she said that she was down on the bottom after she heard somebody scream or whatever.
She's accused Jody Sue.
And also, let me be clear, I don't recall ever telling Candice the whole story about anything or timing of things, so they wouldn't have been so gung-ho to use screams and things when I said, you know. And then, unbeknownst to Idged over here, even Ellie and I had conversations in the first days. I was like, look, I did this thing on purpose. I dropped a sentence in a place online. And then the next day, I'd be goddamned if homies ever went parroting. And then giving you all the explanation for it. Yep, that happened. I'm well aware of what monsters are capable of. And who and what and where and what you live near. Okay? Tests are tests, bro. Anyway. Much like Monster, you know, I didn't have conversations with these people. To the degree of, here are all the things I know. Either. Which is why when they thought they acquired Monster at first, they were going to get something because Monster would know what the fuck we said. That didn't work. Then they got Monster and their eldest, and well, that didn't work. And then they tried to take Little, and well, that didn't fucking work. And then it's been all about Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, chasing like sending the next team and the next team and the next people and the bombshells and here are all the list fellas and manipulating chat and here are other creators trying to do it with theirs and whatever, you know. And I'm just like, y'all, stupid as fuck. Still ain't gonna happen. You know, stupid. Somebody out there in the team realm wants to know all the things GSP and Little and stuff, or they think, and that's the thing, it's where y'all fucking up too. Little does not hold Little, and I've made sure that, especially after their fucker. And after I knew why certain people were getting around the eldest and family members they'd never been around before and shit with a stall pump after they were already caught screaming, "Fuck Summer, we just want $500 for interviews, you bitch!" That me and the children trying to keep them safe, They already heard saying that. Anyway, and they get near. Family hadn't been around. Right back in around eldest. They do all the things. Didn't work for them, man. I don't know who the fuck. See, this is that one monster even. Man, bro. No. But he could help acquire other people. Right? That might have things. Cause I wasn't in the purview. Right? We didn't have conversations about shit. I was being abused over some information, but being little and eldest and everything else. This motherfucker slept fine at night. We were all like, holy shit, Summer's vanished. There's monsters next door. Apparently there's been people on lists in here. There's helicopters flying and there's just, what the fuck? Monsters slept fine on Ben Hill though. But anyway, yeah, that's what happens when you don't know anything about a motherfucker after almost. Whoops, this place fucked up. I acquired all the wrong things. Monsters should also know. Oh, well, wait, we'll get their eldest, another family, then we'll have all things evil. Because, for law enforcement purposes, I made sure the kids and I did not discuss certain things between us, really. That way there wouldn't be contamination, right? They would be separate, and I didn't ask or inquire about what they told LE or feds or specialized teams or profilers either. Never really dug like that. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, motherfucker. You did all the fucking stupid things. Acquired all that. You tried. Dude. There are some on this earth that hold certain things. Wouldn't do you any good. It's just like when they attempted the stealing of devices and certain shit, man. Even my receipts are gonna do you all a fucking lick of good. I mean, it might do monsters and shit good, because then the proof in courts and shit. Because let's be real, that's when certain things are broken into and stolen. But, and then they tried to set us up with, but then didn't bake on that it wasn't I and Little here that witnessed that, but my entire family instead. Whoopsies. They failed again. Anyway, so, yeah. I don't know. These would not do anybody else any good without this right here. Non-soaked, non-tweaked, twacked, suds to brain, and the wiring that it was born and then built with by being around monsters its whole goddamn life. None of these and none of what I hold would do you any good. Even if all these were taken, well, I mean, who knows what LE has, but they have all the things. They've told y'all. They don't even have to have the fucking devices to have all the things. Let's make that clear. And we've been told our shit's hot. I don't care if it is. And, anytime they want anything, it's that they're supposed. But, even a great portion of these things, law enforcement can pick up and be like, well, I don't mean shit. But if you have this to go with it, and living near, then that's when it makes fuck. That's when it makes sense. That's when it is perfect. So without several things there, you can't do shit with. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand? Carrying on.
Of lying, of not being able to get a story straight.
Speaking of brains, I think I forgot to take my med. Uh-oh. No, this is gonna suck. Oh, it's so late. How long did I put on here for? Yeah, well, we're gonna attempt it anyway. It'll be alright. Oops. It's supposed to be pretty precise, these. Wednesdays I'll get there. See? I'm not infallible.
Well, it seems to me, Candice, that it's you who can't get your story straight. We know they would have got home from their day out, swimming hole, shops, da 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 da. I've talked to Jody Sue time and time again, and every time she talks to me, her story has changed.
Like an how?
Okay, like, for instance, she said that she was down on the bottom after she heard somebody scream or whatever. She's accused Jody Sue of lying, of not being able to get her story straight. Well, it seems to me, Candice, that it's you who can't get your story straight. We know they would have got home from their day out, swimming hole, shops, da 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 da, around 3:20. They say they left Hunters, and this is confirmed by Ali and H himself, around 2:30. And it takes about 25 minutes to get from Hunter's house, which is near Halston Valley Medical Centre, to home. But no, it took them 40 minutes to get to the intersection, or just past the intersection, on Lone Star Road with that of Murrell Road. And it's around that area where that final photo and that little accidental video, the milk jugs one, was taken. We know that was taken at 3:09. So it took them 40 minutes to get there. Now, there has been another little piece of information added in. Like Grandma's nap's been added in. Well, there's another piece that Candice went down to Fall Branch to the Dollar General and the Marathon gas station. Well, that's fair enough if she needed gas. Maybe she picked up some more groceries while she was there. And that makes perfect timing to go down to Fall Branch.
You know what's weird? I've known that fella and his family like my whole life. Their family's known ours long before I was even on this earth. Anyway, carrying on. Back up Murrell Road, back along Lone Star, onto Beach Creek Road, and then a left-hand turn onto Ben Hill Road. It's perfect timing, captures that photograph being taken at 3:09. About 8 minutes away from home, so they'd have got home around 3:20. She didn't say in any previous interview, not to Chris McDonough, that she went to the Dollar General or the Marathon gas station. Why she chose to omit those details, who knows? Was there an affair? I don't know about, I think that's when Don said he had to get the feds told him, right? To get a pen, piece of paper, talk to Candace. Shit didn't add up. And he's like, oh, it's just that she forgot a few details that made all the difference, right? Dollar store, gas station. I don't know at all. I don't care. And that could really be true. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't witness or see that. And maybe some things are indeed being kept back for their own reasons, much like the rest of us hold back things from Double Chrome. Yeah. It's a given. Some things are going to have to be, even by C and D, you'd think. Although I gotta tell you, life in there would denote otherwise. Like every time you could see their eyes, like at least Dawn's. Every time you'd be in mid-conversation. And then he'd be like, what? And it was something like the entire area knew. You didn't realize it was supposed to be like some sort of big secret, or even they weren't aware of it. Don't be like, what the fuck? Before you even finish the sentence, he'd be like his ass on fire, and he's apparently running right back to YouTube and the team with all the deeds, You're like, oh my god, what the fuck's happening here? You knew something, or somebody, like, he just couldn't figure it out until later on. You come here and he realized what he was fucking up to, and then where the information was being disseminated to, and it's the tragedy pimps. But yet he refused to give the same information to real journalists time and time again. But he came right to a tragedy pimp, spill his guts. So you learn pretty quickly to be like, I don't know if they know or not, or they're supposed, I don't know. Just gonna stop saying anything, you know? It's weird. I'm like, how in the hell do they not know this and the whole fucking neighborhood knows this? And then whatever they're up to with the shit when they do gather, it can't be good. Why is Ellie not showing? And then you hear from Candace and Dawn's own mouth to you in your face, law enforcement ain't telling us shit. And also, we're not cooperating with law enforcement. Fuck Hawkins, it's the NRA, they want more lie detectors, we're refusing. I heard that from their own goddamn mouths. So then at a certain point, you're like, you know, and I mean, well, there's so much in there, you know.
Obvious reason for going there, that's why she admitted it. Who knows? But we do know that that last photograph was taken at 3:09. Unless they were clever enough to, I don't know, change a timestamp. But law enforcement will know if they did. Now, 3:20, get home. Put the groceries away. Grandma goes in for her nap, allegedly. Then they start to plant the flowers, allegedly. Now, this is where it all goes wrong. Because the neighbour, Jodie Sue, has said consistently since day one, allegedly.
This piece must have been in the way goddamn back before Michelle turned with Scott H, who was feeding her shit. This is March 22.
That she heard a scream.
Somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42, the children and I were sitting there being pretty loud, laughing, carrying on. I mean, and when I say loud, we're pretty loud. However, the cabin was quiet, TV running, no air, no fans. And this scream happens.
Her son told WJHL that it was an animalistic scream. Jodie Sue said her...
Yeah, animalistic, but not. Animalistic did not imply animal. Alright. The world took off that too much like a
daughter described it as kids muffled. But anyway, Jodie Sue said...
No, she heard it as a loud one, just like we did at first, and then she could still hear it beyond what I and Ellis could, and then it had a muffled quality to it, and such. Anyway, the point is that then you see Dawn take off fits that, and be like, no, it was muffled first, and then it went down the dog trail, and then it was like a bright thing happened, and whatever. Anyway, you know, used when suited. And mind you, Dawn for the longest, this thing right here, so it tells you how often I talk to him about any of this shit. Because Dawn's like, oh yeah, her and her daughter purred. It's like he was entirely unaware of Elvis. I don't know what to say. Carrying on.
It stopped them in their tracks. It was such an unusual sound.
This noise I originally tried to dismiss as, but it was so different and so wrong.
Now, she's since acknowledged that this could have been something other than Summer screaming. But once she realised...
There could very well be an explanation for it. Though I don't know what that is. We've asked, we begged, we pleaded. Maybe they can't tell us now. Maybe they don't understand it either. I've been through this a million times and explained the little details there, but the thing is, you know, no damn good and well it wasn't either wildlife. I know it wasn't mechanical. What the fuck was it? You filming?
Summer had been missing. You know, the initial dismissal of an unusual noise.
As I originally tried to dismiss as, but it was so different and so wrong.
Now, she's since acknowledged that this could have been something other than Summer screaming. But once she realised Summer had been missing, you know, the initial dismissal of an unusual noise that you kind of do, you think, what's that noise? And then you don't think anything more of it because it's just weird, just out of place.
No. We did make our way out of the cabin, stayed on our property, waited for something else, you know, see if anything was occurring, you know what I mean? And to associate that, it didn't seem like there was anything that made our way back into the cabin. But, you know, it's, at the time, I did try to dismiss it, and I fucking kicked myself in the ass for that every goddamn day. Every goddamn day, and being that slow out the door, and little going on, Mom. It's the kids. I'm not knowing it's kids because I could only think in terms of the boys at the time. It's the kids. But to me, kids meant the boys because where this came from is not typical of Summer. So I just thought boys. Because they'd be the only ones. Anyway. I hate that I didn't think Summer or whatever. I hate that my first thoughts were, man, that maybe that Carter always thinks flying, you know. You think maybe one of the dogs got too close to wood or brush cutter that had straggled behind, you know. And they kicked it. And you're like, man, it's been far too long for that. No way. You know? See, and you know damn good and well it ain't no damn kick dog noise either, you know. Ain't none of that. But you don't have anything else to explain it with. Fire. You just keep trying to dismiss it. I mean, what the hell is it? I mean, most people don't hear something and think, yeah, okay. You never think in a million years it could be connected to something like what then happened a couple hours later. You become aware that an average Tuesday has become a not average fucking Tuesday. And then I guess you just kick yourself in the ass for the rest of your goddamn days on Earth. What? Running your radiated sick ass about a cabin at the speed of fucking light. But how in the fuck are you supposed to know? It could have been something major and some word like unfounded, and maybe if I'd run quick enough out there, hell, I could have been like, oh, it's this or it's that or it's correlated to this or that, but I wouldn't still be wondering about it all these years later. You think this place gives me shit about that? Man, I give myself enough shit about that every goddamn day. And then at the end of every day, I know that it could just be explainable and nothing at fucking all, and I know. But what if? And then I have the thoughts too of What if it was somebody else on our Ram 110? Finding their discoveries. And I just wasn't used to their screens. That thought does indeed cross. Make no mistake. Anyway.
Yes, but it was only around 6 or 9 that she started to hear Candice and the boys looking for Summer.
I believe on the phone at 6:09. I'm going around the top curve roadway to start the descent down.
But she shouted up to Candice and said, I'm looking down here, and she started to search the creek. That she saw the boys down there, another neighbour was helping them look as well. Don arrived home around 7ish, just as law enforcement were turning up, and he also has said he saw a neighbour and the boys searching for Summer. So you'd think that was the story, wouldn't you? Because
I'm going to give away this incredible $4,000. Wait, no, not this one. This incredible.
Because Don has told this story again and again.
Her mother and Summer were planting flowers by her grandma's trailer, which is about, 20 feet from the house there, real close to the house. Summer all of a sudden said, Mom, I want to go in the house. So she said, fine. And her brothers were in there watching YouTube. And so she watched her walk in the door and went in there. And then she went in there and her brother said that she was going to go downstairs and play with her toys. So she went downstairs and then Mom come in and says, where's Summer? Well, she's downstairs playing with her toys. And she had that hollered for her and there was no answer. So she went down the stairs and she was nowhere to be found. She went out the basement door. The door was unlocked. But she's never left there. She might be on the other side of the house. Because I went out there before and called for her. She come out from behind the house because she just has to be outside. She's an outside type of person,
Now, Don wasn't there, allegedly. So Don is only going off what Candice has told him. But he painted a picture to a news reporter on WVLT of a horrible situation where Summer might have been grabbed, and that's where Jody Sue heard the scream.
Dawn Wells tells me Summer was last seen going to the basement to play with her toys. Her 3 older brothers upstairs, her mother and grandmother in the yard facing away from the basement door, and Dawn Wells at work.
We don't know if someone went.
Now you see, I was on bed shots there, and Dawn was out in the yard interviewing these people. I could see him out the doorway. Huh. And I have pictures that prove that this realm will then tell you it's impossible for me to have seen inside Dawn's shadow showers and stuff too. But anyway, so I have pictures of this interview occurring. Because Candace and I were on bed chat. And, but I never watched it. Others sent it to me. I never watched it until I got last part. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know, man. But yeah, I was living in there still when this shit was actually being taken. I just didn't know we were being used this way, man. I should have probably clicked some of those links and watched some shit that our neighbors, community members, and friends sent. Probably should have. I was a little busy though. Whatever.
Was waiting in the basement, or if she come outside here and went to the swing. All we know is she went down the basement.
Will says he believes someone was lurking at the top of the dog trail, just feet away from the basement door. He says the predator somehow managed to snatch Summer, then raced down the steep hill as she struggled. So the dog kind of came down this trail here.
Yeah.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah. I didn't know the dogs even had a trail down through here until the police dogs followed it all the way to the road.
Will says he overheard authorities say search dogs followed Summer's scent down the trail to the road before losing.
Now, if you don't get into the ever-changing stories of Dawn fucking mouth, it goes from he overheard searchers and others saying that the dogs went down XYZ and followed Summer's scent. Then eventually says he was told. Then he says he was told by the feds. I mean, it changes. Right? Earliest version, earliest weeks, and this is done. 21. And he says he overheard searchers and others say that that's weird. And there's so much around that too that others of us actually had eyes on and ears on as it was happening and didn't have to be told. We also don't have to have the great gravel trail debates of 21, 23. But there are all things in between all that too. Could explain a whole lot of things.
He painted a vivid picture of a kidnapping, telling me a neighbor likely heard Summer scream.
I think whoever grabbed her probably had her mouth covered, and I think she was gasping for air by the time she got down through here somewhere, because our neighbor heard a scream, a really funny scream. I think they just carried her to a vehicle and threw her in there and took her somewhere far away from here.
Don insists that search dogs tracked Summer's scent down the dog trail. Was it down the dog trail or was it down the driveway? Well, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has confirmed.
The dogs had a pretty good trail on track for a little while, but then it disappeared, but they lost scent it when they come to the road. And sometimes canines, they will lose the scent when it changes different type, whether it maybe went from the gravel to the pavement.
That's not surprising, is it? Because neighbours have said, Jose has said, Don Sherfy Sr. has said, another person called Crystal Spencer has now come out and said that those kids were all over, including Summer. So they wandered around playing. Why wouldn't they? They're kids. It's a beautiful area, an adventure playground. It's difficult terrain, but for little healthy country kids, that's nothing. That terrain is nothing to them. So a search dog following Summer's scent down trails on her property, unsurprising. The timing of all of this has been brought into question. But now Candice brings the entirety of Jodie Sue's story into question. And that's why we're here today. Because Candice has said that there was no scream.
So the scream, of course, is out of the question now, right? There was no scream, right?
There's no scream, dude. She makes all that shit up.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's convenient that she came up with that way later than the actual
Her
recording.
and her kids make all that shit up later in the description to fit her narrative.
Why? For what?
I notice Candace is the only one that ever says, you know, this place will hit the hell out of me. They try to annihilate or target kids in their manners, but it was like her and her kids make all that shit up. And then later on you have Candace out here doing fuck shit. We're in the same time frame and stuff. Trying to make video games and makeup on children or whatever look weird or like I'm still a little nuts shit. I don't know. iron everybody's lips. They got a thing going. Anyway, it's just, you know. Exactly, Di. Candace is the one that shared that shit with the world. Along with the mother-in-law, of course, and her stupid shit. But, Candace is the first one to attempt to use the fucking screen. Well, no. Let's back it up. Because first person to attempt to use the screen is Mr. Don. I'm sorry, you'll have to catch the last live stream to get that joke. With the Jersey chicken thing. Alright, so anyway. Don's the first one that latches on. It's how I realized the motherfucker's there and on the phone. Right? Well, I was looking for a whole ass person. It just vanished out of a vehicle, apparently. According to my brain. I'm like, whoa, I know, I heard the whole night, you know. Y'all know the story. Motherfucker pops up and goes, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? So yeah, let's talk about the first people to try to use that. After there's clearly this time in there where Dawn remains silent to see what's being said in this area. Told at some point shut the fuck up by Candace before reaching me. Cause something else they probably didn't want heard. Right. Shut up, Dawn. See Jody Sue down here. Don't dare to hear whatever, you know. Guarantee it's what happened. Dawn stays quiet till he picks up on a piece. Formulates it, swirls it around, tastes real nice. He goes, so you're telling me somebody took my girl? I'm like, whoa! Well, that explains where the entire other person is. Yeah. Okay. And then you have Candace in a few hours that being recorded talking to YouTubers and shit, but not media. Using the screen when it suited. Whatever. And then Dawn. Even months later. Twisting it to suit narratives. Man. Yeah, it's never been us trying to use everybody else's story bits pieces. And it has been a great deal. Many of the monsters and beasties have been here doing so, though, right? Wonder why that is. We're so fucking full of it. Why in the hell do all of them try to wrap around it, get around it, move around it? You do, man.
I don't know what. I really don't know why. I guess to make her look like she's got to fit herself into the priority somewhere.
And that Jody Sue has changed her story.
So here's Candace giving out the idea to the world that, oh, we just come online and made that up. It is a new thing, right? Why was Candace out here trying to make the world? Oh, I guess her and her kids made this shit up to come out here and be part of something and make herself part of the party. Yeah, this has been real party environment, let me tell you. Yeah. But why would you say something that stupid when there's evidence of you being like in real time when it suited you and everybody else around you to use it, and that it just didn't happen or occur to get on or whatever around news or social media, but the first fucking seconds you and I come into contact after 6:09 p.m. on June 15th. But to the world, you want them to believe that I just did it for what? Heck yeah, the party's on YouTube. Bullshit. See, you can't make that bullshit of Candace's work either. Because to believe that, then you'd have to cancel out Candace's own words, knowing about the scream, and which, by the way, her story's changed. Said I didn't tell her for months. Y'all remember that version of Candace's story? Man, she never said a word to us about a scream. But then, whoopsies, and they remember. Their team reminds them, wait, Candace, you recorded within hours of Summer vanishing there. And law enforcement, obviously, with instant Carzan knew about this from the night. Oh, fuck. Shit, we're gonna start over again, build another story. I don't know what the fuck to say at this point. You know? Man, goddamn, if it doesn't apply, if it's truly unfounded in the bad way, right, or something, then let it be so. We're okay with that too. There will be an explanation one day. Why the fuck are y'all stuck? But goddamn, don't go about doing the rest, because there are other things seen, heard, witnessed that day. None of which may apply. That's what I never got. That's what I never understood. I've never come in here and been like, oh, this one's guilty, that one's guilty, this one's sus, whatever. Never been like that. And even yet, even past all the fuck shit, beyond all the fuck shit they've all done on that fucking road for this many years. What they've done, how they've done it, what, all the things. They're just them, man. They do that anyway. Guilty, not guilty, sus, not. They would just fucking do it. It's what they've done the entire time I've ever fucking known them. Even from the littlest things to the biggest of things. Playing games, throwing shit at, trying to get in front of something else before they can turn them in for. All the things, right? I've told you of this. So even what they've done here in a bigger version doesn't mean they're guilty or whatever of anything. Meanwhile, you got these motherfuckers over here trying to make the world believe some of us have kidnapped or harmed or done something to Summer. For no other reason than, I guess, to be fucking doing it. Because they goddamn well know better, man. And they know damn good and well, man, I still want nobody's property. I ain't trying to take nobody's daughter or son or other children anywhere. They know there's no evidence to show and prove that we had nothing to do with. You know, we ain't the wrong type of friends. Yeah, that type of shit, man. They know better, but they're willing to put that shit off on people they know goddamn good and well it don't belong on. And therefore, you think you'd want the statements from these witnesses of many things that day to count. Because if it wasn't you or your company or anybody else going up and down the driveway that day, or the door slamming, or whatever, these pieces can matter. So when you go about this realm and otherwise trying to make the world believe someone is a fucking liar capable of these things, what are you doing? If you're not responsible for missing, we're not responsible for that. And all these things are witnessed and heard that day. It could be the key. Something in there could be something that goes with something. Why the fuck would you do your best to annihilate people? If you want all the things to count in some way, or for what counts to go together where it goes, or at least for the timeline stoppage, you know? You'd think you'd be grateful you seen some fucking body on the goddamn road at a certain time to actually vouch for your fucking stupid ass. And be like, yeah, they were there at a certain time. You'd think you'd be like, hell yeah. I mean, especially in the middle of nowhere. Not, I mean, you can't make it add up, man. It doesn't make sense, at least. Doesn't mean any of us that all this chaos is running are guilty of a damn thing. Not even Fred Lord's stupid ass. Not, it could literally be someone else in or around the community. It could be a stranger. It could be a happenstance. It could be crazy many things. I don't call it the perfect storm. Somebody sitting back laughing as we're all annihilating each other as fucking certain teams in their circus, and certain dipshits on Ben Hill want to play with them and be leashed. They're just sitting back laughing as these motherfuckers have made the perfect, quote, YouTube getaway car for them, Chaos Transfer, you know? Can you imagine if there's perpetrator here watching this shit show and it is none of those from Ben Hill? Can you imagine what they're jerking off on somewhere? Watching?
So many times. Well, Candice, how many times have you changed your story? That's why we're here today, to show all of the receipts. Because you told someone the very early days, this little audio recording was sent to Crazy Crime Chick on the 20th of June.
And Crime Chick actually gave a date for it, which put it at like 36 hours after Summer vanished. But it was sent her on the 20th of June. Okay.
So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
I don't know when you spoke to a person who recorded you, but it was before the 20th of June. It was in the early days. And you're trying to say that Jodie Sue only introduced the scream later on, and that she didn't tell law enforcement or Candice. Jodie Sue claims she told Candice.
Thank you so much to the Farmer's Dog for sponsoring today's video. As you saw, our food is delivered straight to our doorstep.
And law enforcement on that very day, on the 15th of June. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has confirmed that Jodie Sue has spoken to the TBI, the FBI.
Best I recall, it's been a couple months ago. I think it was unfounded.
He says the scream's unfounded because no one else heard it. But Candice knew about it. This is the thing. Candice knew about it.
He's also said much, and he did this at the same time. He said Don's dog trail led to nowhere, and the scream thing led to nowhere. He said that in the same fucking piece. That was a new one I come up on, not too long ago, but it's like, oh, okay. So, there's that too. Oh my god, there was a funny one I come up on that I'd never heard before the other night, and I kind of giggled. And it's one this place definitely doesn't play, but Lawson was definitely having a giggle. And I giggled. And it was hilarious. He was making fun of assholes from Tragedy Pamphlet, it looks like. Asking if they'd searched the flower pots and stuff for Summer. He was like, these are above ground pots. I mean, like, it was just, you just had to be there. Okay. Yeah. I'll go back and find it at some point.
In those very early days. And she's saying that there was no scream. Well, maybe there wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Summer. Maybe Jodie Sue and her kids who were there in their cabin of 125 Ben Hill Road. Maybe they heard something else that they've now attributed to Summer. I believe Jodie Sue heard something. So why Candice is now...
Now don't confuse these with the other pieces mine did eventually, Because she would watch me every day and pump out a piece in seconds, and it was all progress until it was time to switch the group. But anyway, and you can see her try to push back against at one point and then just go along with it eventually. But yeah, these at the other piece. Depending on which day of the week it is around here, which cycle.
Coming out saying there wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Summer. Maybe Jodie Sue had her kids who were there in their cabin of 125 Ben Hill Road. Maybe they heard something else that they've now attributed to Summer. I believe Jodie Sue heard something. So why Candice is now coming out saying there was no scream or she didn't know about it is very interesting, because her story has changed from day one. The script that we all know that she told WJHL reporter Ansley Daniel on the 28th of June was not the same story as she told the news crew from WJHL off camera on the 20th of June.
Our crews this morning as well, she said that, she went inside to do something, came back out, checked on Summer a couple minutes later, and next thing you know, she was gone.
She's even slipped recently on a live with Cracking Cases by saying,
let me say something to y'all. Every day I go through the pain of what if this, what if that, what if I did.
And I'll also tell you it's parenting, right? You noticed Fred's picked that up lately too?
This right, what if I did that right, what if I walked out there with her, what if I did this, what if I...
This is the same woman I was face to face with Ben Hill days after Summer Davis, and she was telling me, no, you can't what if yourself, it's fine. It's like, man, Summer's gone, who gives a fuck? Jodie, see, you can't be what ifing yourself. Don't fucking do that. I bet you are, Mama. What do you mean? If I'm feeling this way, why ain't you feeling this way? She wasn't feeling no what if way. She was telling me on fucking Ben Hill not to what if myself. Psst, girl, you can't do that. Don't do that to yourself. No, Jodie Sue. Right? I'm like, what the fuck? Now, mind you, card team mothers tell me the same. I don't give a fuck when them say it. It happens, okay? I assume all of us have what ifs. What could we have, but when you see people in real time, you're like, meh, she's gone. Fucking well. And they damn sure ain't what ifing. And they're telling you not to what if. Right? But then later on in months, after, this particular thing happened, is when I pretty firmly said the what if thing right here. And then she acquired a dog she started petting on panel. It was very strange. Anyway. Because obviously I had pickle at that. Anyway. Good.
I did that.
She wishes she'd gone outside with her. The TBI.
And like I said, now Fred's picked up that thing too. No shit. Pay attention. Go in the way back until now. Fred did not start saying that till very recently. I'm like, what if and what could I have and all that, right? It's fucking strange around here in these streets.
I've run with the premise consistently since the 16th of June. The very first press.
Morning as well, she said that, she went inside to do something, came back out, checked on Summer a couple minutes later, and next thing you know, she was gone.
She's even slipped recently on a live with Cracking Cases by saying,
let me say something to y'all. Every day I go through the pain of what if this, what if that, what if I did this right, what if I did that right, what if I walked out there with her, what if I did this, what if I did that.
She wishes she'd gone outside with her.
What if I'd walked out there with her? Right? What if I did this right? What if I did that right? You can say, well, does that mean that you did something wrong? You did something wrong that led to, I don't know. But either way, she does say that. What if I'd walked up there with her? Yeah, when it's not the only time she's.
The TBI have run with the premise consistently.
Yeah, I think 22 was also the year of Jose, wasn't it? And Half Pint. And he knew everybody. He just freshly gotten online and all that after throwing his phone in the ocean or something. But he knew everybody by their names, like Voldemort. He knew this, that, and the other, and looked like he'd been studying much like a Fred and Laura, and paid extra for adding extra visiting time. 22 was the year.
Since the 16th of June, the very first press briefing, where Leslie Earhart from the TBI said
she was last seen outside of her home in the 100 block of Ben Hill Road, which is located in the Beach Creek community of Hawkins County. A family member reported her missing to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office at approximately 6:30 Tuesday evening.
If you're not following me, I'm not surprised. Since day one, Candice has been lying. The truth never changes. But Candice's story does. I want to believe that Candice is innocent, but I find it very difficult in these moments to maintain that. When Candice's story has changed so many times, I find it very difficult to believe anything she says. So Jodie Sue says that she heard them shouting for Summer.
Yeah, for me, I'll go with that. I very much believe that Summer was outside. And it's not because of the words of C&D or any of these pieces. It's because of what the boys told me. Even though at the time their whole 5-10 minutes didn't ring quite, but I thought at the time it was just kid time ring. Now I realize there could be people that had told them to say certain time. 5-10 minutes. But especially Dawn, who seemingly trying to make contact with them. As he pulled all the way in and past the shed and drove right up to where the boys were. But I do believe him. I do think she was us. Guess.
Around 6:09, and Jodie Sue knows these timings because she's looked back on her phone as kind of a reminder. She was sending text messages, so she knows the timing of those text messages. So she's kind of thought, well, that text message was at 4:52, and I know the screen was maybe 10-15 minutes before that. She said that she started to make the descent down from the cabin to the road where she was going to meet her then partner Andy, who was on his way home from work. That was around 6:09, and it was at that point she started hearing them shouting for Summer. She says she met Candice on the...
I was hearing them a couple minutes before that. But, you know, not in a... You know what I mean?
driveway. She heard Don on speakerphone, but Candice has lied. She's changed her story now twice, because a while ago on Prayer Gardens channel, she was prompted by Benny to say that she was down the driveway between 4:30 and 5, looking for Summer.
She was waiting for Andy to get there. That's what she told me.
And what time was that?
Oh gosh, I'm not even sure, Benny, right now.
Okay.
Around 4:30, yeah, about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Well, that's consistent with her saying.
And that's the that's the piece that's in the hands of, because they're playing fuck stick games around us at that point. Hoaxes targeting us with LE. Somebody run the teams and the tragedy pip circuit anyway. But I would assume the actual team, because of how these hoaxes and games and misuse of law enforcement feds went, and the dates, receipts, compiling. Yeah. But anyway, it's weird, isn't it? I remember as feds pulled up here that day, I had just become aware of that. I was like, I seen him pull in, I was like, oh, that's feds. And I got off of my live stream, or paused it out there, whatever you're doing. I don't know. I was like, I go. And I just become aware of that piece. What the fuck? And I was like, I'll see this shit. This dumb bitch done said 4:30. So she was down to bottom. She was already looking for Summer. Are you shitting me? Now to me, I'm sitting there going, I mean, you gotta think I had just figured out that existed in the seconds before they were pulling in for another hoax bullshit, crap they pulled. So they happened to just be here and pull in as I was becoming aware of that piece. And to me, in my mind, I'm like, holy shit, did she really just try to pull her timeline back to fit the screen? And not just that, but say that Summer, then, you gotta think, if she is looking for Summer at 4:30, so, that's a fucking problem, dude. Now, she may have thought she was fucking with me, her and Benny, Prayer Guard, and the rest when they pulled this shit. I don't know what it was. I don't know if they had her all fucking, maybe she was whatever, and I don't know. Hope there's an explanation for it. But to me, in my head, I was like, wait. What do you mean 4:30? You were looking for Summer at 4:30, but then y'all called in till 6:30 almost? You mean hours went by and you knew she was missing? And you didn't do a goddamn thing, and then there I was very much present and witnessing you all starting to look at around 6:09, but you still hadn't actually looked. And you're saying there's all these hours you could have looked, but didn't look. And you also didn't call law enforcement? Then what the fuck were you doing in those hours, ma'am? Because I'll tell you what the fuck I wasn't doing. I went down to Godmount Bottom Hill waiting on Andy. My ass was in the cabin with my children with eyes on them, hanging out with them, chilling, doing the thing, resting. And Monster was big on the stay in the cabin still as the sticky bang stall thing, and I don't know, the backy little abused mind goes, yeah, whatever, but what this place and others don't count is that I have receipts. Screenshot. It was a normal day to us, so I was still doing property research. The kids and I were sharing memes. Even found one another, because it was their thing, it's our thing together. Like, like I think most these days. Like, you wait, here, let me show you this, Mom, or whatever, and you're standing around. So it's right. It's the new age, man. Get with the program. So not only are messages between us flying and memes and stuff being shown to one another, and we're all connected to devices, but I'm screenshotting on multiple devices. for property shit. I'm still doing my research. I'm doing whatever pleases me as we're all sitting there chilling. It's almost every minute and second is counted on many devices. And in that, I don't need anybody else to prove that, yeah, you get what I'm saying? I've got my own reams and reams of fucking data for the kids both. So yeah. And nope, was not down the bottom of the driveway telling Candace I was waiting on Andy to come home at no fucking 4:30. Right? Not even. And here's the kicker. Why did she say that? She said I was at the bottom of my driveway waiting on Andy. The weird fucking part is, Candace and I, when we did come into contact on the 15th, it wasn't at the bottom of the fucking driveway either. Not mine nor hers. It's further on down the road. What the fuck you mean, homie? So not only did she shift the time, she shifted my placement. Now why on earth would you do such thing? But then have team go around fucking law enforcement, feds, and wasting their time talking about some purse wallet debate. You can't make this shit up, folks. They do though, don't they? But yeah, I'm the one that's fucking liar.
That she was inside looking for Summer between 4:30 and 4:42, and that's why she didn't hear the scream. But it's not consistent with...
Ain't shit consistent.
Most traditional buy now, pay later options have 4 fixed payments that stack higher and higher with everything you buy. And most...
Y'all, they're advertising Fingerhut. Y'all.
With the timings of the timeline itself. And she's now saying she didn't see Jody Sue at all.
For instance, like, she said that she was down on the bottom after she heard somebody scream or whatever. She was never at the bottom of that driveway. I drove down there faster than she could fucking fly.
The reason why I believe Jody Sue's timeline is because it's consistent with the 911 call.
See, then she didn't fucking see anybody. She flew down there faster than I could fly. She didn't see anybody. But yes, I and my children are the goddamn liars.
Now, we haven't got the 911 calls themselves. They've not been released. They're part of the evidence. The TBI tell us they're not going to release any details about the timeline because this is an active investigation. So we do only have these reports to go off at the moment.
And then you fuck up there, don't you? Your stupid brain don't calculate in other witnesses and cameras and things. You know what to take. I mean, unless, of course, she wants to admit to being the one coming and going off that driveway prior to Summer vanishing. Then maybe if that's her during those periods, then yeah, sure, maybe she didn't come into contact with anybody. But it'd be real weird, that too, because of other things. I just keep my tongue bit on that.
But the TBI are keeping the timeline very close to their vest. According to Don, they wiped their phones when they gave them back. They've been wiped from 3:30 onwards. I speculate that that might be because they don't want them going back to try to get their story straight. But that's just my opinion and speculation. So, we do have the dispatch call.
characteristics on your bra, reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and learned that the mother had went for a walk, came home, now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been off for about 10 minutes now.
Summer had been missing 10 minutes. So the 911 call came in around 6:26. That dispatch call was just after 6:30. So if Summer had been missing 10 minutes at 6:26, you know, you could say, well, maybe it was 15 minutes, maybe it was 20 minutes, but it's very close to Geordie Sue saying that she heard them shouting for Summer at 6:09. That's why I believe Geordie Sue's version of events and not Candice's, because if Candice was telling the truth, it would mean that she was looking for Summer at 4:30. She was inside looking for Summer, she says, at 4:30, and then between 4:30 and 5, she saw Geordie Sue on the driveway. Well, why then did you wait 2 hours to call 911? If you really did see Geordie Sue at 4:30 to 5, where were you going? Where were you going, Candice? It drops you right in it. You'd think that if you're going to maintain this abduction story, you know, being abducted from the basement, you know, this nonsense, that you'd go with the Scream story, even if you didn't hear it yourself, because it fits. But now you're bringing the whole afternoon into question. Are you really that silly that you just can't get your story straight? The truth never changes, Candice. So why has your story changed so many times? It's not Geordie Sue's story.
Hey, Ray, it's not about outsmarting. It's about outcasting.
Story that's changed. It's your story. So let's read Sue on the driveway. Well, why then did you 2 hours to call 911? If you really did see Geordie Sue at 4:30 to 5, where were you going? Where were you going, Candice? It drops you right in it. You'd think that if you're going to maintain this abduction story, you know, being abducted from the basement, you know, this nonsense, that you'd go with the Scream story, even if you didn't hear it yourself, because it fits. But now you're bringing the whole afternoon into question. Are you really that silly that you just can't get your story straight? The truth never changes, Candice. So why has your story changed so many times? It's not Geordie Sue's story that's changed. It's your story. So let's recap. 4:30. Candice says she didn't hear the scream because she was inside looking for Summer. She says 4:30 to 5 she saw Geordie Sue on the driveway. And it's Geordie Sue's lying. You know, because Geordie Sue says it's after 6. But then you now say that you didn't see Geordie Sue at all. At all. Well, which one is it, Candice? Which one is it? Because that doesn't make sense. That really does not make sense. That you would say this at this late stage in the game. Don's in jail and you're speaking out nightly on these live streams. Keep talking, Candice, because the more you talk, the more inconsistencies in your story there is. The truth never changes. But your story is changing again and again. Before Don went to jail and he was the one.
Well, that doesn't amaze me at all when you know that Scott was one of Miss one's ears in this area. How Seraphina and all used this realm and how the Methvin character associated with Jenny and Adrian and used Michelle Walks and all the things, you know. Michelle's one last told that you could see them pushing against her. She sort of did a little bit of a hit piece. She knew what she was doing was wrong, and you hear the hesitation in it. I remember putting it out here, playing the piece. So, then she was like, oopsies, my bad. And it was like, you could tell she was actually one of the last little holdouts to not go full tilt. Oh, until it was time to go full tilt, right? And by this point in the year of 2022, they were definitely all eating us. And it was really leading up to certain dates when AB and them were like, yay, we get monsters soon. And look, he's sending us all the orders. I said, here, tell those are running out. TikTok, bitch. Yeah, right? That first year. And then, of course, Distraction and off of C&D and others from Ben Hill, leading up to Summer's Vigil. Summer's Day. Jenny and Adrian and Chasing Style. Meet and greet for the party pimps. Gotta get that cash flow in somehow. And when your team's all built around cleansing the buttholes of monsters, well, who the fuck else are you gonna eat? I don't know. Probably that random neighbor, random witness, or whoever you pick out around each and every single case. And tag on it. Yeah, I don't know. Not that odd. You put it all together.
On the live streams night after night, he at least kept his story straight. He had the ability to keep his story straight. You don't, Candice. So keep talking, girl. Because you're slipping. Why are you slipping? Because the truth never changes. I so want to believe.
It's weird. And the last time I became aware that today they released the piece, right? He said she didn't want to talk to them after a few questions. Sounds like, her emotional state. But it's weird how her emotional state and all the things don't apply with YouTube, or when she's over in lockdowns, chat or rooms, or answering questions on her own YouTube channel, which she does have now. She does answer questions. Weird how it doesn't apply when she's over in the cows. She can talk, answer questions, fuck around with YouTubers, but you're to tell me and want me to believe that after a few questions or something from Ainsley and them, she got up because, what is this, Dr. Phil? Why is it one face for real investigative journalists and one face for YouTube? Why is that? I don't know how the fuck to even make this.
And this is innocent. I do. But I can't shake this. When there's so many inconsistencies, it puts my mind.
Which does bring to mind, by the way, you know how the Jersey Chicken chasing it there? In that one, the person, the written form of it was all like, oh, they were all catatonic, couldn't even finish sentences that first week, all that shit. I wonder if that wasn't a way of cleansing, that's why they weren't out doing the interviews. Trying to cleanse that portion. Distraught, heartbroken. Yeah, okay. It's weird, because that's not what all of us and probably Ellie were seeing.
Sends my mind down a rabbit hole that there's a whole lot more to this that is being covered up. It questions the entire time.
Yeah, who's it being covered up by, though? Michelle? People want to do pieces for teams? Or, I don't know, man. Who's it being covered up by? And for? Who's helping with it? Inserted instantly and helped this shit show. I mean, I know we've had prayer gardens admit to it, but how many others?
timeline because you can't keep your story straight. The truth never changes, Candice. So I'll say one final time, why are you lying? Because the receipts are there. The receipts are clear. The receipts don't lie. You're lying. So I'm going to call it there for today. It's a lovely day. Apparently it's going to be 20 degrees later. 20 degrees C is positive.
Nobody cares, Barks Moms. Anyway. So I found this clip. And the reason I played this was because there was a clip. Right? Obviously you have the bit in there with Benny and Candace and PG, and I skipped right past it because I really don't give a shit. But then, the clip I was looking for, I was like, man, where's that at, right? And then I noticed there's a, Tennessee Shine girl. And then there's, I don't know who the fuck this is. Vestiges as well. But, then I noticed there's a, and from the clip I was like, when the fuck did this happen? When did this TM John Q PG match happen, right? So I was looking for it. And so I sort of fast forwarded until I found it. And then I went back a little bit and listened to some of the horse shit around. Just the, oh, there's that face made for radio. Oh, bless. It's, yeah, I'm not much for bashing or whatever on looks things are here, but there are days when you're like, and I mean, I don't think we as humans sometimes can help it, but there are just certain motherfuckers that look like they fell from the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. But boy, don't they have those whipped cream tongues. Sell you on all kinds of things. Silver-tongued little devils. If that's what it's about there. They couldn't say you shit in real life if they had to look at you like a, they can hide behind an icon on YouTube and sell it all day long with their sweet little cultivated voices. Alright, let's see here. Not that part. Who the fuck is that? I didn't go back that far.
Just going up there making all this money off of Summer. I wish Candace and Dawn would show up at their protest when they go protest TBI.
They should be protesting too.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Like that, if she didn't say it. It did come from, it absolutely came from her, one of her videos. Someone had sent it to me.
Or you know?
And Donald Sissy Wells, she says, I have the whole Facebook video clip. So does TBI. It does say what you said it does. Yes. Then you got the wrong clip if it doesn't say that part, because that is definitely Jody Sue's
multiple
voice.
videos.
There is multiple ones.
Oh.
And absolutely, that is Jody Sue's voice, hon. I can't. How am I going to get her voice saying something like that if she didn't say it?
Oh, okay. She played it all the way back here. Like
more
I said,
about Jody Sue and the profile of her. So
listen, but they just fucking lose it and run off.
I'm about to not miss Benny again, aren't I? Alright.
And that's why she's getting away with this shit right now.
What am I getting away with?
Basically saying that all the or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such, and Summer's body was, oh y'all,
And everybody was like, we know better, whatever. But the call had been made to an address I'm not actually at.
You know why she got away with it? She got away with it because you can't a lot of people, I played this tape for my chat about 10 times in a row one night. One night I kept playing it. And you know.
Oh, and making them hear shit that wasn't there, like the ghost noises on fucking channels on TV. Do you hear it? Do you hear what the EVP's saying? Do you hear it? It's also triggering. Do they hear it? Agree with you?
You know what they kept telling me? I don't understand what she's saying. I don't understand what she's saying. What you don't understand is that's how she, and I even took this one and intensified it so that you could understand.
She intensified it. No, what she did was fuck with it to where it fucked it up to where you had a hard time actually understanding me. Because believe it or not, early on I was a little easier to actually understand, which I didn't understand until later on. I can listen to myself now. It is harder to hear me now with my health declining as than it was in the early days. But yeah, no. What she did was she enhanced portions to where then it clouded whatever, but you can still clearly fucking hear I'm talking about. And because I know what comes up next when I found this bit, and TM and John Q go to work. What she tries to say is this is me, I don't know, I guess, talking about Summer's body also bullshit, right? But what I'm actually talking about is this fucking place and teams and others using, misusing, calling it bullshit games, targeting eyeing the kids, and how the dumbasses had, done certain shit. Like, running of certain tags and shit, and, Googleable addresses for us to point. And they had actually called the feds and told them we were all at the wrong place. Yeah, that's how you know fuck shit was good. I could put it together anyway. But yeah, that's what I was talking about on Facebook. And, but PG tried to make it a thing where this is, she's talking about Summer's body. Andy hauling it off. Nope. And this is what you call tampering with. This is what you call straight up slander, just fucking defamation, and clearly doing so on purpose for people you say you were covering up for. But then don't forget she had an in-out relationship with all the characters. Then Dawn went to jail and suddenly everybody's back on board again. Her Candace best. I just whatevered. And they whatevered. Anyway. But yeah, let's go back here. And here's Benny, Candace, and PG.
It's gonna be okay, Candace.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Pretty, at this point, Candy, we want to believe that Jody Sue is just, talking crap, right? And so there's no reason at this moment to believe that.
Okay. Good.
Hold on.
Tonight's the first time that you heard what Jody.
They have her crying or something up here. Hold on. Y'all seriously never watched it.
Sue said, Candace, how you feel about that, sweetheart?
Hold on. What?
I had to intensify.
I grew up always.
Oh, and this is how you know Candace plays a good hoax. You've got to be kidding me, bitch. I've really got to start watching some shit that I'm just gonna swear to God to do. One more brick in the wall, bro. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Nuh-uh.
The bigger side as a kid.
You did the tears and everything? Shit.
I was always slightly thicker, big bone.
Intensify it, like
They took Donnie away. They did all of it. No, you don't say. The tear. Oh, Jesus. You didn't. You didn't go this far with this, did you? Shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta start watching this. You'd think I'd be a bit more curious about buttons than I know the feds were curious about, sir. But I just, I'm like, oh well, they got it. I never bothered to come back and watch this shit. I didn't want to. Y'all knew about this the whole time and you didn't say nothing. Like Dirty Birdie, I can't understand what she says.
So, I also put her in the know of Jody Sue talking about Baltimore and telling the daughter that he was the last one to see Summer's body also.
Fuck's today. She put Candace in the know. Right. This is January 4th. Alright. Allegedly, supposedly. Whatever, anyway. I don't know. I have to go back to my own matchup just to be sure. But anyway. She put Candace in the know. That Baltimore and whatever, my daughter's, you know, all these things. He was the last to see Summer and all this. Wow. Oh, bullshit. So many levels of bullshit. Hold on, I want to see what Candace does.
Which we already know about that one.
I gotta know. Holy shit.
Yeah, she is hard to understand, but if you listen, if you have a pair of earphones or earplugs that you can plug in, and it makes it a lot easier to understand what she's saying. And I had to intensify it, like, you know, intensify the sound for you guys to understand it as good as Candace is here. Candace says, I'm here. Candace, I'm going to drop you a link, honey, if you'd like to come up. You're more than welcome to come up. I understand Benny's going to come in and come up with you. I just dropped a link into the chat. If you'd like to come up, sweetheart, you can come up. I won't let nobody else up on panel while you're here. I think you have a right to say, you know, I think you have every right to come up and speak upon this. You know, I know that Candace is upset right now with this. It's the first time she's heard it, and she's very concerned about it. Absolutely, as she should be. It's to my understanding that she did have suspicions.
And here's the fuck shit, okay? Candace and Dawn are pretty goddamn notorious by, well, anybody around this, for having this whole, oh my gosh, this is new information to me. Now, you have to be able to tell whether those moments are actually, they caught something that they were not aware of, and or whether it's them fucking with you. Going, my god, this is new news to me. I never heard or anything about this before. You know how like Candace pulled the same shit with tears and pretend anger and rage over Ernie telling her, what, you never heard this call? You never heard Dawn say he showered with Summer? And she was like, ooh, ooh. And then she's crying and putting on the fucking show, though you goddamn know good and well she heard it. And that Dawn said it. There's been many versions of this shit happening in front of y'all's faces. With both of them. They act like they're suddenly just becoming aware, or you'll watch one creator say, like, in the early days, you'll see Dawn be like, sure, be like, oh, you didn't know about this? Dawn's like, nah. Oh my God. And then White Boy thinks he's the first to tell Dawn. You know how often White Boy goes, oh man, I made him aware that this, that, and the other, and all this. I mean, y'all damn well know it 3 years in. Dawn knows all the things White Boy thinks he's new to telling Dawn. Because Dawn and Candace love making these tragedy pimps. Fucking telling this shit. And these tragedy pimps do their own shit. And they don't watch it. They rely on others to gather for them and send them the hot topics and pieces. So they don't, you know. But Dawn and Candace are notorious for this fucking game here. Y'all have seen it your goddamn selves many times over here. Holy shit. But it gets better, wait on this. Oh, my damn. Oh, hot damn.
And this has just made her suspicions even more so. So, absolutely. If you want to come up, Candace, please take a link and have your say. I got Candace back here, I believe. Candace, I need to see your face, sweetheart. Let me see. Okay, I'm bringing you up, Candace.
Good old Jody Sue right there.
How you doing, Candace?
I'm okay.
I got Candace back here, I believe. Candace, I need to see your face, sweetheart.
I'm here.
You have to click out of. You got to click out the other stream you just came up in, hon. There you go.
I'm okay.
Yeah, that's much better. Wait. Did you click out the other tab, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Tonight's the first time that you heard what Jody Sue said. Candace, how you feel about that, sweetheart?
Not very good.
Kind of upset about it, ain't you?
Extremely upset.
Yeah. And you know, you have every right to be upset, Candace. Absolutely every right to be upset.
Not pull this shit.
You know,
Oh, but I know
you was
did.
telling me that you had your suspicions. Did this make your suspicions even stronger now, sweetheart? Hey, Benny, what's up, my brother?
How you doing, Miss Sissy? Good to see you, sister. Hi,
Good.
Candy.
That's a lot.
Benny's here with us, Candace. He just came on panel.
Hey, Benny.
Good to see you,
brother.
sister. I'm just here to support. Just here to support.
Absolutely. I mean, I know she's upset, Benny, and she needs a lot of support right now. Absolutely. You know, that was a shocker to her.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's a hard deal. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, it's hard for, you know.
Now, mind you, during this period, what they're also doing was, mind fucking Monster, making him believe this shit was really said and done, and it was done by us. Right? But that way they could piss off a Monster and really get him leashed in and willing to, when paperwork was up and do all things for me. And they still continue this fucking bullshit to this day. Monster still probably firmly believes it too. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He's a dipshit and they're tragedy pimps and handlers.
Tonight's the first night that Candace heard that.
And then the fucking truth of it all is the jackass knows what he said and did, but I mean, he's had to lie about it just so he doesn't look like a goddamn abuser and fucking freak show that he is, but it's all, no, and remember, Monster has now been like, no, it was a dream. I gently told my child and children and mother about it. It's a dream because I just cared about little Summer so much. I guess that sounds good to the world and to law enforcement, but the truth is the truth. He said foul ass shit. It never was a I know where Summer's body is, or I seen her, anything like that. It was just him throwing out bullshit. Terrible, horrible shit, going, here's the kicker. While he's screaming this, Ian Little and his eldest is present here and everything else. He says, Candace and Dawn have killed her. They have murdered her. She's out here somewhere, rotting, etc., blah, blah, blah. That was pretty much the gist of it. Right, but he kept hammering down on the extreme details, but definitely making it clear that he thought Candace and Dawn had murdered Summer, killed her, gotten rid of her somehow, whatever, and that her remains were others. Which was, a way to scream and yell at us. Like, it was just, it was fucking horrendous. And it was in the middle portion of being screamed and yelled and abused at, otherwise, he just added in there for extra flavor that evening. Yeah. And the super kicker is, he knows this, I know this, eldest knows this, little knows this. Half the fucking valley, including searchers and otherwise, should know this. But, the thing is we talked to Candace about this. We talked to goddamn Candace about this. After Monster had left her, all this other stuff, I was like, man, we were just having, whatever, but we talked to Candace about this. Candace was not unaware. She even heard Little tell her, hey, Dad was screaming this shit at us. It was fucked up. Didn't like it. Little and I, or anybody else ever said he's seen Summer's body or otherwise. There's proof of that here. If they never play that for you, they hide it. Right. And I have proof up here as well of it, but they never direct you to it, do they? Nope, they direct you far away from it. Anyway, nobody ever said the dude's seen Summer's body, but that's what they go on with in here. Candace here knew way before this fuck show, whatever this is going to be. Because Little and I had talked to her about it. And in there. Well, still living there. Damn. What a show, huh? And then knowing that the team built around her then and all the others. Then go to misuse feds, law enforcement to make us look certain ways. To go get Monster even interviewed about shit he never said like that. Yeah, it's all shit, right? Make him believe wrongly that we had implied such. And then to continue to play fuck shit games in around us, Distraction and chaos style, especially leading up to certain dates and times. And you think Monster's going to be fully available online to finally eat and terrorize and to abuse Iron Little and everybody else and to silence and to obliterate us. As a flare, get rid of those who stand in the way and maybe lock other things in. It's Ben Hill today. Now I gotta see whatever the fuck this is though. I've got to. I gotta see what this show is.
That Jody Sue also said that Baltimore told their daughter that he was the last one to see Summers.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and
It is.
It's one of those things that's, it's been lightly or moderately talked.
Oh, and there she goes. She's trying to pump him out like she did for Ernie. I had back, and she does the same thing at the pond or creek or the wall that one day when she pumps out tears for Daisy too to certain. Right. What a bunch of bullshit. That's weird though. Little and I tell her about this like real time inside the road. It wasn't a tier 1. She's like, fuck him, dude. You know? I could understand how it could be upsetting to the mother. Missing child. I totally get that. What I don't get is then the mother of a missing child pretending eons later on YouTube that they'd never heard any such thing. And then the tragedy pimp shit. And they misusing law enforcement, sending them out here doing all the fuck shit, you know? Knowing damn good and well they know where shit stemmed from, what the tragedy pimps are doing with it, and then playing along with them as they do it. And then having tears. Okay. No.
About, and it's one of those things that as a friend
Are you
to
okay,
Candace.
Are you alright, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Yeah, see, this is the deal right here.
This is
right?
it's hard for doing it, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Shit,
it's gonna be okay, Candace.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Pretty, at this point, Candy, we want to believe that.
I'll work it up, dear. It only took you about 4 minutes. Yeah, just work it up, dear. Oh, give me a fucking break. I cannot. This really happened? Seriously? I'm in hell. I don't know, I'm surprised. Didn't take this tonight. It's just one more piece. In the receipts. One more example of another game. Fake bullshit played. By the parents of a missing child. I'll be right back. I've got to get some more. Alright, so I'm back. I guess we're in the middle of watching this horse shit stunts. Maybe, I don't know, some weird shit just happened. It may not happen for us, Matt's gonna fall for it.
I love you. I've always been with you.
Hello, everyone.
No, it just did some weird shit, I guess.
And
It's a hard deal. You're absolutely right.
yeah, it is. And you know, it's hard for, you know, tonight's the first night that Candace heard that Jody Sue also said that Baltimore.
Good to see you, sister. Hi,
Good.
Candy.
Actually, a lot.
Benny's here with us, Candace. Are you all right, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Yeah, see, this is the deal right here.
This
right?
is hard for. It's hard for doing it, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Right.
It's gonna be okay, Candace.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Pretty, at this point, Candy, we want to believe that Jody Sue is just, talking crap, right? And so there's no reason at this moment to believe that what she said is true. So you have to just keep your hope on that, right?
And you have to make sure the TBI checks that out. I mean, I'm sure that you're upset because, you know, how did they not make her take a lie detector's test? Why did they not have to do?
What do you mean make, bitch? I offered for all three of us. Still do, any day. Whatever, man. We've even tried to get our own from world-class fucking experts that actively work with feds. Pay for them, blah, blah, blah. No, they want approval from the feds and cannot get it. So, if they want it, though, I'm open to it. I'll also agree to a little taking one. So, if ever they want one, they know where I'm at, man. Carry on.
You, Donald, and your mother had to do that, and you know that this has been.
I guarantee you, I asked and agreed to take one before Candace and Dawn did. Because common sense says, hey, they work from the inside out, and you and your children turn to scream and whatever, and your neighbors and your and in the middle of nowhere, and bitch, you probably best be asking for a fucking lie detector right now. Common sense says so. I did that. Damn near instantly. I offered it. She did. No takers. So they didn't need one. Now, then these other motherfuckers over here being like, I fell asleep during one. I did whatever. No, she didn't pass. Yes, she did pass. No, Grandis didn't pass. We don't know. Right? Heard that from their face holes myself, though. Yeah, I heard that myself. Out of their fucking face holes that they didn't, and then they did, and eventually whatever. Yeah. Dodson came out here saying almost identical to what we'd been told. Almost. But then, I also hear other face holes that they're not going to cooperate and give more that are being requested to them. So, well. And you all obviously have heard the same. I think Dawn around here's notoriously said, what? They're going to keep giving them to us until we fail? He's like, no, fuck that. Whatever. I don't care. They are just tools. Yes, they are not admissible in court, but they damn well should give law enforcement a direction if they are done correctly. Yes, there's a margin of error for them. Yes, they can be wrong. Yes, if you fall on certain levels and scales, as a lot of those from Ben Hill do, you could probably pass them with flying fucking colors, right? Like it ain't nothing. It's just how I feel about it, but, yeah. I don't know, man. Looks like only so many on Ben Hill have been requested to have those. Or been given them. Or
Sent to TBI. TBI knows about it. Why have they not acted upon it or done something about it?
You know, Miss.
Like, I don't understand why she can say all this stuff and just
Get away
be
with
questioned.
it. Exactly.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
you know, and you have every right to be questioning that, sweetheart.
oh hell, Lady R, were you in the mix of this shit too? I'm gonna cry, I swear. Yeah, of course you were. Oh, and then
Yeah, Candace made a really good point.
And then John Q makes an appearance on here. Girl. No. Where's Lady R?
When we were talking earlier, she was like, "Why haven't Jody Sue's kids been split up and questioned separately?"
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's such a impactful.
Excuse me? The fuck you mean, Benny from the past? Him and Candace were really like, why haven't her kids been split up and questioned separately? Huh? Excuse me? How the fuck would they know they haven't been? And here's the thing. I think, the date on this is January. I think by this point it was pretty widely known that I had always, from first, matter of fact, feds and stuff come into contact with kids, when they first arrived into town and stuff, before us. They spoke to them. And, all the cops, Ellie, I'd always blank here. I want you to talk to the kids separately. That stood for profilers, whoever wanted to speak to them. Here. I would like for you to speak to them separately. So, either way, but that's a hell of an assumption. It sounded good to you all, though, right? Why haven't the children been split up and questioned separately? Which they've always been questioned separately from each other and from me. Because I asked for it. I was always like that. Because I always knew that was best. But either way. Sounds like none of you dipshits knew any difference. So you thought it would fuck with me as a mother to have, like, what? Feds knock on the door and be like, oh, we're ripping your children apart and having them questioned right now. Separately. Because you assumed, I guess, because you projected what the fuck you all would do. I guess much like Candace and Nandi, where they kept all the kids with them at all fucking times. You know, I didn't do that, man. My kids were always accessible to LE and separate from me and requested to be done so. That's what happens when you project on motherfuckers what you shady ass motherfuckers would do. And how you would film whatever, man. No. See, that's where they've always had me fucked up. But, it's a hell of an assumption to make that if they hadn't been questioned separately. But then what? Oh, FBI needs to know, and then you need to go out there leading up to certain court dates and shit, monster and all this, and as we're terrorizing leading up to some religion, you need to go out here and make sure that her kids are fucked with. maybe it'll fuck with her and shut her up, whatever. The shit Candace clearly, man, you can't make this shit up, but they do. And they fuck with and destroy. Holy shit. Imagine being the fucking FBI and law enforcement profiles that knew when Benny and PG and Candace were like, oh, the kids need to be ripped apart and questioned separately. That when they came into our realm in the investigation, that I was like, hey, profiler guy, or hey, LA, whatever, if you've got to question them, take them separately and do whatever, please. Nicely so, and encouraged it to be so. Then imagine being those same FBI, TBI, LE, surrounding agencies, profilers, like real ones, like big boys, and heads over command units, knowing that Swed always been here. You can question them if you gotta talk to them. You can talk to them wherever. You've got my consent to talk to them however you like. And to do so away from me. And then you have these dipshits on the panel going, they need to be ripped away and talked to and questioned separately. Because y'all think it's gonna do something when you then actually do that with this fucking stupid shit, don't you? You and your teams. Oh, your seat on the... It's like the great purse wallet. One of the times, I don't know, there's a few times, there was the, we know better, these people have done whatever fuckery, we know damn good well Summer's body ain't here, we know dumbass ain't living here with you, and all this, we're calling off all things, but knowing that these motherfuckers were responsible for that and wasting everybody's time. And then, the great purse wallet debate of fucking stupid Bill. That was also like a thing. I just can't even with it. And all the stupid shit they've done. That wasn't stupid. I mean, there's just not words good enough to describe. I don't even know what you call it. Lori, you're assuming they didn't tear that hill apart. They tore that hill apart. Some of us were indeed there when certain keys and things couldn't be found, and you could hear the ringing of locks being busted and torn off of shit and doors open. Or certain particular worship days, Sabbaths, when warrants were served on certain places. As far as I know, there's been like 11 times they've broken goddamn Dawn's doors. Alright? Yeah, they tore that place. Anyway, but it's hard to tear apart chaos too, isn't it? To find the little things amongst chaos. That applies in so many things in life.
Statement, coming from Candace, it's like, whoa, like she's, you can clearly tell Candace has given that a lot of thought.
Absolutely. You know, like, yeah, but I'm going to tell you why, Candace. Here, let's listen to it again, sweetheart. I'm going to play that one again, and I'll explain to you why.
Basically saying that all the or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such. And Summer's body was, oh y'all, and everybody was like, we know better, whatever. But the call had been made to an address I'm not actually at.
You can clearly, no matter if PG, because she clearly did tamper with this fucking piece, and the dumbasses it really did, you know. I intensified it. No, you fucked with it, and then you played the ghost noises with it. And Candace, look, this whole, what, are you all, so these dumbasses, you clearly hear me say, they made the call to an address we aren't actually at. Yeah, I called here. See, there's your sign. Nothing new. See, and here's the thing. Okay, Candace knew on this goddamn panel, her and her team had already done this shit. That what she's listening to is me talking about what was done, feds showing up, etc. And then here PG and them are feeding it out to her like, feds need to be called and all this. Candace is sitting over not only fully aware, because she's talked to Ian Little personally, still lived in there, of what the actual facts are. She's playing along with him, but on top of that, she knows, and I know, what time this Facebook video occurred and who was responsible for calling and doing all the fuck shit around us at that point. And when they showed up and all things, and that it was people around her. And the dates on that. And her trying to figure shit out like we're all stupid. See, I got the receipts on that. And I know it's her and the team that are responsible for this. And what happened and the call, wrong call, wrong address, and that shit. And here she is pretending it's new news and that she really hears me saying that Summer's body's been hauled off and all this shit. Coughing up fake tears for show with PG and Benny and pulling your all's fucking leg and heartstring both. And she also knows the real truth from when we lived in there. This is like a 3-tier tragedy pimp and fuck. With the parents of the missing child in tow. Candace is not only listening to this, knowing exactly what the fuck I'm saying, which is that a call was made to the wrong address. But, and knowing who's responsible for that, right, and the bunch of bullshit, and the make-believe fairy tale, about like they did Dobbs too, by the way. And then, they fed that shit out. I don't know, they're always doing this to one or the other of us. Yeah, since day one, but also, then up here doing this shit. Fake tears, whole nine, acting upset. Acting like she hears the ghost words. Knowing I'm damn well talking about a call her and her team did. With Benny and others in tow inside that team. As Candace was trying to make me believe it was feds, as in federal agents asking her to ask me about our whereabouts and Monsters. And I said, I bet Monster wouldn't be so friendly if you realized how Candace and Dawn tried to see him the fuck up cold. And their team that's now his team. Do you think anybody's ever going to tell him that? No, probably fucking not. Does he care? No, not really. He's got too much to lose to the point, too wound up. Too paid, too fed. Either way, the point is, she knew in about 3 levels how fucked this was. Here she sat with PG, Benny. Anyway, I think what came next around this period might have been the Purse Wallet fight. I don't know. I just can't even with this bullshit. Kidding me? Where's the dog coming to play? Fuck it. And fuck her for doing this shit. Her. My damn. Mary. I don't need to watch fake shit to know who I fucking live beside of. What they're capable of. Grab the puppy. Okay, so we're at the grab the puppy portion.
Look at them like they were like evil kids, like they were
like peasants.
They didn't need to be around here. Yeah, like peasants.
So you have 2 different agencies saying 2 completely different things. So what really is it, right? So if it's somewhere in the middle, what is it? But I'll tell you what, neither the Fed nor the state or county narrative places Don and Candace as an offender.
Right. Right. And you know, Jody Sue has me.
Hello.
Creek. You know,
There's no methodists in that creek.
I know in Jody Sue, of course, she says,
I've been in that creek before.
Yeah, she says it's not. I'm not talking about the Wells side. I'm talking about my side. Man, there ain't nothing down there like that.
God damn it, Benny! I'm just making shit up. I don't even know what it is.
Right.
I went looking for it. It's not there.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, what I'm saying is, I think that, you know, it should be brought to TBI's attention. It should be brought to the FBI's attention that this needs to be re-investigated.
From the beginning.
Amen. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
From the beginning.
I agree.
Because let me mention this. This is one of the things that I have with ladies, is that when you listen to, there's 2 narratives, right? You've got the FBI narrative, and the FBI narrative tells you that the dog followed the scent down the dog trail and then it stopped at the road. But then you have the county and the state narrative, which is that there's the very real possibility. I mean, that's their words exactly. The very real possibility that she wandered away. So you have 2 different.
As far as I know, it's in all possibilities are still on the table, including foul play, abduction, kidnapping, however they want to phrase it, all the things, all the people. It's still all in play. But, yeah, it's just depending on which words they want to pick out and feed y'all every day.
Agencies saying 2 completely different things.
But are they though?
So what really is it, right? So if it's somewhere in the middle, what is it? But I'll tell you what, neither the Fed nor the state or county narrative places Don and Candace as an offender.
Right. Right. And you know, Jody Sue has me, you know, I don't care what anybody else says, you know, in my opinion, this woman some way she has implicated herself into this, and now, you know, it has to be taken serious.
Right. Is that Dallas,
Absolutely.
Candy?
Huh?
Is that Dallas?
This is one of the babies. Yeah, that's Dallas.
That dog is named for my city. She is beautiful.
Sure is. It's a
I'm
boy.
gonna have to talk my wife into it.
Candace, was Jody Sue acting any way towards the children before Summer came up missing? I mean, was she being mean to them or looking at them or, I mean, did you find
She wouldn't
anything?
really say nothing to the kids, but she would look at them like they were like evil kids, like they were
like peasants.
They didn't need to be around here.
No, I didn't. And I'm not gonna touch on the kids, though y'all have no fucking problem touching on all the kids. I try not to. I try. Fucked up a few times for sure, but, I just... No. No. Looked at them with heartbreak and holy shit. A whole lot. Because their mother would make them cry and laugh at them on purpose. Look at them. No, they too were stuck. Like I and my children. They're monsters. Maybe not the best, but it's hard to throw stones at a glass house. Look at them like none of it was their fault. And it's still not. Look at them like they had a mom that would showcase them all smiles on their faces about setting up bank accounts and GoFundMe's, then showcase them and show them off and tell people, including their next door neighbor who knows them, this one right here is the one I want to beat the shit out of. I mean, that changed off and on throughout the years, depending on which one was out of favor and such, or whatever at the time, or who done whatever y'all didn't like. That'd be the one we'd hear y'all talk about wanting to beat the shit out of, right? That ain't normal. I looked at those children just knowing monsters and wiring and why I tried so mightily with my own to teach them what Monster was doing in real time. It was terrible to spend every day trying to take away as much damage as possible that he done when we were alone together. Before he could get back and do it again, do it again, do it again. Because I know what that wiring as a kid's like. I understand it as a child and as an adult. Neither are cool. It's like I could see in Summer's face how she'd watch people. And I knew it was wiring. She could read people. She could see them. She could feel them. And anything they ever did wrong, man, I knew that it wasn't their faults. It was your all's.
Here, yeah, like peasants.
Yeah. She sure didn't like children.
Yeah, see, I eat babies. I'm a Satanist. It was, y'all remember that? That was Narc too. I eat the babies. I kick them off cliffs. I hate all children. I hate all children, you know.
Do we have any idea where Booger was at?
You're gonna ask the woman who didn't have eyes on her own, really ever, where somebody else's children at? Well, you know where they're at, big boy? They're with their mama, who knew exactly where they were. Where the fuck they were. But yeah, let's ask the one who clearly doesn't even know where our daughter is. Sure. Hey, we know you don't know where your daughter is, but do you know where the next door
I have
neighbor's
no
kid is?
idea.
That day, we don't.
I don't know.
Well, we do know that day he was driving his grandmother's truck, which was a red truck, right?
Excuse me? Benny, you bad boy. No, he wasn't driving his grandmother's truck that day. Jesus Christ. It was a red truck. He's driving his grandmother's red truck. No, he wasn't. Y'all just got the fucking diabetes and people biting your holy shit.
From what I hear, yes.
Yeah.
Are you serious? You said that. Don't even answer that. Oh my God. Oh, are you? Wow, Candace. You really? Now don't get this confused with the nerdy attic lies she told and Dawn went with. The team was up there for her. Like, hope y'all heard the recent shit about Nerdy and White Boy's out and everybody else is too for him being an abuser. You know, that's why his face was never shown. Kind of like 43's. He has a history, turns out. Oh, and White Boy's like, fuck, he worked for MGL and all them the whole time. Fuck, well, explain. He knew. They all knew. And that one in particular got a hold of certain family members around me too, by the way, just in case you're only like, yeah. Anyway, Candace fed him a red truck line. There was also some ghost noises shit in there done by TM at one point. Y'all remember that, Art? I hear Candace, somebody's doing whatever and something about whatever. And hear him, I don't know, somebody saying something about something and implying, I don't know, the words weren't even in the motherfucker, and it was from the Nerdiatic piece where Candace was talking. Oh, it was trying to implant the words that did not exist in it. My brother also was driving her. Yeah, all the shit. What the fuck? Alright. Whatever. But it's all because of Candace and Benny and the rest of y'all at this red truck shit. Which, by the way, they helped cause my mother a heart attack with. Not giving a fuck that she was a grieving mother from my brother at the time. They didn't give a flying shit about that. My mom didn't do shit to nobody. Nor did a red truck. And because of what they did, they caused her a heart attack. They've caused me one by this point. You know, but this red truck shit was part of that. And, yeah, they sure did. Candace and team and Tragedy Pimp Cruise, they sure did go fucking hard, didn't they? Me, my entire family. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. You really said that. Whatever, Candace. Whatever. Whatever paid the bills when Dawn was gone. Am I right? Am I right?
way towards the children before Summer came up missing? I mean, was she being mean to them or looking at them or, I mean, did you find
She
anything?
wouldn't really say nothing to the kids, but she would look at them like they were like evil kids, like they were
like peasants.
They didn't need to be around here. Yeah, like peasants.
Yeah.
Imagine, if you will, a universe in which, after Summer vanishes even, I'm bringing her children fucking ice cream, and she is showing them off with smiles on her face, telling people this particular child or that one's when she wants to beat the shit out of. Okay. And her children were in my driveway playing, be like, "How do this doing on a little thing?" Okay. They're like, "Yes, Jody Sue, I've been wondering the same thing about my missing sister. Mom, see it, this, there," or they'd have an excited moment, right? And they'd want to tell me something. They'd be like, "Hey, we think this about Sissy," or whatever, all these things, and yeah. He's like, "Shut the fuck up," or, "It's stupid. Told you shit was stupid, I did," whatever. It's clear they wanted to talk about their sister, and they wanted parents that understood and listened to them and their theories or their thoughts. You weren't doing it. But yeah, big bad mean ass neighbor hates all the babies. She eats them too, didn't you know? Sure. Okay.
She sure didn't like children.
Right. Do we have any idea where Booger was at?
Booger.
I have no idea.
That day? We don't?
I don't know.
Well, we do know that day he was driving his grandmother's truck, which was a red truck, right?
From what I hear, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And doesn't Jody Sue's,
Okay, so she's saying from what she hears, my kid was driving his grandmother's truck, or from what she hears, the truck's red. I mean, it can't be that she hears the truck's red, because y'all remember Nerdy Addict predated this shit here. In Nerdy Addict, she was like, "Oh, her mom's truck when it showed up while we were helping her move," which, by the way, is a lie. She lied to them, like, they always do around everything. They were helping, so they were doing it. They didn't help me move the first goddamn box anywhere. Instead, we were actually helping them, but I ain't gonna say that early. So anyway, yeah. So she can't really say she hears that the truck's red, because by this point, the Nerdy Addict piece and all that predates it. Right? When they catch him droning and all that, and have the talk with him, whatever, and he's invited onto the hill, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, they've already told him to fuck shit, and Kansas has already made it like there's ladder racks and shit, which never were. On my mom's rig, also shit to him. To hit out at me, my family, my mom, and to make shit look sus as fuck, yeah. And she did that while Dawn was not in jail, so what's the excuse for that shit? Either way, so here what you have is either she's like, "Oh, that's what I hear, the truck's red," but she by God knows it was, yeah. So what does she mean if she means it that way? You hear. Bitch, you've seen. Well, we were helping you, though. And then I had to leave things behind because it took some hours to help you all, which I thought was helping Summer. Turns out not so much. Just because you motherfuckers are afraid you were going to get, quote, hung. Hey, went a word one in there about, so people can help find our missing artists. Helping you all not get hung. Meanwhile, you trying to get anybody and everybody hung that you all can get hung with tragedy pimps. and the world believing and taking on. I'm just whatever. Either way, then if she means it as in my son was driving truck and she heard that, no, no. No, I don't think so. I ain't gonna play.
Mother owned a red pickup truck.
Yes, that was the truck that Boogie would have been driving during that time.
And that's her son.
Boogie, that would be her grandson.
Okay.
That's Jody Sue's son, Boogie.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, they started hitting with this red truck shit. Right? This is January. Candace started out with it in the October era, nerdy on him, but this is January. And my brother died not too long after they did this. And then they kept hammering in on the red truck shit on my mother, and then Ziggy comes by here doing the Dachshund properties on that shit. And TM's laying in on it, using Ziggy's material to do it. Dachshund addresses saying egregious fucking shit. Upsets my mom. And next thing you know, my mom has a fucking heart attack. Literally, she had just seen the shit TM and them had put up property shit to come from Ziggy, and I could tell I was like, maybe. Kept telling her something's wrong. Finally got her to go in. Found her nest. Helped her get dressed and finally to go in. They just kept it up even though they knew that my brother died. That's the thing about these, it's like blood. Water, sharks.
And I find it funny that it happened to be a red truck they seen turning into a driveway.
Right, and when you
criminals sometimes use a little truth.
Absolutely. Not even just criminals, even liars.
Absolutely.
They say there's 50% truth in every lie, but you have to try to quantify. See, there's two scenarios that happened across on there.
Fuck. This was during the Benny's favorite word was quantifying. He did love that word. Rest in peace, Benny. Oh wait, he's not.
Hill, which was first they both.
And now they're talking about we seen a red truck turn into a driveway. What the fuck? Y'all really listen?
And I find it funny that it happened to be a red truck they seen turning into a driveway.
Right, and when you
criminals sometimes use a little truth.
Absolutely. Not even just criminals, even liars.
Absolutely.
You know what's funny though? Is we were all hearing whispers about a red truck before dark fell on the 15th. And then that went through the night and the next day. So, rumor has it the people that actually said shit about a supposed red truck. Now, this is rumor, okay? The ones that actually said shit like that were those on 110. Or those around them, I don't know. But there are others. And obviously do hear by this point that there's a person, a professional. Okay? And that's what makes this shit so stupid. That PG, Benny, and Candace are doing right now with the red truck shit. You have law enforcement saying that there is a person, a professional they know very well and trust, who's the one that, seen the red truck. So it wasn't Jody Sue. It wasn't a criminal. It wasn't anybody else. It seems to be the red truck was reported by a professional well known to the police and Sheriff Lawson and all those and stuff. So why are you putting this shit off on me? Cause it sounded good. Like, say my son was driving whatever and all the things, and then there's this piece being played. That's why it's a total hit job. People bought it though, and still do.
Times use a little truth.
Absolutely. Not even just criminals, even liars.
Absolutely.
You know, they say there's 50% truth in every lie, but you have to try to quantify. See, there's two scenarios that happened across on their side of the hill, which was first they both saw the flash of a red truck,
right?
Because Jody Sue says she asked Boogie.
Did you all ever hear me say that we saw the flash of a red truck? Ever? Please somebody answer that. I don't believe you have. Carrying on.
Who was that? Right? So if Jody Sue saw it and she was able to ask Boogie who was it, that automatically means that Boogie allegedly saw it too.
Right.
Then, after the truck situation, you hear the scream. Boogie and his mom both say they heard the scream.
Right.
But both of these scenarios have been...
Wait, now they're trying to say it's just... Wait, hold on. Benny's like, no, it's her eldest and her that heard the scream. Dawn's over like, no, it's Jody Sue and her dog. No, whatever suits y'all. Y'all just go with it. Fuck it. No matter what the news says.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But you've got to make that make sense, and it just doesn't. It won't make sense.
It's not because it's Phantom.
I wish I could comment. I wish I could comment on these comments because, man.
Go ahead, Candace. Comment, hun. The floor is yours up there.
Oh, this is Deborah hates this. So I'm lying and I need rehab. So what am I lying about? That's what I'd like to know.
You know what, Candy? It wouldn't even be worth engaging.
Yeah, it's not worth answering those comments.
No, don't even engage them, honey.
Yeah,
it really ain't. It really ain't. But they just make me mad. Like, I have nothing to lie about.
And not only that, but she passed the polygraph, whoever you are. And if you don't like the fact that she...
Well, goddamn thing's a lie. Candace is sitting up here on a panel where she knows she's listening to a Facebook Live that I did. That's really me being like, these dumb motherfuckers called the police to the wrong address, feds, played games, tried to say Summer's body in Baltimore was living here and all bullshit, right? And she knows the reason that was ever even a thing is because her and her team are responsible for the goddamn shit. And I have the receipts on it to prove it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Some weird shit around those days. Hey. Anyway. So. And there she is with fake tears and the call-ups for the feds and oh look, red truck and oh Jody Sue hates the children and whatever else is going on here. This whole thing's a whole fucking lie and another fucking hoax fucking show from the parents. I just, whatever.
Past polygraph, well, it's been almost 7 months. Their phones came back good. Everything came back good. Not one slip up. If there would have been one slip up, these folks would be in jail right now, and this would be a totally different panel. Okay?
And also, you got to take in consideration.
Not to be confused with the mini arcs of many where he's like, no, them bitches are guilty, and I'd like to stab Dawn in the neck. When I was there, I wanted to so bad. And then he starts outing Tim and all them for targeting and bashing and doing fuck shit to people in and around Summerscape. Oh, change, Strange change.
That they're not the ones saying crazy stuff like Jody Sue.
Correct. And inconsistent things, right? So, I mean, they gave their statement early on, and it's the statement that we heard, and it stayed the same. It hasn't wavered. It hasn't changed. It's remained the same. And that's, the truth will remain when the world's on fire.
And Candace has been up there. She said that 2 weeks into it, she kind of suspected something the way Jody Sue was acting, but chose to dismiss it because, she thought Jody Sue's her friend, so she chose to dismiss it.
That's
And
the way she acted. She acted like she was my friend. But...
So, Candy, let me ask you, when you came down the hill and she was there and you had Donnie on the speakerphone,
I don't know, man. Imagine living near people a little iffy, you can tolerate, you can do whatever, right? But then all of a sudden, you figure out all the fuck shit. And you have people confessing to sexually assaulting and molesting their siblings. And people enlist over there, and you see you doing weird fuck shit. Like, hey, this is kid I'd like to beat the fuck out of him. Gunshots in the middle of the night. And weirdness and fuck shit. I don't know what to tell you about a 2-week change in some. That's 14 days in June. Well, y'all got motherfuckers over there like the Amy Tates and Pamela's and all them fucking freak shows chasing shadows and twitching at Summer's Vigil. Imagine all of us in the neighborhood looking back and realizing it's even worse than we all thought. You could only tolerate a certain level of fuckery, and then you see and hear weird shit that gives you the impression that certain folks are chaos and throwing mud out at, and really, essentially, anybody they can try to make stick on, and you just get the weird shit and fucking vibes from everybody. And then you got a monster in family threatening you and, giving out the hint winks that shit's gonna be used against you, and, well, that pretty much came to fruition, didn't it? Yeah. No, it most certainly did. And, you just have all the same shit, right? Just like we talked about. Y'all just trusted certain places for certain reason. I did as well. We're in agreement on that. But then you fucksticks still remain with all your crazy shit that's coming out. There's a level of tolerance in it. What the fuck? And maybe this is bigger than... I don't know, man. Watching you assholes care more about stupid shit. Social media and everything else. Complain about them. Seeing the fucking live in real time or how you acted certain things versus and then prank calls and all these other hoaxes. I just fuck you want anybody around you to think at a certain point. But still, yeah, when I come out in public, I wasn't out here swinging. swiping and talking shit and being like, oh, Cindy, you're guilty, or this one's guilty, or that one's guilty, or anything else. Now was it? Nope. Didn't try to use you either. Didn't try to, I don't know. Didn't try to change our stories, our witness statements, or anything else to try to fit your alls or anything. Did we? Oh man, it wasn't us. That was like y'all trying to do the weird shit for years, running it. It was y'all.
I know we talked about this somewhere else, but let's talk about it here. At no point, at no point did Jody Sue mention to you that she had saw the flash of a red vehicle or heard a scream, correct?
None at all.
I don't know. It seems like when you are trying to help a mother find her missing daughter.
And there she is. Did Michelle include this in her piece earlier? Or did she not? I don't know. No, the other one wasn't until March. Well, she should. I don't know. Either way, there's Candace. No, she never told me about the scream or anything. But, yeah, like Michelle showed you, Candace clearly knew. Where the fuck do they think this shit's going exactly? I don't know what the hell.
You might mention that you saw the flash of a red vehicle, right?
Right.
And that you heard a scream.
Absolutely.
You don't wait till 2 days later.
And that's the thing, I didn't see Candace for several days. So the only time she could have found out about the scream is exactly when I said she did. See how it works? Candace, Dawn, team, and law enforcement, because they're very present on 110, would know that to be true. I did not have contact with Candace for several days after Summer vanished. Dawn, yes. Candace, no. Therefore, the only way Candace could have ever found out about the scream in order to be recorded on a fucking phone call talking about it hours after Summer vanished is if, indeed, things went the way I said they did, which is I told Candace in person, heard her scream. Sorry, I'm sorry. Didn't know. I'm looking for it. She knew. And see, that's how the pieces work, and evidence works, proof works. Law enforcement feds would be well aware that I had no further contact with Candace in the days after Summer vanished. So therefore my story can be backed up. The only way Candace could have known about the scream is if things played out exactly how I said they were after 609. And when she was told, see that fucking works? And then that's where you fuck up. That's where you fuck up. You're no, I didn't find out until 2 days after. No, she didn't say whatever, right? La. No, she never told me about it until months later. Doesn't fly. And when Ellie and Feds and others and so many witnesses on Minton know that I had no further contact with you for days. Well, the only way you could have ever known about that scream in order to be recorded and such, saying it hours after Summer vanished, was if shit went down exactly as JSB said that it would. You were told by me after 6:09 p.m. Dawn was on the goddamn phone and pipes up with you telling me it's my see, and that's how the lineup begins. Only person it makes look weird are those doing weird fuck shit like that for years. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong here. Yeah? Carry on.
To tell that.
No, because you know.
Her worst
When
day was she was waiting for Andy to get there. That's what she told me.
And what time was that?
Oh gosh,
Around the
I'm not even
4:30
sure,
hour?
Benny, right now.
Okay.
Around 4:30, yeah, about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
So she said at 4:30 she was waiting for Andy, right? With her purse down there?
Yeah, that's what she said, because they had to go to town and take care of some business.
Right. Andy just said on my channel 3 days ago that he was spotted on the road after 6 o'clock. So you mean to tell me that she was down there at 4:30 and she was gonna have to wait down at the end of that driveway for almost 2 hours for him? That don't make sense.
Also, if she was waiting for Andy, why didn't she have her cell phone?
I mean, I wouldn't walk down to the end of Candace's driveway and stand and wait there for an hour and a half until Dawn came and picked me up.
Now, if she was standing down there, was that after Summer had done came up missing?
I don't know when she got down there. I just know when I drove down in my mom's truck, she was down there.
Okay.
Was she already looking, or was she...
That was the pause of, oh shit, I'm fucked up. And now instead of starting on Jody Sue, they're wondering why in the hell, if I was coming in there looking for Summer in the track, whatever, was Summer already missing, and why were you coming down on things and hours before reported? Candace has an existential crisis moment of, oh shit, I can see it. Uh-oh. Wow, see, I didn't even watch that. Yeah, it's because of shitting around, and then did you quickly change this back to, I don't know when she was down there? Because, oh, you done fucked all the way up? Yeah. That's what the fuck just happened. Oh, well, I'm glad you included that, I guess. But you fixed it. In real time. You fixed it. You serious? Fucking super genius.
Why didn't she have her cell phone?
I mean, I wouldn't walk down to the end of Candace's driveway and stand and wait there for an hour and a half until Dawn came and picked me up.
Now, if she was standing down there, was that after Summer had done came up missing?
Oh, there it goes. Slip into, oh shit.
I don't know when she got down there. I just know when I drove down in my mom's truck, she was down there.
Okay.
Oh.
Was she already looking, or was she doing something different?
She was just standing on the corner.
Very, very interesting.
But wait. What do you mean I was standing on the corner? Fuck. One.
5 o'clock.
So she said at 4:30 she was waiting for Andy, right? With her purse down there? She saw the flash of a red vehicle or heard a scream, correct?
None at all.
I don't know. It seems like when you are trying to help a mother find her missing daughter, you might mention that you saw the flash of a red vehicle, right?
Right.
And that you heard a scream.
Absolutely.
You don't wait till 2 days later to tell that.
No, because you know.
Her worst day was she was waiting for Andy to get there. That's what she told me.
And what time was that?
Oh gosh.
Around the
I'm not even
4:30
sure,
hour?
Benny, right now.
Okay.
Around 4:30, yeah, about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
So she said at 4:30 she was waiting for Andy, right? With her purse down there?
Yeah, that's what she said, because they had to go to town and take care of some business.
Right. Andy just said on my channel 3 days ago that he would.
You know what I did not explain to Candace or say to her? After 6 or 9. Right. There was not time to waste in order for me to be like, hey, here's what I'm doing. Just waiting on Andy to get off work and come here. There wasn't time for none of that shit. It was not. No. That's internet-driven horseshit. Stuff she learned later. Because I was there, like, I didn't feel the need to explain to her or anyone else what the fuck I was doing. I mean, hell, everybody in the neighborhood knew the drill. Like, when I did go out, I always, like, would walk down. You know, if I could and was physically able, whatever, walk down and wait on him. Y'all have seen the receipts for it and a million other messages before and after summer finish. Same thing applies. Even law enforcement knows I'd walk down to the bottom of the driveway and wait on them and everything else. It's just the way you do with driveways like that and shit. Anyway, but yeah, like, it's typical. It's average. No. And these motherfuckers knew it after years of work schedule and shit. That's the thing, though, ain't it? So no, I wasn't like, oh my god, here you are going, Summer's missing, and I'm like, oh my god, and I heard this thing earlier, whatever, and I'm looking, you know. And what I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, what I was doing was I was just standing there waiting on Andy, and I was just like, hey, and there wasn't no need for any of that type of shit. Or to explain why in the fuck am I, hell, everybody in the neighborhood and everywhere else knows. Million receipts and proof that that is typical behavior. Typical fucking behavior. If I in my family. Or well, once was. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know, man. So stupid, isn't it? Even they knew that was typical and average. Times things should have been taking place, too, usually, but sure, some people expected him to be in that day, probably around 6. Close to. That's what I assume. But, luckily he was banging his stall and did things like that. Shit. And fucking off, making sure to get a drink from next door and doing all things first. And being late. Otherwise, he'd probably been in there, I don't know, not too long after the 5:30 and such that Dawn is perpetually stuck on, and no, he's just weird. But yeah, no, definitely didn't waste or spend time explaining for no real reason to people who knew our behaviors and patterns and average things for us. I was just in here waiting on Andy and work and all that. I didn't find that ain't necessary. Didn't even cross my mind, so I know it wasn't even. I was like, holy shit, someone's missing. You say? Hear yelling, try to get, obviously. And then I hear the screamer. Yeah, I'm looking, right? So, call police, etc. Oh, I'm getting ready to, she drives like whatever. So obviously it tells you right there that she had not yet called law enforcement. Life's a dance. I'm perpetually tired. Time here makes no difference. Anyway, it's just... What the fuck is that? Internet-driven horse shit. Learned and parroted. Spewed out. That's what the fuck it is.
Spotted on the road after 6 o'clock. So you mean to tell me that she was down there at 4:30, and she was going to have to wait down at the end of that driveway for almost 2 hours for him? That don't make sense.
Also, if she was waiting for Andy, why didn't she have her cell phone?
I mean, I wouldn't walk down to the end of Candace's driveway and stand and wait there for an hour and a half until Don came and picked me up.
Now, if she was
Candace is starting to pick up on beating hints of
standing down there, was that after Summer had came up missing?
I don't know when she got down there. I just know when I drove down in my mom's truck, she was down there.
Okay.
Was she already looking, or was she doing something different?
She was just standing on the corner.
Very, very interesting.
Right.
Was it surprising, you coming down the drive knowing your daughter was missing?
Because usually Jody Sue don't walk around.
Right. So you say she doesn't walk around, but she was seen in at least one search, correct?
From what I'm aware of, yes.
Yeah. That's interesting. I don't really know why it's interesting and in what degree, negative or positive, but it's definitely interesting because, for the hell that this woman is.
Yeah, the thing about that is, though, despite my health conditions, this here all things, Now, during that period in the cancer and treatments, hell no. But I still, in order to force myself to walk it off, I would do the little things, and that includes the fucking driveway, which ain't no little thing. You even see white boy struggling with that motherfucker as he trespassed a while back. Come back with more hit pieces for the Wells. Targeted towards I and Chris McDonough, right? So, anyway. Yeah, but either way, is it strange seeing her down there and just walk? Probably less strange than a Candace. Anyway, but I wasn't just walking around. I was already looking for your freaking daughter, bro. Who I could clearly tell was missing because you were all yelling. And she had not responded yet. And then, yes, damn me to hell, bro. I was looking. And I tried to make you aware of that, but y'all wanted to pretend like you couldn't hear me, though your footsteps sort of say you could. The pauses in between, right? At least one or two of you. And now, granted, at the time, my voice wasn't that great. When I reached certain tones, it would completely cut out entirely. It's like one of the snip dogs, the vocal cords. I'd reach a certain tone, and then the voice would go, oh, and I'd be entirely muted. But I did try, and I do know that, seemed like to my ears that one or two of you did indeed hear me. Because there are pauses in footsteps. Whatever, well. But I very much did try to scream and yell up the hill to let y'all know that I heard you, that I was down at the bottom, and I'd cover it while y'all do whatever you know. Y'all couldn't hear me. Hear y'all just fine though. Ain't that some shit?
These people, she started out on their side by saying she saw a suspect and she needed a sketch artist. If the suspect would have been Don, she wouldn't have needed a sketch artist. She just would have said, it's that guy. So, I mean, Jody Sue.
Never said that. It never happened. This is shit by Penny and Scott and all them going, oh, we got you this fake bullshit sketch artist to get us this image from you, this other guy in this other truck you were seeing that is not this, you know, that the internet wanted, and then I refused to get in. This shit was fake anyway, and when you're figuring out tragedy pimp shows, wait a minute, it's not a good idea to let them have a sketch of anything, so then they can put this image out online. And, you know, the best thing is, if law enforcement wants that for me, then they can come and get it with a real sketch artist. Not tragedy pimps and their sketch artists that are whole scam lots. You know? And that, by the way, that's why they wanted me to have a cell phone, right? That then ended up being the fiasco that it was with Camille and all them. It was so these fake motherfuckers could get all the fucking real shit from me. Well, I pretend to be whatever, you know? Yeah, give me cell phones. Yeah, but that was a way of trying to wind me up like they have the rest, and it just didn't work. Because I called them out and fuck shit. But anyway. So, the thing is, no, Benny. No. Just throw the whole kitchen sink in there wrongly, won't you? Things receipts have shown to be lies many times over by this many years. Go ahead. I'm not even watching the rest of this. Okay. I'm not. We're going to skip ahead to the portion that matters.
Is right. Pretty much already set the stage from the very beginning that it was a red vehicle that was either dusty or missing the clear coat, and she heard a scream. Right? I mean, all of these things, and the.
I didn't set the stage. It looks like a professional that knows law enforcement laws and all him really well. This is the one who reported seeing the red truck. Y'all just making shit up over here however you want to.
You know, this alleged suspect, you know, she's already set the scene for everything else except for Don and Candace being involved.
She has said the craziest stuff, and she
See, this is why people around here are like, this is what the fuck they do. When you have a mass amount of tragedy pimp teams and otherwise doing this shit on every channel, every place for years, and they tell you we've said this in the internet, they tell you this, and they just drilled into your head, right? If you repeat something often enough, for idiots especially, they start believing it. And then when you listen to them say we've said, or these cut and clipped or even spliced together videos, I can show you, and I have shown you examples of these throughout the years, that they do to us, especially my ass, who's notorious for wearing the same clothing. You know, my favorites over and over again from the world, so it's pretty easy to take a video and splice it real quick to make it look like. And there's been examples and proofs that they do this. Either way, point is, years of this, right? Y'all being told. Even when you sit there and you watch the ones whose stories are actually changing, who are actually lying to you, bullshitting you. You know? And telling you that, no, it's mine or somebody else's that are lying. You listen to a creator say, oh, I heard this, or Jody Sue said that one time. You're like, oh, see, now what Jody Sue's saying today that I heard in a clip doesn't match what Benny or PG or Cher or somebody put out or clipped or this or out of context that. JSB's. Whoever it is that particular week that they're fucking with. It's been so for years now. I don't get it. People come over here because they enjoy a good mind fucking and manipulation cycle. Is that what it is? Is that the entertainment? Does it make people tingle? I'm not sure. Jim Jones make you feel good, does it? That's Bono.
Absolutely, absolutely, I believe that.
I wonder how so many in a true crime community who think they're fucking detectives and web sleuths and cul-de-sac Karen solving rhymes. How they think in their wonderful fucking minds that they're capable of any of that. Or detecting shit. Or figuring out anything when they can't even figure out their goddamn favorite creators and their buddies once they start YouTube channels. They get up to enough fuckery and tasks for them for teams and such. And they help them build their channels. If you can't identify real cons, criminals, slime balls, motherfuckers with longer records and drug histories and dope issues and domestic violence issues and shit that rival even C&Ds and anybody on Ben Hill's even put together in a pile, how the fuck you think you're gonna find murderers, kidnappers, anything else out here for your hobby and we're gonna detect it? Bitch, you can't even detect all the criminals leading you all off fucking Pied Piper style off fucking cliff every day. If you can't identify cons, silver tongues, methods, manipulation, if you cannot identify criminals sitting right in front of you behind these goddamn icons and inserters and destroyers and case tamperers and all this shit amongst you every day, then how in the hell are you gonna come here and cul-de-sac Karen Webb sleuth some shit the fuck up and find anything legit to help anyone around real and active and ongoing investigations? Riddle me that, Batman. Every day I wake up and go to sleep with that thought as well. How in the hell? It's real over here, though.
TBI should be checking into this because...
Holy shit. Was there just a Jan that appeared? Hearts for Summer with Team Benny on it.
She absolutely, I believe that TBI.
Yeah, that's a Jan. That is definitely a Jan. I don't know if it's the Jan. It's from the Jersey Chicken live logo, but it's a Jan. Not weird when it shows up. Is it though? I don't know. It's Jan the it's fine. It could be any Jan. That's all we know.
To be checking into this because, and she also made mention, she was counting up and she said that she seemed to know exactly the time frame that Summer was missing also. Huh? And I found that to be awful damn weird too.
Yeah, because even Don...
excuse me? I'm sorry, there's a timeline in there. It has to be somewhere around like 3:20 to obviously before 6. Yeah. Definitely not, 5 or 10 minutes. Fact, yeah, there's no way I believe. I do not think that Summer vanished. Look, Candace come into contact with me after 6:09. Okay? They were yelling for Summer at that point. And, like, the minute or two before I'd hit that button to send that message to Monster at the top right. And before I started logging out. Summer, by the time they called police. Now, this is, I mean, you're looking at a timeline. Just, when they called that into law enforcement, times hold for those calls and dispatch. Summer damn well wasn't missing for 5 or 10 or 2 minutes. Okay? By that point, she was definitely missing for over half an hour. I don't think that she was just missing for 5 or 10 minutes prior to 6. I think that she was missing for quite a bit. And people didn't realize it. Or that other things occurred in there. Either way, there's only a certain amount of time. Ain't that hard to do that goddamn math on. Damn me to hell for trying to do the math.
You know, even Candace isn't exactly sure of every single minute during that
But Jody Sue was.
Right.
Jody.
No, even Don and Candace aren't even sure of every single minute of that time. You ought to be. But I know. It's hard to keep track of time when you're just trying to have fun and enjoy yourself. Right? That's weird. I mean, I sort of get that statement, but also not. I also know the difference between 5, 10, whatever minutes. And like I said, even if Summer, man, I don't know, man. I sit here every day and burning fires. I wonder about the minutes and the times and all this there. You'd think they do the same, but it's never really been the case. They're just interested in moving times around to whatever fits. Not trying to figure out every minute of everything.
Sue was. How could she know the time frame?
Well, then you have to ask yourself one of two questions. Was she involved and that's how she knows the timeline? Or is she just lying her way into the timeline? Because,
make that make sense in many space. It doesn't. How would she know the timeline unless she's involved or unless she's lying her way into the timeline? Bitch, we do make the timeline. Because 609 plus exists. No matter everything else, 609 exists. We are part of the timeline. Life's a Dance, what are you talking about? It's almost 4 years now. Anyway. Thing is, like, as a parent of a missing child, shouldn't you be aware that there's a timeline and to be able to do something, like, figure it, like, I don't know, Dawn's at the 5:30, she's at the 5-10 minutes, smells like 2, there's a knee brace smell. I don't know, that's not my problem. It just, you can't make it. It is not almost 4 years since Summer went missing. We're coming up on 3. That does not make it almost 4. Anyway. The thing is, Oh, like, yeah, I don't know. They're all full of shit. You know I'm not doing this right, Live Stance. You know I'm not. Alright. You and I both know what's up here. Don't. Just don't. Anyway, I'm gonna skip ahead past this bullshit. Yeah, make sure they get you like a gift card or something good for things not working out. Anyway, carrying on. So then we have Vestiges. Fucking Vestiges, bro. And John Q entering the scene. I don't even know how the hell this takes place, but we're at. That's where I'm
Absolutely.
gonna start. Gotta pause it? Shit, probably.
She likes to be where the money is.
Who does?
And I always wondered why she was staying so close
Yeah, okay.
and wanting love to your chat for.
Now, mind you, this is the Jackass, the Land-Face Mother Club. It's part of the Scamathon. The reason it fucking went down the live stream, the last one never reappeared. The only thing it could reappear off of it was the lost interview with Jody Sue, and only in audio format. But he's the reason that the whole motherfucker went down in flames, and I've shown the receipts to prove, once again, JSP's telling the truth, and it wasn't because of Scott H. and Tiffany, an imaginary fucking fight at last, Yeah, we all know better over there. And those who have it recorded damn sure know better, don't they? And this weirdo up here, I'll tell you what, being on PGs, and all up in his field still, I'm trying to revisionist here. And why did you all include all this in one live when obviously you planned on doing some more Fed fuckery bullshit with this live? And, yeah, I can't imagine why you didn't do this, include all smorgasbord of hit job. Were y'all really trying to mindfuck Smelly with this shit? Not just chat? I'm trying to persuade. Alright, here we go.
For following and supporting your magnificent lives that I've been listening to over the last 3 days while I was resting and recuperating. And you and I believe Benny and Penny.
Can you imagine looking at Peregrine? Well, you never really look at her, but you know what I mean? Your magnificent lives, and the others have been resting and recuperating, and whatever. And you know, there are some around here. John Q and Q are some of those types, but they work together in pairs. Right? It's like watching Good Cop, Bad Cop, but also, you know, they play off of each other. Those two do stick together pretty well. But, people who, I mean, like, it was a very early red flag. Shit, I'm in the middle of a con duo. Oh dear, I hear them both. Tonally, these motherfuckers are straight con artists, bro. Hell yeah. Right? Wasn't hard to get. Or that Penny was like, oh no, when you get rested, or come here to John Q. And I'm like, holy shit, what's this that's happening? Yeah. Like, I don't want to go to other channels. I don't want to be other places. I don't want to be whatever. Turns out I was meant to be a prop for their fucking scam. You know, shit. I wasn't gonna be. And while they thought they were gonna stick me somewhere, get all the things from me, yeah, I don't know. Thought I was some sort of dumb hillbilly. All the things fly. Yeah. John Q is still in his ass hurt little fee-fees about it, I guess. I hate that for him. But I've shown the receipts. You know, we're penny slip before they all get their stories together. And she's like, yeah, John did say it. John changed for the money he was going. All the rules around what was going to be done with all that money that was raised. You know, the little portion they were going to turn in anyway. And I wasn't wrong about, because you can hear Coop and all them tell you clearly I wasn't wrong about. And yeah, on real news sites. And that one group operating across Facebook and YouTube was responsible for that fuckery. Anyway, yeah, Just B didn't lie. At this point, though, that piece wasn't out by Coop and them yet. And they were still, these, like, John Q and them, trying to clean up their fucking messes and trying to fuck with us and on their fee-fees and trying to get out of and skirt from. Because this is only weeks outside of the crashing and chaos. Scams 1 through 9,000 and the attempt at, you know, obviously setting off another one with that bullshit with the 423 chase call and billboards and then going fully international. All the shit. Fucked up all kinds of shit for all of us, okay? They were pissed. Still are. So, John's over at PG, who at the time was wildly big, right? And, trying to cleanse all of them in his mess. Because, let's be real, it was John's fucking mess. John's stupid slobbering tongue over, oh, the marathon's done. Oh, what are we going to do with the money now? We're changing the rules! And then Q couldn't get him to stop, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up, no matter how many hints she gave him, and she just hit the end. Then shit went down, and they promised, you know, they promised that video, they couldn't get it first, but then they did have it back, and then they were gonna do like a commemorative edition, but they were gonna cut out the bad portion where Scott and Tiffany caused the whole thing to go down, because they couldn't stop fighting. And then next thing you know, John fucks that up too, and he's like, no, we're gonna do a whole thing where everybody can see it. And Q's like, we are? John's like, yeah. Fuck, John just can't stop fucking shit up around here, bro. Anyway, so he never did see that come back. And then people eventually forgot that it was supposed to and promised to and to be sold as commemorative editions and shit. Because what would it be around here without evidence of bullshit being sold to you all? I don't know. But either way, I've shown the receipts. Penny and all them before they get all their shit together, much like what they did with Little and I, and couldn't get Ziggy on the thing, and then how they couldn't get Cam and Allie on the slave thing. You know, they fuck up often with their whatever. Either way, Penny and them had their shit together that morning, and shit was crashing. Penny was like, whoopsie, was like, yeah, it was John Q shit. Because, yeah, right? I got the receipts. We all have the receipts. Those who, you know, aren't terrified of outing them. So, yeah, they try though, and it helps, doesn't a bunch of tragedy pimps trying to get out of their own crimes and the fuckery and how far they go in real lives and real life on people. If they can help make you look like a liar so that people don't believe you about what you're saying about them as tragedy pimps and how far and how criminal they go and insert in around cases, real lives, how destructive they are. And that way, maybe they won't get caught at what they've done and what they're continuing to do. They want you gone and eliminated. And they can help other people, make people also discount you, discredit you, maybe not believe you in mass. For those who also want you to not exist, no matter what reason they would like that to be. Nah, whatever. Alright, anyway. Carrying on with John Q and his T-Face. Oh, slave damage.
Yes.
Brought up some very valuable points that started making me take a look at whom you've been talking about. And it makes more sense as I went back into my mind, going back into the month of October, when we did the reward fund marathon for Summer Wells. And guess who was on the panel following that marathon very closely?
Jody Sue?
Yep.
No, you mean after Penny being like, hey, go over to John Q's and Q's. I was like, I won't do that. Well, after you rest, whatever. And then come over and I become aware that y'all are doing a thing and what the fuck is happening here? I think you're already a couple days into it. I don't know what day it was of it. And then I think this is also new news to Candace, and so I notified Candace. I was like, hey, there's these people. Because the first day or two, I was like, man, maybe this is a good thing for someone. Candace and him acted oblivious of it and didn't know anything about it. Turns out them and their whole team were part of it. Alright. Yeah. They damn well knew. Anyway, so then, but I didn't figure that out until way later down the road. But within a couple days, I was like, oh shit, something's wrong here. It pretty much started hitting immediately, but it was like, wait, no, maybe it's just one. No, oh god, what's happening? Holy shit, I'm surrounded by devils. You know, and they're after something, they're whatever, and then, oh, it was bad. It was real bad. And so then, you're damn right, I was there almost 24 hours a day, sure was, whether y'all knew it or not. Hit the ground fucking running. Trying to play catch up. What was really going on, trying to ferret y'all out, figure out what the fuck y'all were all about. It's called a criminal watching session, especially after y'all introduce fake feds and fake this and fake that. This McDonough and that McDonough and whatever else, and artists and you know, all this shit. We've all been. Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
She likes to be where the money is.
Really?
And I always wondered why she was staying so close and wanting to be on the panel, obviously.
Wait, yeah, that was totally me, man. That's why we refused all the money. That's why I wasn't letting us get wrapped up in the shit. That's why the weird slay shit y'all did. Even Q, who was connected to and out herself, was being the one that Brad Alter was having to, you know, copy and paste shit. And then it's the Q's to get hold of Slay to get the answers back to what he's supposed to respond to the real feds with. And all the things, right? Yeah. So weird. But, yeah, that's why when we refused it in the background, otherwise, Scott and Penny and the rest, whatever, and all y'all, you did the whole thing on live, and I was still like, nah, I'm good, thanks, but no thanks, don't think so, because I knew what you fuck sticks are trying to do with money and shit. That's your first go-to. It's like what y'all did with Candace Newman. probably some GoFundMes and bank accounts. And it's what you did with Monster. It's what you do with Rest. That's why you make sure you get it on camera, handing money to Allie and them for interviews and shit like that. That's why I don't take any, never have. And then I damn sure don't take money from fake feds. And it's why, when I refused it and then it showed up by methods it should have never been able to show up through or be pushed through, and after y'all read it online when I refused it back, and I still refused it and all this shit, and it showed up that way. It's why I did pick up the phone and call the fucking FBI on it. Oh yeah, but I was so money hungry. Oh, but God, let him show you the Discords where I'm like, hey, Camille. Hey, weirdos that somehow know what's coming to P.O. boxes that shouldn't be and all this. And, asking little questions so I can figure out the big answers on what y'all are and how far you've gone. And, I don't know. Handoffs Benny was ordering that P.O. box titled Summer Wells that for some reason cash and all kinds of shit was going to. And then many people in between before it even got to Chase, and then somehow, I don't know, man, there's so much shit around all of y'all. But yeah, I mean, y'all can make that look however you like, but what you really have is someone asking little questions. Try not to alert the red flags for a bunch of con-ass tragedy pimps, and then those people stalling, hoping I won't fuck up their scam or call them out or be aware of all things. No, but I did, didn't I? Right. Either way. Wasn't there for money. Yeah. And the push that came during that was reported to the FBI. Along with the fake Fed account. All that shit y'all were fucking with us with and all the other shit. But yeah, it was so money. So I was just talking about all the money. The same money they mind fucking Monster into thinking we were getting, which is $500 an interview. And the dumb shit was screaming yelling, but we were trying to protect his ass and his family. But I don't give a fuck about Summer, but if y'all make me want money, $500 an interview. Y'all can hear it over here. Brooks, everybody else have been like, yep, he did ask for that. Everybody said the same, so. But yeah, I'm totally the one that's just hearing all about the money. Sure. Okay. Says the motherfuckers who made, at least publicly known, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Like she shared some of.
Let's make that clear. These motherfuckers, these tragedy pimps here in that pool made hundreds of thousands of dollars during days. Summer's Marathon. And that's just what can be calculated out front in the public, not by forensic accountants and shit, and the governments. And I say governments because it crossed and went international because of certain channels being involved. Like, no, crime down under and all in and others involved. But, and AB and other shit like that, right? Share. So, it did cross international lines. And it was reported to others around the globe. First one and the second. And all the billboard shit too. But yeah, you just don't, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Okay? John Q was up in his teeth.
Story as to the reason how she got involved into this case, but it always put a question in the back of my mind because it was just a number of times that she was on that panel. I listened a lot whenever people join the panel and make commentary on certain things, but you and Benny and Penny triggered my mind to say, well, why on earth would she be this interested in this case to keep jumping from channel to channel to channel to channel, pretty much saying the same thing that she has
You talking about? It was, how many of y'all were there for that portion of shit anyway, right? All of us present were, it was, hey, go to this room or go to this room next or whatever, listener. Hey, Joe, Susan, chat, come up, whatever, They offered you all we're like, hey, give me the link, I want to get up and talk now, but they're actually like, hey, will you come up if you feel like it? Will you hang out? Or behind the scenes in Discord, they're like, hey, would you come up here with us? Will you answer a question? But then later on, see, they can make it look this way, like, we're just, let me up, please, I need the link, I want to talk, I need the fame, I need the fortune. They can make whatever they want to, look however you want to. That's why playing with them at all is not a wise idea. And when I say play, I mean, like, the degrees of the others, right? They actually do that panel hopping shit, cause they, whatever. And they get paid for it, they do whatever. But, yeah, they're treated like whatever at first. And then later eaten. They never quite understand that that's gonna happen. Or realize these tragedy pimps can then take anything and everything and feed it out to millions of people across the world and make the most innocent of anything here that we say, do, or even if we get on a panel, they can make it look sus. They can make it look and seem like however they fucking want to millions. And people are idiotic enough to buy it.
Been saying, which is a lot of scrambled eggs. Nothing in one place, everything all over the place, and you really can't make too much sense out of what she's saying.
Absolutely.
Exactly. My opinion as well, because when she was up on the panel during the marathon, it would be almost like one person having 20 different conversations all at the same time. And yes! You have to figure out which one you want to be involved with.
You mean 4,000 people asking questions and y'all learning certain things from, and speech disabilities in play, and not quick and clippable answers like y'all desire. Alright? That make the good content and clip shit. Not things that then you can take and make things out of. Because we give short, simple answers. We all can take those and you can really add in whatever the fuck you want to for that. Either way, like I said, they can take even the most mundane shit. And also, it's always been a years-long thing about, oh, you can't understand her. It's scrambled, it's this, it's that, it's whatever, Shit have had whole channels, remember? Angel, that was built to interpret me like I was goddamn Lassie to try to take the voice away from cancer, disability, and a domestic violence survivor / fighter, right? How humane and what fucking good advocates they are here. But then when Angel got sick of playing with the team and thought she was going to move on to better pastures after her channel got built real good by him for doing the heckin' hit job against me, they weren't letting her get away with that shit, and then they tried to drive her off a cliff and fucked with her, and well, now you don't really hear much about her, do you? Threatened her kids, did all things there, I don't know. Angel couldn't get away fast enough. Didn't expect it to one day be done to her.
Absolutely. And you had, and thank you for saying that, because you know what? It just makes so much sense in my head right now, because I have been listening to her, and you are so right. And it takes just to get that little bit of what she's saying and pinpoint it down, like that awe moment. Oh, hell no, she didn't say that. And capture it is so hard. You're absolutely right.
Definitely be a lot of stop and start, Stop and start, not
It
finish.
is.
Stop and start, not finish. Stop and start, not finish. Over and over and over. So I can just imagine the folks that are trying to understand her, how many times they would have to listen to her tapes to try to piece together all the stop and starts
And you need,
out
yes,
of her
a
videos.
psychologist on speed dial, your doctor, you know, you need Xannies, doctor, bring.
Zanies. Who refers to them in that way other than people who've been fucking junkies, users? You know what I mean? Or around that life. Definitely not the good church people. PG over here going, you need the Xannies? Okay. Alright. Gosh. Oh. Wonder if her and Shay know each other. Anyway. Sorry. No, I'm not. But yeah. There's them. You can't understand her. She's crazy. La la Pebbles, right? Mind fuck of silver tongues.
You bottle of whiskey.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
kidding.
you definitely need a drink after listening to it as well.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
you bring up something that I threw in the chat, but you were engaging at the time, speaking with Candace. I'm glad she decided to step out and feel comfortable and secure on a channel where people are in support of what's going on. Summer's been missing for going on 7 months now. 7 months.
Candace and, yes, Candace and I have our, you know, she's my little Sour Patch Kid, but, you know, she knows that, definitely she trusts me. She knows when I tell her I will, you know, I will watch out for her and take good care of her. And
Right. Now, mind you, what you're also seeing here is John Q. Was with Q, and they apparently, immediately upon Summer vanishing, created merch for her. Used her image and were selling it for months before even Candace or any of us became aware. Because that's what Q calls her collection of babies. She feels like she can slap anybody's missing child on a t-shirt or a mug or a keychain or a half-assed iPhone case where their faces are cut off. The merch, charge a fortune. She swears she gives it to the families, though. Now, she had this one panel runner this one time, but after that, I don't know. I'd love for somebody to go back and contact all the families of all the children she slaps on that merch and sells and see if they've been given and cut checks by Q. Even still yet to this day, I'd love to see that. But that's what Q maintained, right? But come to find out, Q had been doing that. Weirdly enough, Candace them, once that whole, the waiver debacle happened, but 423 is in the mix, Cam and Allie, all the rest, you know, shit's fucked. They even tried to get me to go ask Candace, will you get the permission? Hell, it's like, sure, I'll talk to her. You know, well, because it's Summer's still their child, and you don't have a right to her image and to sell it on a goddamn mug, bro. Even if they are with the team in the scam or any of that shit that went down. You don't have a right to do that. With anybody's missing child, you just don't. You know, and with their private photos, you still. And therefore, I was not, or was I ever gonna ask Candace for this? It wasn't gonna happen, bro. They're like, please, please. I'm like, sure, I'll talk to her. Yeah, I talked to her. No, I didn't. 'Cause that shit's fucked. And I think I even told Candace. And what's wild is Candace sometimes acting like she's oblivious to this shit. Turns out, no, she wasn't. In the least obvious. So anyway, yeah. Whatever, right? Carrying on.
you know, I mean it. Absolutely, I mean it, you know, so she knows she's safe when she comes here. And I was so proud of my chat tonight. We had a couple of people you know, that wasn't being nice, but for the 99% part they was, and I was so proud of that. Absolutely. I mean, I got an awesome family over here. Beautiful people.
Yes, yes, you do. And you had said something, and I said, "Oh, damn." And I went back and I started listening to Scott H. I started listening to Penny. I just started listening to Benny Keys a little bit.
Now, well, this is what gets me here. This is the little piece I did listen. Because I was looking for a clip. What led me. And it happened to end up being the same stream. And that had the other shit in it. But, I'm like, fuck you just say? But wait, you're listening to Scott and all this. You talking about the guy that him and Tiffany Marie, allegedly, according to you all, and the mindfuck you pulled on the masses, were responsible for taking the scamathon down? Being the reason that last live stream went down and all the things and all that, and Scott and all them, that guy, you're listening to him? Okay.
Because I said, wow. I said, there are a lot of people focused on this one person that I was trying to listen to.
Scott, who did, though, in the whole of that marathon stay on Tiffany's ass. And they did argue back and forth with the other things. And then, of course, there was the fake doxing that Penny and Scott accused TM of. But on his first panel ride with Tiffany, he pre-doxed himself to the entire world. So there was some more tragedy pimping on Scott H. and Penny's part. Fake boo bullshit, and fighting and whatever else y'all bought. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, but this guy is gonna listen. And this was the John Q that I heard chew Scott's ass many times. Like, hey, stop your shit, bro. You're going too hard on women and being weird and acting fucked, strange, and you could see the numbers drop during Scamathon Supply. John Q would crawl his ass. Cause, Scott would get on one of his anti-woman, and He-Man Woman Haters Club bullshits, and he'd be on TM, and he'd start ranting and railing, and he'd go down fucking Squirrel Driveway somewhere, and you could watch the numbers in any room Scott was in just fucking plummet. And then John Q'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up, we ain't having nothing this here, and then that would Krillodron bring people back, and then Scott would shut the whole fuck up. That's basically it. Scott really hates TM. That is true, but that's not what took down the Scamathon and the last live and all shit. It was John Q's stupid ass. He was out here on the streets, as you can see, just weeks from that, still trying to clean up his own goddamn mess he created.
During the marathon. And so I began.
That allowed it to be like, I fucking told you on chat, so I was calling these motherfuckers out, and here they are, and here's John Q slobbering over the money and changing the rules, and fucking told you, right? And then all hell broke loose. Because JSP was right. And JSP's still right. And what Coop and all them said on the news proves me right. I wasn't wrong about you motherfuckers then. I'm not wrong about you now. I don't like it. Oh well, but this is John Q very early on. A couple weeks out. Trying to cleanse his ass still on his mess. I assume. Anyway, carry on. Actually.
And focusing in on those conversations.
Alright.
And I said, wow. I said, for a person to insert themselves into this case that said that they heard a scream, which cannot be corroborated by law enforcement in any way, shape, or form, I said, well, what would be motive? Well, you brought up, and Candace had brought up, at one point in time that Jody Sue was interested in her property.
Absolutely.
And that I guess Donald was out in Utah or Arkansas, one of the two. And I guess at that time they were looking to sell the property.
That's when he was in
Am
Utah.
I following that correctly?
Yes, he was in Utah. Absolutely.
Okay, he was in Utah. And then I guess Donald came back. I think he had one of the boys with him.
His oldest son.
His oldest son, okay. And as soon as he got back, they changed their mind.
Right.
They wanted to keep the property at that point.
Because the properties in Utah was too expensive. He was going to move back there, but he found out that it was just, he couldn't get enough out of his home to really cover anything in Utah. So he decided to just stay where he was.
Okay, so in selling the property, we're talking about all 11 acres of that property, correct?
Yes, 11.2.
11.2 acres. That's a lot of property.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of property to a bunch of dipshits who live cul-de-sac or in cities or Angel like New York or somewhere stupid. Where they think more than like a bathroom attached to a bed, attached to a microwave. A Japanese coffin style apartment. It's huge. Like a studio or whatever. Yeah, 11 acres might sound like a lot to most of you out there. To us, it's not shit. To all of y'all, you think 11 acres. I don't know how you think of it, but it's stupid. Those of us raised around properties also know how useless and garbage and trash both 125 and 110 are. They're actually and honestly not worth fucking owning. You cannot do shit with either of them, especially now Split's been put in this air, but they're not. I mean, now look, and here's the thing. Property we're on is far larger, than Dawn and Candace's. Okay? Now, the thing is that both properties are shit. Okay? Still waiting on Ryan to go back and actually search the other portion of the property, and I guess I'll be waiting for this funny show. Anyway, yeah, he didn't go deep into the woods on the other piece that had been cut through, did he? No. Just near my red Jeep. So anyway, the point is, if you know property at all and you just ain't looking at, see, this is how they sell you dumb fucking idiots across the country property in places like this, sight unseen. This is how they fuck you morons up like they fucked Dobbs' dumbass up. That's what the fuck you get when you fuck around and you buy property sight unseen and it's advertised as rolling hills. Bullshit. You get trash. This is, oh boy. This is how they fucking get you. That's why properties like that are advertised heavily to outsiders and to out-of-staters these last few years. It's because they're stupid enough to look at them in city terms and go, ooh, 11 acres, and ooh, unrestricted. Unrestricted doesn't mean unrestricted here in certain areas and riparian corridors and all kinds of things, or certain gradings, or, whatever. Anyway, you just have to know the rules, right? They're like, yeah, get out of the city and away from the libs and I'll go buy some trash. They can't even put none on you. That's how they're fucking getting your ass around the country. Whatever. Never buy shit sight unseen. Fair warning. Anyway, but let me tell you, 125 and 110 aren't worth fucking shit. They, because of, the main classifies like their erosion rates and shit are very high. The landscapes themselves, all the things, they're not worth fucking farming on, raising cattle on. You almost damn near can't build on portions of them, if they weren't really grandfathered in. You wouldn't even be able to put houses and things where they are now. That type of thing, And, down on Dawn's, it's nothing but flood land, so you can't really risk putting any crops down there, any of that shit. It's not good for any. I mean, you could take chances, If they let it grow, it might be good for like what, 2 cows maybe, to graze on. No, I don't know, but that ain't gonna bring. I mean, it's just not. Yeah, it's just not worth a fuck. And then if you're having to sit straight on the roadway, well, who in the fuck wants that? You move to a city person, it might seem like, yeah, it's a straight country right on the roadway, but I got 11 acres around me. To us, that would be invasive and very like, yikes, I don't live right on the road, just, no, I'm gonna pass. So some of us, but to you all it sounds good, right? Oh, they're after these 11 acres, it's miraculous, like, it's beautiful property. Bullshit. Now, Kansas them did offer us the property, obviously. For a whole lot less than what they listed it for on Facebook eventually. But yeah, everybody was like, shit, if we're moving, we need to make sure, okay, right? Monster was like, hell yeah, I'm getting this shit. Right? And then later on, you see Monster come online and be like, yeah, we were trying to buy it, and it was offered to us. Alright, but everybody still wants to go on with how I wanted this, and property that, from the past to present. It's weird. Is this right? Hold on. Give it a minute. I mean, I guess I could have done this at any time throughout these last several years, showing this receipt to shut people up. But chose to wait for reasons. Because I can. Oh, here it is. Now, I'm going to try hard not to dox this person's number, but as you can see, here's a date and a receipt, right? Did you see, I knew for many years it would do me no good with the receipts, just like all the years I've thrown them out here and they've been here. I thought just let them tragedy pimp until whatever, but not to dox a person, because, I have to vote for us and stuff. Anyway, so there's the receipt. It's Andy, needs some help with how to buy a piece of property. 2:51 p.m. August 19th, 2020. And my, Sharona, isn't that one hell of a date? 18th. Oh, man. But he and others were at the time trying to figure out how to get the loan for all these other things. He was reaching out to people, trying to figure out how to buy what Candace and Donna had clearly offered to sell. But yeah, this realm was always been. Jody Sue wanted their property, so she took their daughter. She did whatever. The property, man, that's a motive right there. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. It's the most ludicrous shit I've ever heard. Especially no matter what you want to think. I didn't even like fucking 125. Didn't want to be there either. Hated it there. Yeah, so. But we are taught to maintain and not to take shit over properties. That type of shit, you know. It's sort of an Appalachian and Southern thing, I suppose. But either way, no, nobody was pissed off when they decided not to sell either, not even Monster. But man, if they could sell it to you all though, right? Sight unseen, and y'all would buy it as a motive. People getting angry and Hatfield and McCoy bullshit and whatever else. Yeah, they took their daughter for that. Bullshit. And then JSB's the one after all the properties. Look at it. She wants everybody's properties. Bullshit. You know? But yeah. That's what they sold y'all. Somehow, properties. JSB. Yeah. Damn large arc around here. I don't know about you all, but just. And even after Monster come online and was like, yeah, we were trying to buy the property. Yeah, and he says he wants
it. According to the maps that I've covered on my channel and the commentary.
But even after he come on, it's like, yeah, I was trying to buy the property, wanted it, wanted them not to live in this area. Everybody still's like, JSB did something to the child because she wanted the property. It's fucked up. And it will forever remain so, even though there are receipts like that exist, you know. Where, I know who this person is and that Monsters and why he's asking them about the property and all, and how to buy it, how to buy the piece of property, you know. And you can't say that's JSB texting, because they clearly are like, you know, vote whore buddy. And he's like, this is Andy, I need some help buying a piece of property. You know what to tell y'all. Anyway, so, yeah. But let's listen to John Q trying to clean up his mess and make me look sus as fuck with his city boy idea of 11 acres and how it's all super valuable, like fucking gold and platinum and shit. You want to? And that people kidnap children or whatever.
On Scott's channel, we've covered that area, Beach Creek, Ben Hill Road, Limestone Branch. I mean, back and forth from north to south. And one of the most magnificent things about that property is that it's the doorway to Ben Hill Road.
Yes.
Outside of Jackie Dobbs's property being on the corner, as soon as you...
And then that's where you get stupid. One of the most magnificent con salesmen, by the way. Do y'all hear it? Do you get the tone? The additives, right? Magnificent. This area. Fucking carnival barker at best. But anyway, one of the most magnificent things about Candace and Dawn's property is it's the doorway to Ben Hill, aside from Jackie Dobbs, which is on the corner as you come in. But I thought you and Scotty Boy had been over this back and forwards and north to south or whatever and all the property maps. Limestone, Brandon, you know, all these things, right? You're so goddamn ignorant of property in this area. You think Dobbs is located on the corner of coming in. And you think, okay, you know what? See, that right there is enough stupid to stop you in your fucking tracks. And to show you how good they are at their Google research and maps and shit, even with local Scotchy pants there. Right? But if they still use this magnificent piece of property that don't get, makes it sound, I don't know, to idiots, like, yeah, it's something worth, like, doing something terrible to children. Sure, okay. Okay. Idiot.
Come off of Beach Creek, the rest of Ben Hill Road, in and of itself, goes to 110 Ben Hill Road in a big way, don't you think?
Yes.
Yep.
What?
Okay,
Absolutely.
So they most likely had a falling out.
Just, he couldn't get enough out of his home to really cover anything in Utah.
You can't make this shit up, but they do. This motherfucker just said that about going in and out of Ben Hill, and that everything leads to 110 in a big way, and he has a great portion of it. This is what you get when you get a stupid con artist piece of shit trying to clean up his goddamn mess. Don't know shit about nothing. Ain't ever seen 11 acres in his life doing stupid shit. And trying to shit on people. Call him out for being a con artist piece of shit. Who changed the rules with Summer's reward and brought everything down. And yeah. Hey, but this is the guy the other night Sharon Justin had back out parading around like everybody's forgotten. And Justin's like, y'all did such a great thing, everything. You and Miss Q, which shows Justin still hanging around him, doesn't it? And he's fully aware of what they did and all the things, right, Justin? You and Cher and the rest of the group. You're parading John Q out again, ain't that something? Ain't it something? Giving him accolades for what he did. Yeah. Think it's been enough time people forgot? We all know what he did. We know what all of you did. Anyway, carry on.
He decided to just stay where he was.
Okay, so in selling.
And that being said, the other night, both of them motherfuckers really advertised for their channels and to go check them out. To build them back up again. What now? Summers is going lower and y'all got other cases to move on and you think it's been long enough? You need Q and John Q back on saying what? Start some more scam runs and baby collection merch? What the fuck's the deal? Go check them out and sub up. Right? You gonna bet on those two idiots again? Okay. Alright.
The property, we're talking about all 11 acres of that property, correct?
Yes, 11.2.
11.2 acres. That's a lot of property.
It sure
And
is.
according to the maps that I've covered on my channel and some of the commentary on Scott's channel, we've covered that area, Beach Creek, Ben Hill Road, Limestone Branch. I mean, back and forth from north to south. And one of the most magnificent things about that property is that it's the doorway to Ben Hill Road.
It's not.
Yes.
Outside of Jackie Dobbs's property being on the corner, as soon as you come off of Beach Creek, the rest of Ben Hill Road, in and of itself, goes to 110 Ben Hill Road in a big way, don't you think?
Yes.
Yep.
No, it does not all go to 110 Ben Hill Road in a big way, don't you think? Y'all are fucking stupid. Whatever.
Okay,
Absolutely.
So they most likely had a falling out regarding the no sale of that property, and that kind of pissed somebody off.
Jody Sue. And Andy.
Okay. Okay.
You know? No. No. Sorry. Never happens. Hey, if they make up shit and y'all will buy it. Well, and whatever, it's a good day in Tragedy Pimp World, right? Okay, on.
And did you ever find out why Jody Sue was interested in buying the property to begin with? Was there any information there?
You know, I'm sure that Candace will. I am sure that Candace will be glad to enlighten us on that. I'm hoping that I will be talking to her tomorrow, so I will ask that question.
Oh,
absolutely.
Beautiful. Because I guess out of following this case and doing the work that I've done on it, and I'm not a big fan of Don and Candace, you know, as I began my investigation, because of all of, you know, what they've been doing on YouTube and everything. But nonetheless, they are two parents that are missing their 5-year-old. They're missing their boys. They're parents that are in pain and hurting. And
you notice they'll all do that shit. Even PG will start her streams off nightly when Candace and Dawn did whatever. But hey, let's spend the next 4 hours shitting on Jody Sue. Every creator here does it. John Q, the rest, they're like, oh, these motherfuckers are 100% sauce, there's something wrong with me. And then after you piss them off real good, and then all of a sudden they're just eating your ass, you know, but still they'll be like, oh, well, you know, I'm not the biggest fan. Do you hear John Q skirt around the fact that he thinks Candace and Dawn are guilty? And for months, like 6+ this point, he's been after on with Q how guilty as fuck Candace and Dawn are. But on PG's like, oh, beautiful, beautiful, but these parents, they're in pain, but he's still skirting around what he really thinks. But shitting on JSB and get people to believe that I'm whatever to clean up his mess and that he did and the rest did, and they've got to make sure the world does not believe me about them still at that point. Right? Right. Carrying on.
you have to take a look at that in perspective of being a parent and isolate a lot of our own personal opinions or views as to who we think or what we think Don and Candace and Grandis and everybody else is. But looking at this case and looking at possible motive, it tells me that someone knows that property. Someone has been on that property before. Someone knows the terrain. Someone knows the people. Someone knows when someone's home and when they're not.
Could be.
Absolutely.
And then I began listening to you and Benny and Penny and covering some of the information with Scott. I said, damn. I said, who heard that? Who allegedly said they heard a scream? And I said, how close is this neighbor? And then looking at the map, I saw how close she was.
Mm-hmm. And got her sights set on them all the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So who has their eyes on Ben Hill Road? You see?
Absolutely. I see where you're coming from. Absolutely.
And I see where you're going because she's now inserted herself in this case.
Yes, she has.
Right.
Big time. With some very...
No other neighbor, not even Andy himself has inserted himself in this case, but she did, though.
Absolutely.
Why is that?
No, Monster was pretty firmly ensconced behind the scenes. Months prior to this shit, other neighbors seen what the fuck y'all were doing And don't say we insert ourselves anywhere. When you all acquire, manipulate, do fuck shit, you can see the exact same tactics being used in and around Sebastian's case with Chris, Katie, and Seth, as was used here in Summers. You can see it very quickly happening, and it did. Same techniques, same ones used by all of you all. These Facebook groups working with YouTube groups, same ones like, Coop mentions with the running this game-a-thon 2 years on Q. We don't insert. You all make it that way to the public, but actually, you all try to acquire. You play this gotta catch 'em all Pokemon game. And then, when you're wholly pissed at somebody you're done with them, you're like, oh, they inserted, look, it's time to make them look sus, because they come out and spoke publicly. Meanwhile, before that, you're like, oh God, you get all these people behind you going, contact the neighbors, and get a hold of this one, and how do we ferret this one, and I found such and such, and let's drive by, and whatever. So that you all can talk to these people, and jailers can jump at them, whatever, and then you want them up on your panels, and you want them everywhere speaking. But then after you've used them up and you've done whatever, or their voices grow, much like Chris's, y'all didn't like him coming there being like, fuck you motherfuckers, and fuck JLR, and I know who and how some of y'all working already. Not dumb. Y'all am lying. Right? Okay? You've done that to everybody. Anybody that's got a voice, you all are like, oh, that motherfucker's sus. And a lot of people get terrified of that. They go silent. A lot of people, in a lot of cases, prior to Summers, you were able to make go silent. And there really is no links you motherfuckers won't go to, including try to push people to suicide, all these other things, to even get people murdered, hurt, and harmed, to shut them the fuck up when it comes to calling you all, especially for the fuck shit you all do in this little criminal empire known as true crime. The only true crime happening is you motherfuckers, quite frankly. And, but yeah. But you acquire people. You want them. The audiences, right? Look at Sebastian's. It's fresh in y'all's minds. It's, oh, go talk to a neighbor. What about this? What about the school person? If you talk to this one, if you talk to that one, hey. Dolly, get out of the car. Dolly, go call this one. Dolly, here's the Google. Dolly, I looked this up for you. Hey, this one. Hey, that one. Hey, share. Hey, nonsense. Hey, whatever. Hey, granny. Hey, whoever the fuck that day, right? Go get him, Tiger, Go drive by. We'll see you money for whatever in the rentals and the hotel rooms while you go acquire all these people. Then if you can get them to speak, then we're going to use them all up for content, and when we're done with that, we're going to say they inserted or they look sus because they spoke, and then you're going to aim the other way for fucking content. And then your audience is going to be like, man, yeah, you're right, they inserted. We and our special favorite creator didn't just insert in their lives or hunt them down in the least. We're not guilty of anything. And yeah, see, it sucks to have to look at yourselves that way, don't it? Anybody inserting but you motherfuckers. Y'all didn't live there, here. You don't know any of us, but you have destroyed the entire goddamn community and everything else. And then looks good to your fucking favorite subs and members to go, no, it's them. The fuck you mean? You just feel you're entitled to go around terrorizing all communities around every fucking active and ongoing high-profile case, and to use everyone's stories, witness statements, lives lived mutually around or in neighborhoods or anywhere else, whatever they know, their images and everything to make your all's cash on, and to create false suspects and entertainment and shit, and tamper with shit, and actually destroy things in real people's lives, and jobs, and homes, and all these things. And people are behind you and doing it. I mean, it's really blood sport. This is terrible. Y'all suck. I mentioned that. Carrying on. We're never getting through this. That's right. my shit's all
Well, that one guy did a video, but he was just doing it to clear his name, so.
That one guy did a video?
He
was just doing
I believe that she inserted herself into this case.
I don't know. The footprint guy came out and y'all ain't him alive. All the other ones that did try to come out and speak, you ain't alive. Look what you did to Marlena. And Marlena, though, took money, and you did all these others, and then you fucked with Marlena's kid, and all the things, and yeah, there's been quite a few speak, and then you eat them, and you do whatever, and, or you leash them to where they can be weaponized and do whatever, you know, but the thing is, Pokemon, right? And they'll still say this shit about me. Right? Still say insert it. What about Monster Install? You ever hear that of them? Or how about Fred and Laura? Right? Hell, most of them aren't or are not supposed to have been on that road during key periods of the day at all. And we damn well know Stahl didn't know shit about nothing, still don't. But here she is getting teeth, and campers and all the shit, right? We know this. So, why is it you hear that word used where it concerns me, but not any of the others? Not Allie, not Hunter, not Grandbun, not Great Grandma, whatever. Not Dudley, not Fred, not Laura, not Monster, not Stahl, not any of them. You only hear really that word used around me. End up. That's it. You should probably think about that real quick.
Out of somewhat hate, somewhat jealousy, somewhat anger, somewhat guilt.
Somewhat envy.
Absolutely. And
I want something you have bad enough is what I'm picking up out
to
of
do whatever it takes to get it.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And so, with that being said, that's motive.
Yes, definitely it is.
Sure.
Definitely it is. And, you know, she, as you said, she's putting a ghost scream in there, a ghost truck.
Yeah.
She's putting things in there that make.
Hey, y'all, have you heard? There were other trucks coming and going days, weeks, whatever before. None of them were ghost anything, but I never said I saw a red truck go up the fucking driveway over there. It's this place making up ghost everything. Y'all heard Lawson and him come out and say that cars going up and down that driveway that day were unfounded? Or how about door slams? You know. Well, but here they are saying all these things are ghost things, and half these fucking things they're attributing aren't even right and accurate anyway, but it's fucking weird. True crime criminals unite.
Me even more so, turn my view towards her. She also, like I said, she put out some incriminating, very incriminating statements.
Oh yeah, super incriminating.
Upon, you know, Andy and herself.
Hey, what?
Because she did have knowledge of the, I mean, she has full knowledge of what she was saying.
Huh? Oh, I guess this is about the
I mean, she can, you know, do the Holland Summers body off with.
Can you imagine being such a dumb cunt as PG that you're literally playing the Facebook video of me being like, these dumbass tragedy pimps and team pulled off this hoax bullshit, did all these things, were so stupid they called it in the feds, misused them to the wrong fucking address, to all this shit. You mean such a dumb cunt, you then try to use that as content to then tamper with FBI and feds further in another hoax shit that I believe, speaking of Benny and the wallet, whatever thing you mentioned there, ends up becoming the. Yeah, it's whatever. But yeah, in order to enact and to cry out for members and subs and chats or whoever to call in on us and call the feds about and overwhelm them with shit instead of leaving them be and letting them work on the real shit and all that. Y'all just got thousands of people calling them stupid shit and being a stupid cunt. And you clearly know you're making shit up and tampering with a Facebook video where I am clearly saying that you people and teams called in fuck shit and hoaxes and used the feds to do so. And took time away from Summer in that way, knowing that's what you were doing. Can you imagine? Yeah, PG's indeed that fucking stupid. And so are the rest who participated in this garbage.
Trying to use Andy, but Jody Sue, you have full knowledge of that, full knowledge, and it seems like a part in it.
Right.
Right. Making it harder for this case to be resolved. Making.
Really? For starters, everybody, including Candace, knew this shit had been said to us by Monster. We've been over this. Little says it here, you all try to attribute it to me. Y'all never tell the truth about shit around here. And then you all call in the hoax shit eons later, but with Candace and team's help, right? Yeah. Something she clearly knew was not accurate, right? Correct, and at least she didn't have a problem playing games with her team. To target us, to make us look certain. Do whatever. I guess hoping it would fly. We all get questioned, and the dumbasses who admit, like PG, covering up for him and writing scripts for him and everything else and whatever. This dumb bitch here then grabs that video and then tries to make it another thing to then take law enforcement's time off of shit. Play more hoaxes, which they absolutely did do. They continued to do it from us. And it was PG and BK and other team members shit wound around certain people very much responsible for the shit. They are the cause. They are the tampering. They are the ones playing those fucking games. It takes them to do what they're doing in order and to call this bullshit that they clearly know were lies, hoaxes, games, and then they will turn around and then blame us. I don't think so. People are mind fucked by it every day.
It's even more difficult for Don and Candace.
Right.
Because if anything should happen to them, there's nobody there on that property. The property goes into tax foreclosure.
Absolutely.
And
now this right here I did hear. Listen to this far-fetched shit. John Q is laying out a scenario in front of thousands, implying that if something, God forbid, happened to Candace and on both, like somehow simultaneously or something, then the property immediately goes into foreclosure. That's not how that works, you stupid city boy. You con-ass piece of shit who's used to doing this on street corners and alley shit instead of... Didn't you find your niche here, right? Where you can get the fuck away with it and make money off of it and face very little consequences for it? Anyway. I see you, buddy. I see you. Alright. So anyway, listen to this tale of this wild out there Build-A-Bear bullshit.
Knowledge of she has full knowledge of what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
She can, do the hauling Summer's body off with trying to use Andy, but Jody Sue, you have full knowledge of that, full knowledge, and it seems like a part in it.
Right. Making it harder for this case to be resolved.
Right.
Making it even more difficult for Don and Candace, because if anything should happen to them.
Now, somehow, despite it being Don and Candace and their team and these fuckers helping them pull these hoaxes and bullshit and all this crap around us, and then using our, talking about how that's being done, videos, to then further do it again and try to skirt away from hyper. John Q over here trying to cleanse his mess still. This whole thing is, how do you segue there? Seriously, listen to that not so smooth, makes no sense shit. Listen.
Knowledge of she has full knowledge of what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
She can, do the hauling Summers body off with trying.
And that was not even said, but that's the ghost wording, right? That's how you hear the slippy lies of PG. She gives herself plain language. It wasn't Jody Sue creating a ghost truck or ghost this or ghost scream. It's PG creating ghost. Do you hear it? I played this for my chat 10 times, shiver, until they heard what I wanted to hear. It's PG creating the ghost sounds. It's a big thing around here. They do it often. Anyway, here she is talking about this shit. She's trying to imply what I was saying is that, yeah, but she's using a bit. Fuck, it's carrying on.
Use Andy, but Jody Sue, you have full knowledge of that, full knowledge, and it seems like a part in it.
Right. Making it harder for this case to be resolved. Making it even more difficult for Don and Candace.
Making it even more difficult for Don and Candace.
Because if anything should happen to them.
Because if anything should happen.
There's nobody there on that property. The property goes into tax foreclosure.
Absolutely.
And who's there to pick it up?
Jody Sue and Andy.
Motive again.
Making it even harder for Don and Candace. Because if anything should happen to them, nobody's going to be on the property and then it'll go into foreclosure and be whatever. Now, I don't know if he's implying they both simultaneously get on the plane together, and something happens type of shit like that. I don't know what he's talking about here, or if he's implying if they go to prison. Though, I don't know how you would equate that to. I don't know. Maybe John Q's all shit, there she goes again. She's calling it the fuck shit we tragedy pimps are doing, or C&D and their team are doing, and hoaxing around JSB that makes them look sus, then maybe they go to jail for that. And well, she's making it harder on them, because they go to jail for that then. Oh, maybe Jody Sue set them up or something, then, making it even harder on them, and then, nobody's there on that property, and then it immediately gets foreclosed upon. And there's motive again, right? Wrong. A, that's not how any of that works. B, I will tell you that property was supposed to go to other people. And I can tell you those other people would make sure that they got control of it, or it back in and where it actually was supposed to belong and go to. And I don't think anybody would say boo about that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you people think, but it ain't right. I know that much. But where the fuck was the segue?
Absolutely.
Because that area is basically family oriented, according to the discussions that I've been having with Scott H. It's all, families from, over.
I mean, listen to that.
You know, she, as you said, she's putting a ghost scream in there, a ghost truck.
Yeah.
She's putting things in there that make me even more so turn my view towards her. She also, like I said, she put out some incriminating, very incriminating statements upon, Andy and herself, because she did have knowledge of she has full knowledge of what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she can, do the Holland Summers body off with trying to use Andy, but Jody Sue, you have full knowledge of that, full knowledge, and it seems like a part in it.
Once again, knowing she's saying this about a video she's tampered with, and the video is me outing the fact that somebody, teams and such, fucked with us and law enforcement to that degree. And then making people hear ghost noises and the word hauling up and all this shit. It's unbelievable.
Right. Making it harder.
And that and in doing that, first this bid, obviously, she's like, oh, somebody needs to report this, FBI, whatever, right? So it was going to be a double down hoax. Oh, now, tragedy pimps and the teams and the cover-uppers and the ass lickers, we already did this once to GSP, but now we're going to use her saying that we did this to her. And we're going to, do this to the video, and then we're going to call for you all in the Hanson chat to inundate law enforcement with more false shit in on GSP to get more visits, then accuse her of being the one responsible. But it's this shit right here and them tampering with those pieces and making you all, while they sit here and tell you all that it's us doing it. I was like, no, man. It's unbelievable.
For this case to be resolved, making it even more difficult for Don and Candace, because if anything should happen to them, there's nobody there on that property. The property goes into tax foreclosure.
Absolutely.
And who's there to pick it up?
Jody, Sue, and Andy.
Motive again.
Absolutely.
Because that area is basically family oriented.
And mind you, by this point, I wasn't even living on that road anymore. And yeah, it definitely seems like I would go pick that right up, I guess, so I could live across from Monster and that road again. Are you serious? Y'all bought this. You mean?
According to the discussions that I've been having with Scott H., it's all, families from, we're talking about bloodline families in that area, deep in that
generations.
area. Yeah. Over 60 years, 70 years.
These people think they own it.
In that area, right. And they, I believe Andy is a part of that conglomeration, if you will, of family-oriented geographical areas. The lights are in there.
No shit, you don't say, John Q. You fucking idiot, but wait for it.
The Goads are in there, the Barretts are in there. There's a whole bunch of clustered.
No, get this, though. No shit, Monster's family actually owned that piece. The goats, the Barretts, all them, they are Monsters. Right? What they also fail to realize is that a great portion of those names down there are also mine. And they're such morons. But, and that Monster and I in ways are kin. Anyway, but that property absolutely is direct descendants of and the other and of Monsters, the goats, Barretts, blah blah. It's very much one of his direct ones, but that property was supposed to go to other people. Alright? Mr. Goad's sister and such. Anyway, carrying on.
Families.
And they also see Donald and Candace as what? The black sheeps that don't belong there.
See, so I'm looking at this as I think Michelle Walks out in the UK has been covering this case excellently as well, and she's been going over the genealogy in that area, and more it's helping me to crystallize this case in a different way and take.
And her shit sucks too. I look at hers and I'm like, I bet y'all carry on.
Taking a look at motive in a different way as well, and to have someone directly dead center on Ben Hill Road that wanted to acquire that property, 11.2 acres. It's a lot of land, and it's the doorway to Ben Hill.
It's not.
Ben Hill Road. You know, I looked at that as possible motive for stirring up a lot of the shit, and excuse.
Wait until these dumbasses finally figured out that's not the only actual entrance or exit to Ben Hill. One day they'll figure it out. But 110 ain't got shit to do with comings or goings or entrances of fucking Ben Hill either, nor does Dobbs. Y'all are fucking idiots. Y'all really sold this shit to people though, right? No wonder they're running amok going Jody Sue and property. Whatever. Y'all are idiots.
It's my French that has been stirred up ever since she showed up in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you.
Oh, y'all
because land is important when it comes to bloodline families, just as it was in the old English days in Europe. You know,
he's sounding so educated and debonair, right? Such a silver tongue. Goddamn, what a con and a fucking Griffin ass piece of shit criminal. Anyway, yeah, just like in the UK back in whatever, serfdom and shit. Y'all really think 11 acres is something? We just, are you fucking stupid? Don't answer that. Jesus. Look, at least Judy over here is like, Jody Sue and Andy are not even together, so why would she care about that land? Oh my God, too funny. See, Judy got it. We didn't even get, I just, they only care, honey. It made me look fucking sus in all types of ways, and to fuck with us, and chaos, and to take eyes, and distractions, and because they had their own criminal shit to hide. Like John Q said, it's only been chaos and shit show since I showed up. Yeah, it's cause you motherfuckers are desperate to move out of the way of a motherfucker who's like, fuck all y'all, I'm gonna hunt you to the ends of the earth for what you've done. I meant it. I still mean it. Fuck around and find out. I came with a warning label. Fuck you. Carry on. Oh, actually, hold on. Alright, so we're gonna try to carry on here. I had some kitten fuckery happen. Alright. Oh god, I'm so tired. Never coming back here again.
Your wealth was your land.
Right.
And when you sold it, you didn't sell it to a stranger. You transferred that land, and land was acquired through family.
Y'all really listen to these dumb motherfuckers so you shit and what sounds like articulate languages, but is really just dumb city fucking con. Who's learning the big boy words? Alright. It just sounds so fancy, it must be. Here's your sign. Oh, we were talking about when you sold it. Oh, well, wait, I mean, you know what it... Oh, yeah. So stupid, and I cannot believe people listen to these pieces of shit do this.
Absolutely. And someone in chat says, why would Jody Sue be, her and Andy's no longer together? Why would they be interested in that land? Well, because you don't understand Jody Sue's children are that bloodline, and she feels that her children deserve to own the land that
The bloodline. Fucking hell. Oh wait, now it's no. It's not that I want because land now. PG's gotta fuck it up some more. It's now a no. Jody Sue's children. They're the bloodline and whatever, and she wants it for them. Oh, okay, right. All right, now we're taking it there to those levels. Yes, but then how does that correlate with 110? Explain that to me. Explain it. Like, seriously. Explain that shit. I understand at a certain point in time it obviously belonged to the family, and it whatever. Then Dawn's mom came into play. It still was those supposed to go elsewhere. Oh, it's weird they don't ever bring that up though, right? Probably because they know that motherfuckers will sue the shit out of them sideways. But yeah, I'm the one for motives for 110 somehow or whatnot, right? But that now, PG's gotta explain this shit from Judy. She's like, oh, but her kids, namesakes, all this. Somehow it's got shit to do with 110. Sure, y'all eat it, yum yum stuff if you want to. Carrying on, it's just what I want. It's on garbage land they can't do shit with. Yes, gosh. Gotta have it now. Like, I'm so worried about it that I guess my motive is to do something to a child now or whatever. And all this bullshit, and to make sure, I guess, things would somehow then pass to my children. Eon's dinner. What? Y'all really listen to this shit. Prayer Garden. John Hughes. That's all I'm saying. Y'all really do that. Wow.
As John Q said, to
y'all really do this shit. I just don't even know how you watch this shit even as
I grew up always on the bigger side as a kid. I was always slightly thicker, big bone.
My God, what is going on there?
Be interested in that land. Well, because you don't understand Jody's children are that bloodline, and she feels that her children deserve to own the land that.
I think it's because of Dawn and Candace in jail, and she can take their lands. What a comment says on this motherfucker. It's not how it works either. You just can't go take over somebody's land if somebody's in jail. You'd have to wait years for tax shit to even build up for it, and then you'd still have to go to auction and all these things, but then y'all are fucking stupid. You can tell people that have owned shit and know properties and know how things work and their IQs, they can look and chew gum at the same time versus probably shouldn't be allowed bubble gum, even in sitting position. You can tell. You really can. Also, there are also the carnival barkers and the prop-ups that help drop little pebbles in the pond. Right? Never forget that. And the idea is that then you all, like, well, if so-and-so in chat believes there's 6 others say, but they're sent there to spread out that message.
As John Q said, to own that land that originally.
These people over Southern Beauty, the land will be our kids' inheritance. Oh, give me a break, bro. He's serious.
Should have been kept in their bloodline from the beginning.
Right.
It's about blood.
That's right. So when I look at it with that light on it, it tells me there's motive there. Strong motive.
Oh, motive.
And yet none of what she has said has been corroborated. Nothing checks out. Only what she's been able to tell us to believe.
Bro, get this. Nobody, not even you all, know what counts or what doesn't. Nobody's anything has really been, like, not. You hear this shit, and then you have to go back to the point of then the tragedy pimp will then say law enforcement and feds and nobody have given us anything. They've not told us any facts in the case, they've not told us this, they've not given us that. But then you have tragedy pimps really trying to feed you shit of, well, everything this person said, none of it's been told to us to be true, none of it's, and then they try to make them look like this shit right here. How would John Q or PG know? Have you heard them come out and verify Candace and Dawn's? Well, they said not to believe Fred, but she didn't really come out and verify much of fucking anything around anything. No. They're like, yeah, okay, it's one person that said that was accurate, and this fits there. No! But then these same motherfuckers, they bitch about it, and then they're also like, this shit ain't been corroborated, it's been blah, 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 blah. Like, who are you, the fucking FBI in there, bro? John Q, PG, if y'all are, fucking let us know, man. You obviously know more than LE. People really listen to this shit and buy it. I love, though, that they're trying to build this sorry son of a bitch back up again, though. And that Justin and them clearly are still palling around with, and so share, and that should tell you about all you need to know about the wraparound from beginning to end in 3-year time period shit. Who all was involved with who and Ribbon? Alright, carry on.
Right.
Especially
Absolutely.
that scream. Especially that scream. How convenient was it for her and her son to have heard that scream? How convenient was it for her to be home that day when...
He knows so much about Summer's case, man. And he listened to me on so many panels and all this, and by God, he has it down pat. So down pat, and he's so knowledgeable about the goddamn case, he just attributes the scream to being heard by I and my son. Oh yeah, this is definitely a guy I'd be taking info off of. Oh, shit. Like, 7-8 months later, yeah, buddy, he listened close to all the sauce things. Right, bro.
If I lived across the, right, if I lived across the street.
And it was super, did you hear that?
Especially that scream. How convenient was it for her and her son to have heard that scream? How convenient was it for her to be home that day when Summer went missing?
Right.
How convenient for me to be home that day when Summer went missing. This is the mind fuck, y'all. This is the sad, pathetic ass mind fuck. Terrible failed street corner cons are used online. Fuck. Oh yeah, how convenient was it that I was home that day? You know. How many of you all are home? Especially when you're, you know, health failing, cancer, treatments, all that. How convenient. Right. I guess Miss Christine over's super convenient. Why is she home right now? And what happens if, like, Miss Christine or someone, her neighbors suffers like a heart attack or an accident or a car wreck or an average date turns into not one? Then one of these tragedy pimps can come behind and be like, how convenient you were home that day, Miss Christine, or anybody else. Do you see how stupid that is? What about people that shift? I mean, like, any of y'all could be at home in wherever, anytime, day, night, and something happened next door to you or somewhere else around you, and then you got some dumb motherfucker like this going, how convenient you were home. What the fuck? Bro, I had 2 kids and undergoing yes, it's super slow. So it's fucking on. Oh, for fuck's sakes. And they're trying to build this piece of shit back up. Something else then.
If I lived across the street from you, and I had heard a scream, or I seen a vehicle pull into your driveway, I don't care if it backed right back out, but something happened at your house, that's the first thing I'm going to come and tell you. I'm going to let you know what I had saw, what I had heard. But 2 days later,
right,
she tells Candace that does not, when she saw Candace that day, was helping search for Summer all that evening, and failed to mention that?
For starters, Candace went out there. As soon as the cops ran, she went back uphill. Nobody seen her again today. Other than coming and going with law enforcement, or as they were taking her places, or as her and Dotson and church people were doing whatever. Coming and going, but didn't interact with her. And Dawn, different story. We've been over this, goddammit. But her saying that Candace was out there searching with the rest of us. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. Not that day, and not any other day. No, she wasn't. I just miss me with this shit.
To the mother of a missing child?
Mm-hmm.
Don't make no sense, does it?
Right. It doesn't. And a lot of what she has been parading up and down on YouTube has not made sense since day one, since I've heard her during the marathon. And I said how strange it is of this person who is a friend.
Yeah, he listened so well. He knew who and how many heard the scream. Ah, but here he is to sell it to you, right? To cleanse the fucking mess he made.
Was a friend of Candace to be throwing them under the bus.
Exactly.
I never came out here to throw him under the bus. And it's funny for a dude who sat there with Q selling merch with their child's fucking face on it and called him guilty as shit and how they both need to be imprisoned. And here you had to skirt around that fact on PG. But you want to be like, oh, friend again, they're throwing him under the bus, and I never did any such thing. Like, it's weird, isn't it?
Trying to make a very strong attempt to throw them under the bus.
No.
How much could they lose? Well, in looking at this story from June 15th up until now, the only two people that are left at 110 Ben Hill Road is Candace and Don.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Grandma is back.
And whose fucking fault is that, dude? Whose fucking fault is that? Even at that point in January of 2022, when he's trying to clean up his goddamn tragedy event mess and trying to do whatever. Whose fucking fault is that? As they're doing another attempted setup and a knock and wasting it at Fed's time after they've already wasted Fed's time by using them wasting Fed's time to do fucked up shit to us and target us falsely and maybe cause us problems, right? Yeah, I don't know, setting people up, right? Ain't that kind of thing, right? Anyway, especially around scamathons and my scam. Anyway. Whose fucking fault is that? Summer vanished under their eyes. Now, does that mean that they're responsible? No. She was their child to keep an eye on. Okay? But even the best of parents sometimes have their children vanish. Whatever. Bad things happen. To many people. No matter their status in life, who they are, monsters, not, you know. Now, though, beyond that, they still couldn't get their shit together, and they still couldn't stop having, like, the Amy Tates and stuff tweaking in front of news cameras, or being on their properties, presenting danger to their children, all the other fuck shit, you know, that type of shit. And they couldn't stop running off for, I don't know, Knoxville dope, and they couldn't stop all the fuck shit, and probably threatening to beat their children and do all kinds of fuck shit. So the boys were taken. See, none of that has shit to do with any of the rest of us. It has to do with them. their failure across the board to not, you know, violate gag orders or to get certain things done and requirements, whatever the fuck's going on over there, that's on them, man. Even in January, that was on them. Not on the rest of us. But here they are trying to imply it's just down to because of others. No, no, we don't do that here.
Yet none of what she has said has been corroborated. I don't know if Grandma is back, whether
Yes,
she's there,
yes,
or
she is.
okay.
I talked with Candace tonight, and Grandis was in the background speaking along with us. So absolutely, she's there.
Okay. So 3 people that are left at 110 Ben Hill Road. What happens next? What happens if Utah, the stuff that's been going on in Utah comes back out, and now Donald has to deal with past issues from his past?
So what in the flying shit fuck does that do with me or property or what now? I'm responsible for Utah and the sisters and what Don confessed to the world and also to me personally and everybody else that he did. How in the fuck does this go right back to JSB one and is responsible for and it's gonna be bad on what? Oh.
Now it's going to leave 2 people, because obviously that's going to be another roller coaster ride for all of us regarding the SA allegations against Donald.
Absolutely.
This is how you know an ignorant motherfucker when you see one. An ignorant, I can't even say that because he's very cognizant and aware of what he's doing, but sounds good to y'all. Right? And y'all, whatever. What? That right there. It's like Scott H. It just drifts. There's no segues. All this is somehow JSB's fault. And he goes, oh, well, there's only going to be 2 left there, then 1. It's going to be bad for parents, JSB, whatever. Right? She's throwing her friend on the bus, then it just drifts into some other fucking lane like a sleepy semi-driver. And then he's like, I don't know if Grandis is home. Peter's like, yeah, she is. He's like, oh, so 3 people. But then what if Dawn and the stuff comes back out? And Utah, and so then it's back down to 2 people. And then that's going to be really bad on all of this real roller coaster. You mean you tragedy pimps who would cash in like a motherfucker on that? It'd be bad for you, man. You'd make maybe a few 100,000 more on Don and Candace and everybody else. It'd be such a bad roller coaster for you. But wait, I thought this started as it was bad for Don and Candace. It's hard on the parents because JSB and 2, but then 3, and then we're back down to 2 again. And what if? And what? It just drifts in and out, right? Shit doesn't even have to add up. Makes sense. They're just gonna sell it to you, bro. Good morning, love. Alright. Anyway. We might make it through this next 43 hours. No. I'm not gonna make it that long.
Absolutely.
You see. Can Candace and Grandma take care of that property all by themselves? Can they pay the taxes? Can they purchase the food? Can they continue to try to rebuild what little they do have at that
Where in the fuck is he drifting off into the lane at? And when did we hit the wake up strip?
time?
I think they could. The taxes is not that expensive up there, and absolutely.
No.
See, that's the one thing about Jody Sue and her little plot to run people like Mr. Dobbs out of there and so forth was to make sure them taxes stay low enough that, I mean, their taxes are almost nothing.
Right.
You know.
That was my little plot. Run Mellers for taxes. No. That was so stupid. I just quit.
No, and that was her motive for running everyone off all the time.
Right.
Was, you know, because when you start getting new people coming
all the time? All the time. Please show me any other people. It's like, hell yeah, JSB kept us from buying a property or kept us from doing whatever. Or tried to make us aware, much like I did Dobbs, of how fucked he got and how screwed he was with that sight unseen bullshit. And then how I was used by Monster and his family. Obviously, all things come in play, but I was trying to be fucking nice, man. Make somebody aware of what kind of garbage they were sold. That's what happens with stupid outstairs. They don't know shit. Anyway, I was trying to be nice. But obviously, yeah, if you see the properties, you don't want somebody really living in either. And that dude is a whole freak show. True story. Alright, but anyway. Yeah, please. PG, show us all the people. Right? Show us. I'll wait. Has anybody heard her or anybody else come online in the past several years since this piece? Yeah, JSB, she ran us off our land. She just kept us from buying this or that and that. No, you've not. But yeah, this fucking crazy bitch over here who admitted to covering up for Candace and all, writing all the pretty things for him and then getting pissed off when Tim took her position and all. After she played the J4 and Cher and all them game and sister hoaxes and all that. All things trying to lift off another scam with whatever. And that PG here. Has she ever y'all ever seen Bill someone say any such thing? No, you haven't. Because it's never happened. Didn't keep him from saying it though, did it?
and building and doing so forth, the taxes will go up. And she did not want to see any property sold off to anyone that might, you know, put new fabricated homes up and you know, start doing something with that land because, you know.
Many in that community don't want to see what's being done because they know why it's being done, and it's to push all Beach Creekers and stuff out. To open it up to millionaires and holding companies and shit that are very much grabbing up pieces as they can to then come through and annihilate and push out poor people and their family things and all this, and to get rid of Beach Creek so the rich can get richer and they can displace and, you know, billionaires mean, you know, they can become even fucking richer on the property, and once that begins, well, you got a problem. It won't stop. And that's what many vultures starting on the silver mine going towards Hawkins are banking on. And I'm going to bet that's why a few key pieces have been sold. Garbage pieces. I don't know, man. I think if, y'all want to look at some cornbread shit, I'd probably look at all the real estate shit surrounding the area and fucking weirdness. And those here and little locals embedded amongst you who have quite a bit to do with, oh, I don't know, real estate and shit, and stand to gain from, and their families linked to the sales of certain garbage ass properties to out of staters and idiots who don't know good land versus and unrestricted doesn't mean unrestricted. Stupid shit, you know, but that are key pieces that can then be used to break up the rest of Beach Creek and then move holding company shit that are buying up little bits as they can and to eventually annihilate Beach Creek. Now that indeed is a motive for vanishing a job. But it would be all those linked to the real estate type shit. Not those like myself. Yeah, the weird fucker around all that. The ones who stand to gain millions if they can get suburbs pushed through there. Get rid of Beach Creek as it is. They make cheap ass, investment land going for little or nothing. They buy it up bit by bit. People selling garbage pieces to fuck sticks. Nobody wants to live in inconvenient places. It makes more sell off in this area. Maybe the vanishing of a little girl then makes others start moving out and selling off quicker and doing weird shit because they want, everything. It bothers them. And then you have people instantly, especially those holding companies, buying those pieces up and eventually making their way across the lines, pushing it. Ben Hill is one of the holdouts that you indeed have to somehow get around or go through in order to acquire all of that. It is, but man, I'd probably look at all those lawyers and stuff buying up little pieces and holding companies, all those. Families related to those are the ones selling the garbage pieces that they, I don't know. And then link it back to those critters amongst you who have real estate fuckery in their background. Licenses, all that shit. I don't know, that's probably more concerning maybe than cornbread half the time. Millions and millions and millions and millions to be gained. And then when you put in there also, maybe some of those people not only have real estate backgrounds that are embedded around you all in the tragedy pimp shit, little locals, they also have ties to certain, construction companies and shit that stand to gain. Major ones are in there. Alright. Real estate, construction, all that, getting the bids, being tied to all the things. Pushing in swaths of yourself. I don't know. Could be anything really, but tell you what it ain't. It ain't a goddamn JSB, that's for sure. I just, with these people.
It throws a monkey wrench in her penny pinching ways.
Right. Well, I just find just certain things interesting now since this case has evolved up to this point. And, I must say that, you along with your chat team that's been following the case have really dug into an area that, I wasn't really paying too much attention to. So thank you for bringing that to light, because, one thing about a case like this is that you have to find out the why. You have to find out the motive.
Absolutely.
And Miss Marshall, if I need to go to jail, then I will certainly go to jail, and proudly go to jail for helping to raise $32,000 for the Summer Wells Reward Fund.
Oh shit. One got through, didn't get cleansed from the chat, and was calling John Q out and telling me he goes to jail for, I guess, the bullshit and the reward fund. He's like, if I need to go to jail, go to jail. I'm gonna agree with whoever the fuck Marsh is. Anyway.
On which every cent and every penny is sitting in Civis Bank right now. I don't know if you've seen the receipts that we posted on our channels about that. I think you should do some research.
Absolutely. Well, you don't have to do no research. You can see where her reward fund has already skyrocketed up from where it was. And where do you think that money came from?
Yeah.
So that's just
I mean, let me time out. You finally go over there after John Q tried to change the rules to where it went and who was going to and all this shit that last night. You mean it finally made it there? While you at least in front? Now, that's just in front. It's not going to include all the cash, the weird shit, the fuck shit from every room and every whatever, and, top tier levels of this, and Patreon that, and all the pay for play shit. I mean, look, forensic accounting. And the governments. Several of them. Yeah, but either way. Yeah. Like I said before. Just doing wrong. And bless you, you gave the Civis Reward Fund a couple 10K. And y'all made thousands and thousands. And you changed the rules and you played shell games and con games and manipulation and mix-ups and shit meant to confuse. And I'm pretty sure nobody meant to give you all hundreds of thousands. And some are only a couple 10K. Yeah, I think so. And, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Jesus. And all the fuck shit, the criminals, all of those scamathons y'all tried to lift off, those that failed, those that didn't, the subsequent ones you tried to raise off the ground too, after that bullshit fiasco with Chase again. More billboards, more this, more that. And y'all do this in each and every case. To degrees. Summers are the biggest though. And hey, you know how they played that GoFundMe and all that shit? Candace and all that first stuff. Summers looks like. See the Jersey Chicken episode there. Didn't Smiley and them offer that same shit when Chris come on her panel and hey, we'll start you GoFundMe. Do we need to blah 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 blah? And they did the same shit to Seth and all that, yeah. And Seth took it there. Or some shit. He actually did one. But yeah, they tried to get Chris and that. See, that's how they fuck you up. And they do that in every fucking case. Because it makes you look a certain way. And they need that. They needed it first to tragedy pimp on and say, oh look, we're helping these people. And poor parents, poor this, poor that, poor boyfriend, husband, whatever, right? And then later on, when they're done with you, then they're like, look at these motherfuckers taking the money. It's lost it, whatever. Then they're gonna make you look guilty or a sinner, like you were only doing XYZ for money, while they've made millions on you, your families, your missing, murdered children, loved ones, wives, girlfriends, and the destruction of your communities, the destruction of cases, tampering with witnesses. They're gonna make millions on it. And then they're gonna use you, and then they're gonna annihilate you. And people are gonna think it's okay for these criminal con artists online to do that. To use these people's images, their stories, the worst moments in their lives, the occurrences, to make millions on, but the families not to take a cent, do whatever, and that it be okay to make them look certain ways, but you know, they do shit, man. They do shit. But it's one of the first playbook things they do around here. In many cases, even prior to summer. And you can see it continuing in Sebastian.
Makes sense right there.
Yeah. So from time to time, you know, you have silly, uneducated people that do troll your chats. I get them in my channel too.
They were in here.
And,
they were in here earlier with
Candace.
Some
I bet they were.
And I had to block. I don't. Over here, we believe 100% in, you know, the freedom of being an American, the freedom of speech, to bear arms. I don't time people out. Unless they're spamming or causing multiple trouble, we don't time them out or block them. We do have to block a few.
Right.
We don't want to, but you know, basically this is for all of us. When I made this channel, I made it a we thing. We, you know, this is our channel over here. Everyone's always welcome to palm the platform to talk and have open discussion. And you know, we respect each other. We all know that we have different points of views, and we respect that. We absolutely do. We respect one another, and we agree to disagree with plenty of love and respect added to it. You know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm just, you know, so glad that you know how to handle it like I know how to handle it. You know, I read the chat and I remember names and just to keep them posted so that this way whenever I go live, you know, I remember certain names and I go, oh, there's one, there's another one, there's another one. Miss Marshall wants to show.
What? It's nothing but filler out of this dude's mouth that doesn't even make sense. It never did. You know, this time. It never did. It sounded pretty with his voice and tone. But if you actually paid attention to his words, it makes sense. Everything was like drifting. She's all like free speech and America, and he's over like, yeah, I remember the names of my chatters and there, so that, oh, there's one, and there's one, and there's one, so, huh? What? No, you mean you do that as a con, see? I see that too as a con technique. Oh, but YouTube teaches that in a module for creators. They teach them fucking YouTube's a shit.
Time on me tonight a little bit. I'll just go ahead and let her do that because, you know, it's sad in a way to have everybody with the idea and the notion of let's help find Summer.
Absolutely.
And then you have other people tugging on the rope because you were able to do something different that moved this case forward in a way that increased the reward fund from where it was.
How the fuck did that movie anymore? You know what? No. No. No.
Was at 40,000, give or take, at one point for almost 5 months, and that was increased to nearly $74,000 in over
Absolutely.
10
God
days.
bless you. God bless you.
So, and for this person not to have appreciated somebody stepping up and working on that part of this case to make an effective increase on that, it just blows my mind. And this is the same person that wants to find Summer too. It doesn't make any sense.
If you really love Summer, I feel that
this is the same realm telling you that if you increase the reward, then searchers could do this and blah, 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 and all this. We're feeding you 423s and their fairy tale fucking phone calls and, but also billboards were going up and they were behind that as well and all this shit, right? But the whole time, Q and John Q were like, oh yeah, Candace done something with Summer. They're responsible, right? Help the bitches go to prison and jail, whatever else, and way worse than that. And yeah. But then the next day being like, hey, Candace, can we have a waiver to sell your daughter's picture on a mug? Yeah. Right. And then he's over here conveniently while PG's trying to... Just birds of a fucking con feather, bro.
this little girl has brought us all together for the love of her, and why can't we love one another?
Yeah.
Why can't we respect one another? We all love her. We're all in it for the same. She's the topic, and we're all after the same gold. We're all after to find her, bring her.
I'm fucking sorry. Did y'all hear that? She's the topic, and they're all after the same gold. Oh, shit. Drifted right into a slip. Did you there, PG? Much like Don and his gold. Oh my god. What'd you just do, homie?
Then you have other people tugging on the rope because you were able to do something different that moved this case forward in a way that increased the reward fund from where it was at 40,000, give or take, at one point for almost 5 months, and that was increased to nearly $74,000 in over 10
God
days.
bless you. God bless you.
So, for this person not to have appreciated somebody stepping up and working on that part of this case to make an effective increase on that, it just blows my mind. And this is the same person that wants to find Summer too. It doesn't make any sense.
If you really love Summer, I feel that this little girl has brought us all together for the love of her, and why can't we love one another?
Yeah.
Why can't we respect one another? We all love her. We're all in it for the same. She's the topic, and we're all after the same gold. We're all after to find her, bring her home, and get justice for whoever did this.
Yeah, Summer's the topic, and they're after all the same gold. Yeah, we know.
To her.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what we're after. And we don't need to be fighting and hating one another in the process of it. That's just not how it should work.
Yeah, because the goal is find Summer. It's
and by that they mean creators and preferred meat bags that help them get gold. Otherwise, no.
Find Summer. So you have a few people that did a fundraiser that increased the funds. Okay, good. You had some people work on the billboards to try to get billboards up in areas that have high traffic. Okay,
They didn't
good.
try, they did.
Yeah.
And you didn't
You know?
try, you did. And you know something? That should be commended, not beat down.
Yeah.
That should be commended.
You know, and you've had these small groups, you know, try to make an attempt to just do something positive and something different
Absolutely.
that will affect Finding Summer. Yet at the same time, you have other people going in the opposite direction, and it makes no sense. How does what they say, like Miss Marshall was saying to me in the chat room, help define Summer? Send John Q to jail.
There's no
Helps keep you the fuck out of other open and active investigations and fucking tampering with fucking with shit. Doing shit into families, communities for, I don't know, topics and goals. That's how it helps. Also helps set an example so others don't come after you and do the same shit. Take your place. You know how parasitic this motherfucker is around here.
room in
It
here.
makes no sense.
There's no room for people to be greedy. There's no room for people to be envious.
There's no room for people to be greedy. Weird, that's the first thing off of her fucking salami tongue. After the gold slip, there's no room for people to be greedy. And there's enough to share, there's enough to go around with the tragedy pimp con criminal brethren. My dudes. Get it yet? Oh, Jesus. How do more people not see this shit? What the?
There's no room for people to be hateful, ugly, or anything else in the situation. We got to carve that away from us. I believe that, you know, by you doing the good deed that you did, they just needed to beat you down for, you know, to make themselves feel better, maybe. And, you know, you done, you know, as long as you know in your heart and God knows your heart, that's all that matters. You know, you did a wonderful thing. So many people out there respect that, like me. And, you know, and I commend you for what you did, and I thank you for what you did, you know, because I love Summer, and I support and love everybody that's working to help find Summer.
Yeah.
You know,
and it's
absolutely.
It's not just me. I mean, Miss Q Carlock, you know, really held the reins down on, you know, taking that huge responsibility to manage that in a way, and a team of people. Like I said, Scott H was a part of that.
And needs to make sure to lay that all off on Q, so maybe she'll go to prison first. And Scott H, of course.
Miss Penny from True Crimes Commentary was a part of it. A number of Miss Libby from Libby Talks Crime from her channel. Miss Sharon from Down Under Talks Crime was a part of that. Boss Blake was a part of that. Miss Queen Talks Crime was a part of that. Miss V was a part of it. Was just a coming together of people to try to make something positive happen.
You left out so many known, built, and those squirrel in the background though, didn't you, John? Oh yeah, you did.
And we did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
How about Lip Lock? Jay, Don B, the Vault / whatever her name is now. AB built up AB, TM, you've got, oh my god, there were so many, Nanas, there's, what's her name, Mystery Angels, there was the Nita Dollars, there was, shit, the Lab, Chris McDonough. My god, there were so many, man. And so many being built. MGL, Justin, and all the things. I mean, just... So many. Oh, perplexed. And just so many men.
Did, you know, I'm just sorry that I hadn't started up yet and wasn't able to be a part of it myself, because I would have loved to have been part of that. Absolutely.
Oh, but you were part of it, PG. That's right. And then, let's not forget the handlers and teams and all that. But PG, weren't you and Squall and all those and J4 and all them trying to lift up the first one that didn't quite happen with Cher and all those? Squall got pissed off about and Scott took the idea to John Q and got that other one lifted off. You tried to start your own arrest, and you did fuck shit and Mary calls and all the things. Come on, bro. Come on now.
You know, absolutely, yeah. I would have.
And then when you fucked around and fucked off all that shit, and all the things, then Ziggy helps you build up, right? As you produce the receipts on Dawn after you're pissed that Tim took your position. But it was a busy October, wasn't it, dear? Carrying on.
And, you know, I think we're all doing our part to, you know, keep Summer's name out there, to keep it alive, to do all we can to, you know, find her, to bring justice, and we, you know, and we should all be, you know, working together. We should be working together, with love and kindness, caring, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know why it has to get so hateful, has to get ugly between people. I don't understand it, you know, I really don't.
Yeah, it's a different atmosphere when it comes to the Summer Wells case. And a lot of people have their own interpretations as to how this case should be resolved and in what way it can be resolved. But, you know,
at the end of the day, only the police can resolve it.
There you go. That's what I was about to get to. Right there.
Absolutely.
You said it. You said it. You know, we can do but so much in a positive way if we can do it.
All we can do is stay on TVI, FBI, the law enforcement. All we can do is let them know that we ain't going nowhere. We're going to stand up and we're going to really raise some hell if they try to make this go cold.
You're going to continue to tamper with videos and put crowds for people to inundate the feds working in Summer's case and others with bullshit, because y'all want to tamper and fuck around videos and do ghost noises and all the shit. Alright, that's how you're going to stay on them? Is that it? Or is that how you're going to try to discredit and do whatever and hope it mind fucks them too, or they don't realize what and who y'all are? I don't know, or maybe it makes people that report your asses and otherwise, you know, then maybe not believed about what they're saying because of what y'all are fucking doing. I don't know. Many reasons y'all do what you do. But yeah, you're going to stay right on it, right? Because you're not going to let anything go cold. Because that's really up to you already.
We want them to get off their asses and do what they need to do to find her and to get justice for whoever did this. Needs to be prosecuted to the...
Does that include getting off their asses for hoax shit that you all perpetuate? With fake bullshit and lies? While they're trying to take care of real shit. But you take their time away from them doing exactly what you did here? And sure, PG. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it, dear?
Fullest extent of the law.
I agree.
Absolutely. And, you know, and all we can do is keep pushing them to get off their backsides and do something to get us answers.
And I would agree with you also that I think you had mentioned think you had mentioned that someone needs to take a polygraph test. I believe
Yes,
yesterday.
absolutely. How do you feel about that?
I agree.
Absolutely. So
I
do
mean,
I.
when you're talking about a child
And it goes back to me again. I don't know.
that's been missing going on 7 months now, and you've got people out here on YouTube pretending to know what happened and then forget, then get amnesia, then, can't talk right. That person should be, yeah.
Acting like they know and then forgetting and then they can't talk right. Oh, hey, no amnesia. Once again, you got some asshole with hit her fucking ugly brain all the way down, making fun of my disability and playing. Just truly are a piece of shit, man. But yeah, okay. I need a polygraph stat, bro.
Sure.
Yeah,
That person should be looked at even more so because
I
we have to go back to the why. We have to go back to the motive. We know the victimology already. We know everyone who was involved in some.
Chrissy and Munch, there's on cue. Victimology. Did you take the fucking modules Steve was selling over with BK and the rest? Is that what you did? Victimology. Y'all are something else. Anyway, yeah, and now there's motive. It's 11 acres of shit.
His life to a big degree now, more so than we did when it first started. But yeah, I agree with you. I truly agree that there needs to be a polygraph test on a number of people, still to this day.
I agree with that 100%. Absolutely. Because especially when they're incriminating themselves, with some.
Exhibit A, they just committed crimes on the open. Called, basically put out manipulation, all that shit for feds to be inundated with bullshit. After they done pulled bullshit, they created that and then used that again to absolutely tamper with witnesses, target them, intimidate them, to lie. And make y'all hear shit when they're all so crap, man. So much shit there, civilly, surely legally, I don't know. You don't fuck around with people like that. But yeah, let's talk about it.
Really, Jody Sue ain't only incriminating herself, but she's implicating herself.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that just don't sit right with me. It does not, absolutely does not sit right with me. I have been on her early on, and people are just now starting to listen, and I'm so thankful because
you were inserted very early on, and you were told, bitch, to do certain things. Certain folks, which, by the way, has been confessed to by Prayer Garden that yes, she was indeed told to target I and the children and to do shit like this to us because Candace and Donna asked her to. Don't believe me? It's here. It's here. And I just took down one or two. Yeah, it's here. She absolutely said that. She said that she had been told and instructed to target I and the children and to do all this fuck shit to us, and it was at the request of Candace and Dawn. So tell me again. She's been on this. Yeah, but see, way after this, and she knew she wasn't getting DNC back and all that. She's like, yeah, well, we were told to do that to you all, and it was Candace and Dawn and their team that told us to, whatever it was. She confessed to it, though. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing when you say other people asked you to target I and my children. And you did it. And this piece does fall in era.
They don't know how hard I prayed to God and prayed and prayed, and I just wasn't going to give up, and that's what, what people need to understand. It's not easy to do what you and me are doing. It's not easy for what we're doing, and
what are they doing exactly? I ain't even seen this bitch's face in all these years. Hell, she ain't even done the cursory jail or jumps out in a ditch with a poster. Says he's searching. She ain't even done that. What has she done other than Target Tournament being used as a weapon and trashing everybody and doing whatever and putting out garbage and lies and Target all that for years? What has she done? What did John Q do? What did any of them really do? Nothing good.
they don't understand how hard we, for me, I was praying, and God would just let people start listening, and my prayer's been answered now. So
that was hard work. You just prayed to God that people would watch your YouTube channel. People are doing it now. You're so grateful. It's hard work praying. Yeah.
But I'm sure you was praying,
You mean building your channel and get rewarded after you've got up to all the fuck shit inserted in around Candace and Dawn. Then you let loose your seats when you're pissed when Tim took your position if you fucked everything all sideways. And then Ziggy built you up and your channel. Yeah, it must have been God, honey. No, I think it was releasing and getting your claim to fame as, the receipts on Dawn and using his name to build your channel. And then Summer, his missing daughter. Well, you sit over there and tithe in the name of Summer Wells and Jesus. Yeah, it must have been God.
To get that reward fund up and working just as hard to, get people to listen to you, and it's not easy. It's not easy. It takes a lot of effort to do what we're doing.
Yeah, it wasn't easy at all, especially, during the time that the idea came out of a conversation.
Oh, a couple days online. Sleeping schedules, running people that were like goofy as hell through rooms and tugging at people and using and whatever. Real people who really gave a damn to make. That was a hell of a paycheck you all got. Hundreds of thousands, John. And that's just what can be seen out front. Ish. Not all the intake methods, but at least some of them. So you're looking at least hundreds of thousands. Gosh, it was such hard work. Yeah, most people would do a lot of crazy shit for that type of money. And y'all did, didn't you? And, yeah, buddy. Such hard work, this praying and all the things they did for Summer by praying, and I mean the PREY variety on so many tens of thousands through those chats time and people's hearts, and to get the paychecks they all got in just days. Such hard work. They sat online and spewed garbage. Destroyed people. Did all the things. Yeah. Such hard work. Doing it in rotations and rooms that were planned.
And then one thing led to another, and something beautiful was happening, and we went with the spirit of it.
Right.
And it sort of like caught us up in the moment, if you will, and we just kept going. And the way we ran like no other content creator, out there would run. The number of hours that we put in back to back, day to day, and was able to produce a very good outcome. And that's all we wanted, was a good outcome. If we could change the numbers and increase it, maybe someone will step up and talk. Maybe this may be a part of the big puzzle that we've been all working on that may lead to us finding Summer. Why not do it? Why not do it?
Absolutely. Because, absolutely, you guys knew that money talks, bullshit walks. And the higher that reward is, the more if someone has got it, information, they're not going to hold it any longer because it's just too tempting to come out and with it. So you absolutely did a beautiful thing, and to be beat down afterwards is so disheartening,
Yeah.
It is.
We took a bit of a beating, but then again, it was expected to a big degree. That a lot of people weren't in line what we were trying to do, what we did. They're still bashing us today, and they still wonder where the 32,000 is, and we show them receipts, and they still come out the same way. So it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It is in the reward.
It is in the reward, yeah.
The reward fund would not have changed. Like, if you don't make a touchdown, then the scoreboard ain't going to change.
Right.
You see, and it's just common sense. I mean, you made a touchdown and the scoreboard changed. It went from a low amount up to like he said, $70-some thousand there.
Yeah, and we did that all in a matter of 10 days.
Absolutely.
Everything has been recorded. Everything has been there's a paper trail on it. And
everybody always wants to think someone is embezzling something,
Yeah.
That there's always this underhanded motive. Instead of thinking bad about everybody, try looking, if you seek the bad, you sure.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna play you the Hawkins County News. Like, we've done that enough around here, but if you want to, you can go look it up for yourself.
Really find it, but why don't you try to seek the good, because you'll find that too.
Yeah, you do get what you seek.
Yes, and it's just as easy to seek the good and a lot better feeling,
Yeah.
in my book. So I don't know why more people don't do it.
Yeah, but I'm very appreciative and grateful for the team that you have on your channel that supports you and the members of your panel to come on board to really take a look at the critical parts of this case that some of us have overlooked.
Yeah. PG and her team, who have come on to look at critical parts of this case that she just made up and pulled out of her ass, then Candace played along with, and everybody played along. They had to do another goddamn hoax while they're trying to get another one started and waste Ellie and Fed's time. Yes. How critical. Go look at it. This is a crime in motion here. Whole goddamn thing. Holy shit.
And I'm even taking a second and third look at
tampering with witnesses and victims, by the way, on many levels, Rachel. Witnesses and victims and run your old shit. The scam though, everything else. Some of the only few that could actually report and get shit done. And witnesses to this shit, and then here's this fucking PG thing, Hellmouth here, doing what she's doing. And then later confessing, yeah, it was indeed directed to do shit like that. Yeah, it's so critical.
Certain things
made up shit was critical to look
in
at.
regards to the people now, because I believe this thing happened, and it happened with people. it's a people thing that's involved in here. That's the critical
Absolutely.
element that we're looking at. And so I'm very appreciative of you.
I mean, you made it.
Oh, the mutual ass licking. If creator love is something, but just listen to that closely again and how this man actually says nothing. Nothing. It doesn't.
Touchdown and the scoreboard changed. You know, it went from a low amount up to a, like he said, $70-some thousand there. You know.
Yeah, and we did that all in a matter of 10 days.
Absolutely.
Everything has been recorded. Everything has been, there's a paper trail on it. And
everybody always wants to think someone is embezzling something, you know?
Yeah.
That there's always this underhanded motive. You know, instead of thinking bad about everybody, try looking, you know, if you seek the bad, you should surely find it. But why don't you try to seek the good, because you'll find that too.
Yeah. You do get what you seek.
Yes, and it's just as easy to seek the good and a lot better feeling, you know, in my book. So I don't know why more people don't do it.
Yeah, but I'm very appreciative and grateful for the team that you have on your channel that supports you and the members of your panel to come on board to really take a look at the critical parts of this case that some of us have overlooked. And I'm even taking a second and third look at certain things in regards to the people now, because I believe this thing happened, and it happened with people.
What? He's even taking a second to look at people. Because he thinks that this has something to do with people. It concerns people. Yeah, no shit. What?
It's a people thing that's involved in here. That's the critical element that we're looking at. And so
I believe it has something to do with people. There's definitely people in here. What we're dealing with is definitely something involving people. So that's the critical element we're looking at is people. It sounds good though if he throws the big boy. Critical element and there's people and people and people. It's fucking dude. It's dumb as dog shit. Fucking Cool Whip, motherfucker.
I'm very appreciative of you really digging into this case and talking with Candace and getting her perspectives. You're the only channel that's been able to do it and have a good, comfortable, secure, and safe platform to do it. And I commend you for that, you know, because a lot of us wanted to hear her side of the story.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And, you know, I am so glad that, you know, I just thank God. I just thank God that, you know, he's letting, you know, everyone, he's opening everyone's eyes up and finally letting them see that, you know, what I've been seeing for a long time. And, you know, I am so thankful for that because, you know, Jody Sue did need to get, you know, eyes on her. Yeah. And I am just thankful that God's letting all of those eyes be put upon her now.
Yeah. Yeah, in a big way, and that's good.
Absolutely.
We're doing the best we can to keep, you know, Summer's name alive on my channel, your channel, Miss Q's channel, Scott Has Thoughts channel, True Crimes Commentary, and so forth. And, you know, to listen to you and
He's a fucking dude that's like, oh, Penny, did all this marathon screaming on shit. Penny, all these things, right, for all his time, their bodies. And he keeps calling her True Crimes Commentary. Get your goddamn channel name right.
Penny and Benny really get into an area that
Michelle, you know, After Dark, she's doing a great
Michelle
job.
After Dark too, yeah. She's been doing a fabulous job in the genealogy area. And so it helps. All of it helps. You know, it's still a big puzzle. And the pieces.
And the other thing is, they tell you they do all this genealogy work, but they're actually gathering it from websites where all of our family members and shit have actually gotten on those websites and put all those in there, like Monsters Dumbass Family and all them. Anyway, so they actually got all of that stuff from people here who added all those things throughout all those websites for years. This is not their hard work or effort either, which is why we can look at it and be like, yeah, shit ain't complete, and you can't figure out what you're missing, but we know because they just plastered on screen from what they're gathering from. Come on, folks, get real.
Are falling into place little by little, slowly but surely, and the truth will come out of it, and we will know what the true motives of individuals in this case are. And yes, they need to be held accountable if they're in wrong standings.
And wrong standings.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad that you came upon my panel tonight. I thank you so much for, stepping up here.
I'm glad you have a channel to for me to jump up on, because I was listening to you for the past 3 days, and I said, you were just hitting the ball out the park. I said, that's a good question. That's a good question. I said, I looked back at my notes and I said, well, okay, I was just working in this direction to try to find out about this abduction theory that Donald and Candace was talking about. And I said, it's difficult. I listened to Chris Madonna go over the same information. He also
Tiffany Marie wants to come up. Do you know her?
Yes, I've definitely touched base with Tiffany Marie earlier.
And do you mind if I bring her upon?
Oh no, I don't mind at all.
All right, you definitely touched base with Tiffany Marie earlier.
Hello, Tiffany.
Hello, Prayer Garden. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Crimes commentary and so forth, and to listen to you and Penny and Benny really get into an area that
Michelle After
got
Dark,
my attention.
she's doing a great
Michelle
job.
After Dark too. Yeah, she's been doing a fabulous job in the genealogy area, and so it helps. All of it helps. It's still a big puzzle, and the pieces are falling into place little by little, slowly but surely, and the truth will come out of it, and we will know what the true motives of individuals in this case are. And yes, they need to be held accountable if they're in wrong standings.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad that you came upon my panel tonight. I thank you so much for, stepping up here.
I'm glad you have a channel to for me to jump up on, because I was listening to you for the past 3 days, and I said, you were just hitting the ball out the park. I said, that's a good question. That's a good question. I said, I looked back at my notes and I said, well, okay, I was just working in this direction to try to find out about this abduction theory that Donald and Candace was talking about. And I said, it's difficult. I listened to Chris Madonna go over the same information. He also
Tiffany Marie wants to come up. Do you know her?
Yes, I've definitely touched base with Tiffany Marie earlier.
And do you mind if I bring her upon?
Oh no, I don't mind at all.
Hello, Tiffany.
Hello, Prayer Garden. Yeah, can you hear me okay? Is my mic all right?
Absolutely. It's wonderful.
Okay. Hi, John Q. Did you say that you reached out to me? You said you touched base with me earlier?
No, not today.
Is that what you... Oh, I thought that's what you just said when I came up. You said, yeah, I touched base with her earlier.
Yeah, much earlier, when the case was coming to light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No, that tone change, though. Did you fuck up, John Q? You did it. Again. While you were over there trying to fix shit. Before people were supposed to come in and act like my champions and hope I'd see it. But I didn't until several years later. A lot of good it does y'all to do this stupid shit. Anyway, but I guess it also makes audiences believe that certain people are the champions. I heard that tone change, you slimy little son of a bitch. I heard that. And you know damn good well it's like, oh, just when the case was first beginning. No. You remember Q and her seats of shrimp? She's like, oh, Tiffany, and reach out to Tiffany Marie, she knows who I am, and then Tiffany was in all the chats and everything else that Mary damn well know who each other are, and on the panels, and Scott H is laying into Tiffany, and YouTube, everybody's like, give me a break. It was just like weeks before this. What do you mean very early on when the case first began? Seriously? Y'all really tried this in January 22?
So I guess I just wanted to know, Per Gurdon, what is this ambush on Jody Sue lately? I want to understand. That's why I'm coming up.
I don't think it's an ambush on anybody. I think that it is us just wanting her to step up and explain why she's making accusations that are so incriminating to not only oneself but her husband as well, or her ex-boyfriend.
But we weren't, nor did we ever. We spoke of what occurred in factual terms, which is it was a form of abuse levied at us. Had nothing to do with Summer other than that Monster used him thinking Candace and Donna killed her and whatever else. But either way, him using that to further traumatize her, torment us. That was it. That was not incriminating on him or I or anybody else. At least it was speaking on domestic violence. The links Monsters will go to. And how many forms and methods and crazy shit they will do to abuse. Especially if they know it hurts. But, it's the whole thing, right? Then y'all took it and spun it like, oh, it's this, that, and the other, like you've continued to do for years. And then doing that, and waste Ellie's time and team efforts and tragedy pimps and all that with it. Look at this shit. Took my Facebook red of me calling y'all out for, certain dates, times, fuckery, and team blood sports and all those involved in shit. I don't know, man. And then you used it to try to do it again. And you did. Anyway, carrying on.
You really think, though, in all fairness, that Jody Sue has made incriminating remarks or accusations?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What do you think they are?
I have been playing them. I have actually been playing her incriminating statements. Have you been listening?
An example of one?
Excuse me?
Do you have an example of one?
Now, mind you, though, Tiffany at this point is calling PG out for fuck shit and getting ready to call her out for tampering with the video and doing suburbs, whatever, does not stop Tiffany Marie from doing the exact same goddamn thing around the Nerdy Attic piece and the ghost noises. Do you hear this? Let me play it 10 times for my chat. Tiffany Marie did that after this herself, but here she was, calling out in the name of JSP. My hero. Alright.
Just give me 1 second.
Alright.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Oh.
So, Miss Tiffany, what are some of your thoughts about Miss Jody Sue, since you were able to, I guess, touch base with her a couple of times on your channel? What do you gather from her?
My thoughts on Jody Sue have differed throughout the course of the last, I would say, 4 months. I've gone back and forth a few times, not knowing how to feel, but more so in the beginning. Before she started really, I feel she was probably trying to censor herself a whole lot more in the beginning of this, maybe due to the circumstances, and it may have come off to some of the general public as a little bit cryptic, because she doesn't always, say exactly what she means. But I guess being in that circumstance and living in that area, being a single mother, having children to take care of, and, needing to watch your own safety and have your own back, you do have to skirt around things sometimes. So I guess that could either be, you could take it or leave it, right? So I think that a lot of times it can be misconstrued.
Would you like to hear this statement?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, would you like to hear this statement?
Yeah, sure. In a nutshell, really quick. Oh, you're gonna play it.
Basically saying that or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such, and Summer's body was, oh y'all, and everybody was like, we know better, whatever, but the Culligan made you an address I'm not actually at.
Okay, what does she mean Summer's hot body was hauled off? What
Can
exactly?
you put in? Can you play it? I don't know. Maybe I'll turn my sound up a little bit. But could you put? Are you playing it like on a phone or something?
I'm playing it on live right there. Jody Sue is so hard to understand. I even intensified this for people to be able to hear it better and a little more clear than what it actually was on the original video that you did.
I just turned up my volume just to be able to listen to that portion.
All right, I'll turn my volume. We'll play it one more time, Purgarden.
Yes.
Thanks.
Basically saying that or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such, and Summer's body was, oh y'all, and everybody was like, we know better, whatever, but the Culligan made you an address I'm not actually at.
Okay, so
you can clearly tell she's intensified, but to a degree to where it actually places my voice here and it screams in your ears the other pitches, right? And in this column, clearly talking about how these assholes and other team members and stuff have done fuck shit and set up shit to waste Ellie's time and brought him here, and that they had said that Summer's body was here, Monster was living here, 'tis the season, and all that, right? And then the bitch turns it into a thing too, and then tries to make another thing, and it gives the call up for feds to then further be called. Yeah, seems like some people involved are probably a little worried about how the first call went in. But anyway, definitely
I can tell you exactly what Jody Sue just said. She said that somebody had called law enforcement and made those claims about her, about Voldemort, and about her address. So she was explaining in that clip that somebody had called that into law enforcement to fuck with her.
No, she said that somebody had called at an address she wasn't even at.
Right, which would be 125, where she used to live. She wasn't there anymore, so that's what she's saying.
And law enforcement ain't going to call you.
What's the damn
going to
line,
call you
sir?
at your address.
Huh?
Law enforcement isn't going to call you at an old address. Law enforcement.
Nobody called. Somebody called in to law enforcement and said all that fuck shit. Y'all damn well know it. But
That knows where Jody Sue is.
No, the person that, what I take away from what I just heard, it's the person that called who said it was at 125. When this person called that in, they didn't say where Jody Sue was because nobody knew where she was, right? She had already left 125. So what you're hearing is she's explaining.
Now do not mix all this up for the other hoaxes they've played with media, Candace Dawn, shit, rest, and wasting everybody's goddamn time when they did the hoax bullshit over here and ran live with it, and then I love showing the pieces that kept sharing him up in the fuckery, and all players and teammates involved when the shit went in, and saying, oddly enough, while I was on TM's panel one day, Sharon on him start playing fucked up games and pull a whole ass hoax on the whole world saying that Summer's remains have been found in a pond on 125, Jody Sue's property. Prairie Boy shared the rest, Candace and Dawn did all that shit. So don't confuse any of these moments with any of those. Everybody always wants to talk about the Murray calls though, don't they? Super strict. The fans of King even took it. Yeah, they do like their games around here, don't they? Even if it wastes fuck it. Fuck it.
What somebody called in and made up and used
you and AB protect Jody Sue pretty good, don't you?
Right.
Protect. I don't think Jody Sue needs anybody to protect her on YouTube. I think she does a good job of that all on her own.
But you guys aid in a better. I mean, nobody's allowed to talk about Jody Sue if they're on your channel. If they're in your chat, they get timed out. They get blocked if they talk about Jody Sue, right?
No, actually, I try to keep a really open chat.
Well, I know that I've been in there and nobody's allowed to speak of her. I know that they get timed out. Matter of fact, I was getting blocked and all the time.
All right, well, I mean, I try to talk with my mods all the time and everything, and I do like to run an open chat. I don't like to have my chat censored. I never do, but,
what I take away from this is Jody Sue needs to answer some questions about implicating Andy. And why did she say that Andy told her, okay, you can try to explain this one away for her, which it ain't happening for me.
I didn't implicate Monster in any way. Little spoke. They've always said it was I that did though. Little spoke. They want to make you believe it's me though. Blah blah, etc. It was both of us essentially though at a certain point, but it was about domestic violence and how that monster had used Summer vanishing whatever to further abuse us. It was never to implicate him in Summer's vanishing or otherwise. It was speaking on domestic violence and the type of abuses levied at us. Right? Because, y'all are the only ones that made up shit. You went with the Jody Sue said that Baltimore seen Summer's dead body and all this bullshit that was never true. But you did it. And you did it to half mindfuck Monster to get him real pissed off, get him over to set off shit, more content, more this. And get him ramped up and pay him money and learn he could abuse it and whatever and profit of it, just like y'all do. Because that was the content. Because there's really no content otherwise. You did all the fuck shit. You all are the makers and the twisters of what was a statement by survivors and fighters of domestic violence. It was not in any way to implicate anyone in and around Summer or her vanishing. It was a statement. It was a factual one. It is a real thing that really fucking occurred, and it was just done to abuse us. That was it. Y'all are the ones that made up Summer's dead body bullshit and Jody Sue said and all this other crap that still exists here today. Though the proof is here that that is not the case, not what was ever said. Even Candace knows in the roadway in real time when we all still lived there wasn't the case. It's not what was said. It's not any of that. Did not stop any of you, including her, from playing these games. And the shit you all still feed out to this fucking day. And it also probably still fucking believes. Which is why eventually he included in, oh no, it was a dream. Which is bullshit, okay? It was just domestic violence in the way in which monsters abuse. That was it. And you gotta leave out the part where I and Little both were like, man, he was like, Candace and Dawn have killed Summer and they've done something. And, you know, and y'all leave that shit out all the time though, right? I guess because the team formulated around both, which is weirdly enough the same team, probably don't want that known, just like everybody who actually holds the peace where Little said out in public in here and spoke on that moment. Y'all vanished that into hell and hoped it didn't exist still. And nobody'd ever find it, so then, yeah, but it is here on my chip. And then y'all could keep perpetuating the bullshit myth that Jody Sue or whatever said that he's seen and blah blah, and it's not true. None of it's ever been true. What you all have done. It's a lie and you all made it up. We told the truth about the domestic violence and what he did to us. And it was about domestic violence. And how we were abused. It was not to implicate or imply in any way that monster or anyone else had actually seen Summer, you know. And y'all damn well know it, but y'all took off with it though. Didn't you? And others and teams did it to keep eyes off of. So many fucking hoaxes and games are in here by so many who knew better than and know better than still. Still do it though.
I don't think that she is implicating Andy. I think that she was explaining what happened.
Tell me what she meant when she said out of her own mouth that Andy, her daughter, told her daughter, she said this, Andy told my daughter that he was
screaming at both of us, and especially Little, and knowing it would upset her because of how traumatized she was by her next door neighbor whom she knew vanishing. That's what the fuck he did. And he said Candace Dawn killed her. And Summer's remains are out there somewhere. And he did that to an already traumatized child and woman and whatever else, you know. It's a form of fucking abuse.
It's the last one to see Summer's dead body. So explain that one away to me.
I believe
I was getting blocked and all the time.
All right, well, I mean, I try to talk with my mods all the time and everything, and I do like to run an open chat. I don't like to have my chat censored. I never do.
What I take away from this is Jody Sue needs to answer some questions about implicating Andy. And why did she say that Andy told her, okay, you can try to explain this one away for her, which it ain't happening.
No, I don't think that she is implicating Andy. I think that she was explaining what happened.
What she meant when she said out of her own mouth that Andy, her daughter, told her daughter, she said this, Andy told my daughter that he was the last one to see Summer's dead body. So explain that one away to me.
That was never said. It's just another PG pulled it out of her ass moment.
I believe, I don't know exactly what was said on that one, Per Gordon, but I believe that he had made a very dark comment toward her daughter, and that was part of the abuse that she was enduring, if I recall correctly. I don't know exactly what she said or how it was said. I would need to hear it because it's been a very long time, but I can't speak to that because I believe that that was something that was said, but I can't remember exactly what was said by him. Do you know what I mean? So, do you have that?
Right.
Do you have that with you?
No, I don't. I do have it, but I have to find it. It's somewhere in my. I have done so many. So I have put so many videos.
Weird, you don't have that though, right? You'd think you'd latch onto that if that actually existed and be playing it instead of, I don't know, tampering with another vid of mine, actually outing tragedy pimps in the game and the team and the bullshit and the hoaxes and all that shit. Shit, if the other one actually exists, man, you'd think she would have latched on it and played it for Candace so they could all cry fake tears together. Because that'd been a much better piece. It's too bad she didn't look for that. I guess we're still waiting several years later for that to appear, right? I hear tell she's on another one of those benders right now. As a matter of fact, 3 or 4 days, people have been waiting for something that she can't produce. And she keeps promising to. Yeah. Old PG there.
Together is somewhere lost in my
okay,
within my videos, but I am going to dig it out. You know, I'm losing a lot of sleep with what all I'm doing now. So, but yes, I am definitely going to get that out for everyone to be able to see and hear.
She's so tired, though. It may take her a while to finally dig that out. It's lost.
To me, it's
lost in her files somewhere. She's so tired from what she's already doing now. I mean, she did spend an inordinate amount of time tampering with one video already, outing tragedy pimps and team blood sports for fucking with us. Oh, yeah. She got time for that all day, though, right? Manufacturing lines and bullshit and wasting feds and everybody else's time and resources. She got time all day for that. She can't find this imaginary thing she's pulled out of her ass that doesn't exist. That she can't ever pull out of her ass because it doesn't exist. Because she's so tired of what she already gets up to. Small crimes and misdemeanors and major felonies in a concerted group effort online. Tampering with witnesses. At the behest of others.
Incriminating statements. And she said that she would love to take a lie detector's test. Why don't we take up a fund for her to do that? I mean,
probably I'm sure that law enforcement would probably give her one for free, I would assume. I mean, they probably would have done that already if they, felt that they needed to do that. I don't think that it would.
I don't think
we would need to take up a fund for anything.
I don't think law enforcement has, really had their focus on this type of incriminating evidence upon her and Andy.
You don't think that law enforcement's been listening?
You mean the shit that didn't exist? Wasn't ever said, that there was clear evidence was never said? But y'all hoped she'd vanished away into hell, that the feds wouldn't know about and all that, and they weren't listening in the way back when it was said online? Or they didn't know about it in real time or anything? Damn, I don't know what to tell you. But, do you mean evidence you all have manufactured? Like this shit here? Because that's what it is. You're manufacturing. You're tampering with shit. Can't imagine why you don't come out behind that screen. Why you don't want anybody to know who you are. Anyway, the thing is, I'm sure the feds do them. Anyway, the thing is, what evidence other than what you all have made up? What incriminating anything other than what you all have made up, clearly tampered with to do so? Much like it's very reminiscent of the John Davis shit, where he clipped out shit about the first meeting with Candace and then told people to call feds. All these other things they've done throughout, with eyeing the kids and trying to make it look fucked up ways. Done. They've done it over and over and over again. Oh, and let's not forget the AB and the Tiffany game. Accounts, Google accounts, Gmails, NJSP's name, her icon on them going around, putting out and learning to type her like her, and putting out statements that look like her typing them into chats about Summer and the case, and then posting them on other people's community walls, and then me being like, wait, I never said that. What the fuck? And he couldn't quite figure it out because you're like, well, shit, that's my icon. But I remember saying that, and I wouldn't have said something like that because that's not right. Unless I was being a smart ass or something to somebody. But even still, I mean, that's how good of a job it was that AB and them were doing. And then Tiffany posted it on her wall. And then when AB got caught at it, and the accounts discovered this, oh, it was just a game. But actually what it was creating fake, misleading evidence meant to be turned into law enforcement in and around Summer's case to mislead them and to make us look certain ways that weren't true. Wasn't a game, dude. It was absolutely tampering with and manufacturing evidence. Evidence, you want to call it. That's some dangerous fucking shit. Doesn't stop any of you from doing it, though, does
it? And to Jody's too?
You know something, I don't think anybody wants to listen to Jody Sue. You know what? It's a damn task for me to do it. Absolutely. No, I don't think they do.
You don't?
I don't. How can you, do you understand how many times you have to play this clip in order for a chat to understand what was, and you said, Prayer Garden, can you play that again? I need you to play that again. So,
yeah, it's because of how you fucking tampered with it. You know it. Oh, I should probably pull up Facebook and let y'all listen to the damn video. I assure you, I can be understood just fine. And it sounds nothing like what that is.
And I intensified it. I even took it and I intensified it so that it would be as clear as you was able to hear it now. And then, like I said, the original video, it wouldn't have been took much for you to miss that. Because why? You don't want to listen to fucking Jody Sue anyway. Nobody does.
I actually enjoy listening to Jody and I really do believe
that makes you a unique person. That makes you a wonderful and a unique person because you know what? I should have held on.
If you want to understand what happened to Summer, don't you want to listen to the person who lived 700 feet from her?
And you know something?
To speaking?
Well, you know what?
No.
You know what? I think I have been listening to it because I wouldn't have these clips if I didn't.
You just told me you don't understand anything she
but
says.
I'm trying to say I am understanding your question. And you know what? I do want to find Summer. That's why I put myself through the torture of listening to this motherfucker.
Well, if you were listening, then you would know what you're talking about. And you don't.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
Right. You want to find her so badly, you go tamper with people's videos and make people falsely believe shit to them, and others with you and Candace and play into the bullshit and play with you knowing better. And you waste law enforcement's time and take them off Summer's case for fuck shit you all manufactured and cries up you've called for to get them inundated with garbage instead of working Summer's actual case and real tips and leads and all. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're trying to solve it.
About
No, you don't. You didn't even know what she said right there. You just accused her of something
Yes, I
completely
do. I
different.
do know what she said there. Everybody knows what she said there, Tiffany, and everybody knows you're her fucking ass kisser. So
No, I am not an ass kisser at
don't come back
all.
up upon my panel ever. I'm done with you. That is one bitch I don't like, and that's because she takes up for Jody Sue. And why, I don't know. It's because of the views. She has Jody Sue on her panel. She gets a bunch of views. It makes her be a bunch of money, and she's fine with that. You know the motherfucker that really ain't.
Says the bitch who just had Candace up on her playing shit with me, who just manufactured evidence and mindfuck people into inundating law enforcement. Detrimental to Summer's case, by the way. Yeah. You had Candace there, why? You had Dawn there on your panels, why? You bet your shit. Yeah, that's right. Summer's the topic, and you're all after the same gold. What happened to the free speech in America and everybody riots, everybody can get along, and y'all can have differing opinions? PG 5 minutes ago speech to John Q. I guess it didn't apply when she just booted Tiffany Murray. I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
About Summer, it's Tiffany Marie. Or she would see the same thing everybody else is seeing. This is incriminating fucking evidence. And Jody Sue and Andy need to take a.
I don't know, man. You know what's really fucking weird is that all of y'all stood with all these fucking monsters asking you to do shit. Blocking and bashing and targeting and all this shit, and y'all have done so for all your own little reasons on top of it, and your criminal shit, and to hide and do it, and to try to get by with, and to discredit, and everything around that shit as well, too. But man, it never strikes you once as, fuck, why are these people that really are probably more so asking us to do these things? And why are they up here playing all these hoaxes and all this shit and targeting neighbors and witnesses and whatever through YouTube and social creators using us? That's us. That's us. That's strange. But it pays well, right? 'Cause summer's the topic. And y'all are after all. Same gold. So y'all have to pretend that's not sus as fuck. And that y'all aren't doing it with the same gold in mind. Why you leash all the monsters who target all those who, I don't know, are in their fucking ways. Including yourselves years deep into targeting well-organized harassment and a group effort by online means which hits federal territory. Yeah, it goes for most of you at this point. From the chasings to the pissy frog over there. Most of you admitted proof, evidence on, can be shown, years worth of compiling, how you worked with one another and in groups, concerned about, I mean, like, it's all there, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's all there. Meanwhile, you continue to call and do all this shit to everybody else. But people in your ears going, hey, why don't you just do this for us, do that for us, and but, you know, if you don't, because, you know, that pays the best, right? Plus you get content. I don't know, favors, sort of like the Reed Delphi attempted Simon variety. AWP bullshittery in court to get stuff poofed because of oopsies on Zooms, you know, and all that. All the little things y'all have done in so many cases and satelliting ones. Anyway, what I am gonna do though, because I do need to eat and I need to rest. I've been here for far longer than any healthy human being ought to be. And, Little is clearly awake. I would like to do breakfast and all that stuff. And, also my body could use some breakfast as well. And, because I ate pretty early yesterday evening and then I ate a bagel in between these two and then the chips. Okay, and I didn't, you know. Anyway, I definitely need to eat something and grab a bite. But, there are pieces that go along with this. I don't know, it's actually probably best that I should. Some of those here. That's interesting. It's interesting. This. You don't be first because they're put shit, setup shit that was done on them here. Manipulation tactics. Okay. November 6th. 3 in the morning. That's there, alright. 8. We're fine. Now, mind you, you know, November 6th, there was another bunch of fuckery over here on YouTube for them, and I'm like, holy shit, are you okay? That's what I asked her. Are you okay? I was like, hell, I don't even know what the fuck I watched is just real, but because of how goddamn crazy YouTube is, as you can obviously see from what PG does here, even with Candace. Anyway, she goes, we're fine. And then I was like, that was not a we anything, so I send you both thugs and wishes peace and chaos. She goes, I'm very pissed. That was her response to that. And this is weird because Candace suddenly starts, I don't know, chit-chatting after strange shit after Tim took over. She's very pissed, blah, blah, blah. I was like, same. I think she's talking about one thing. She's apparently talking about another. She goes, what is fucking going on? I was like, that's a good question. One I'd like to answer to myself. She goes, so did you sell your shirt? I'm like, I don't know. Someone did. But I have no idea who did or where. That money is supposed to go to Civis, but not one motherfucker has accounted for it or mentioned it, but they all have lies and bullshit to try to hide their asses. And now it's strange. Dawn and all this shit's going on, right? Dawn's gone to jail. Dawn's gotten out. More fuck shit with them occurred on YouTube. I'm like, holy shit, are you okay? Right? Same day. But then they gotta find a way to take attention off themselves, don't they? And the fuck shit they got up to again and everything right after Dawn got out of jail. She's all like, we're fine. I'm like, that was not a we anything sigh. And the next thing Candace mentions, did you say your shirt? Where the fuck's that going, man? I was like, I don't know, someone did. But I have no idea who did or where. Blah, blah. I was like, but they all have lies and bullshit to try to hide their asses. She goes, there is so many lies. What happened to you know who? That's what she says to me. What happened to you know who? I'm like, do not trust Chase or these people. I'm telling you, all wrong and helping you and Dawn. Not that Dawn needs any help. The setups are real, including last night. And because I had no clue the fuck she was talking about with you know who, I was like, you're talking about X-Monster? She goes, yes. Who tried and set us up? I don't know. Probably Doug and Chris and everybody else in with all this shit. See, at that time, I didn't realize how embedded they were with the group. I don't think they also quite got it. Anyway, I was like, beside of y'all, I guess, in response to her question about where X-Monster was. So, first thing after they've created chaos and fuckery, Dawn's went to jail. They need eyes and shit off of them. What better way to do that than to, and then to be concerned with my shirt? It's odd, isn't it? Yeah. Weird. But I guess if you need some. Anyway, so, I was like, beside of y'all, I guess, or his mom's still staying with his new hoe of the season and their kid or something. Right? That's what I said. Okay, we need to know where, she says. Who the fuck is we? I'm like, no, it's got all the wrong flavors to it. Anyway, I was like, everyone from Mickey to whoever is behind. The rest of this YouTube bunch, that was in response to who's trying to say. And then, for her going, okay, we need to know where he is. I was like, why? Why? She goes, because people are looking for him. I'm like, have y'all not seen or heard him coming and going from there yet? She goes, no, not for 2 weeks, which, well, puts that at certain times and dates, don't it? Anyway, I was like, feds? As in, because people are looking for him, is what she told me. I don't know who people and, yeah, even then you can see I was just not, even to Candace, I'm be like, oh, you have people that are looking for him. Here's where, and I didn't know. I don't know where the fuck some bitch is, despite all their whole shit. It's not like, yeah, he was keeping eyes on us, and us in a box, and ties with my family, and ties with everybody else to make sure he had all the things. But I wasn't around here stalking motherfuckers. So anyway, but I wasn't gonna be like, oh, okay, this is whatever, So I was like, feds? Question mark. They were just here 2 days ago because of Keys and Cher and others calling people to target my kids. Yeah. She goes, he's not been here. I was like, okay, then he's at that girl's. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. She goes, where? This is not good. Right, Candace? I was like, I just seen them at Zoomers the same day feds were here. Yeah, I did. Little and I and my kids had already been questioning about the fuck shit you and your team got up to 2 days prior with Benny and them. Magically the same people you tried it again with PG here, and just later on with the fucking video that ties back to this shit. Right, Candace? Yeah. Alright. So anyway, I was like, I just seen them at Zoomers the same day feds were here. Now, Little and I and elsewhere have been questioning. We've been, that was here, and then we went out, and on our way back in, we seen Stall Pump and Monster at the gas station. They were dressed up, looked like they were clearly on the way in, probably pretending they were still living at Mommy and Daddy's, whatever, although they were at the trailer they weren't paying for. And we're going to court for them eventually. So, it looked like they were coming in probably to be questioned, and we knew what we'd already been questioned about. So it was like, oh god, they really went that far. But they did, because you're all's bullshittery. The team. The fucking team. Alright, so, that was my little placement of a pebble. And, people with brains would have taken that as, have you not seen him and his parents either? She goes, well, he needs to come out. Damn, really? Well, he needs to come out. For who? Right? I don't know. No, we have not seen him at all. I was like, I think I know, but can't say, but the feds have her name, I think, and know where he works, and where she works. Easily found. See, I tell her, the feds know. They have all that. They know all the info on him, her, where they work, where the things, No, I drive by every day and he has not been there. Please tell me. This is very important. I was like, is it going to feds? If so, I'll give her name. If it is going to YouTube or Keys, etc., I won't. What does Candace tell me? She says it's feds only. Implying that feds are the ones that, need to know, people need to know, etc., all the info on Monster, etc., but it's for feds, right? Feds need to know. They're the people that need to know. Feds are looking for him, essentially. Because you remember she said people are looking for him? People are looking. But then to say feds only is okay. I was like, you been by Hayward? She's like, I don't like it, people. No, I have not. I was like, because he still works there. She still works at it. And as far as I know, the feds know that. Right? She's like, YouTube can fuck themselves. Bullshit, Candace. I'm done. I don't know, but I need my daughter Summer back and my boys. Well, that's a little extra. See, between her and I, she's just been like, I need my kids back. Now, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with Monster, but there she is. I'm not gonna, you know, anyway, so, where she said his feds, I gave her stall pumps bullshit. I was like, his messenger's back up on, try messenger with him. She calls Stall a fucking dope whore. Right? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, she would know. Candace here. Allie and them who were visiting all the time at Hayworth all the time for months. They would know dope whore when they seen one. Anyway, say, I was like, or hell, feds know his parents too. Don't understand why they wouldn't go by their call. I was like, they also have his new phone number. She goes, they don't do shit. And then this is like, fuck. So she's, so now she's saying the feds don't do shit. But it went from people looking for him, the feds need to know, to, wait, the feds don't do shit. Right? They don't do shit. Fuck, I can't imagine why. She goes, what messenger? I was like, why are they asking you to, though? I was like, the same one. It reappeared in my face last night, so he has it back up again. I was like, the one you used to message till just a month or two ago, but I knew that was bullshit. See, her and Monster were playing games with I and my children. As soon as we left there, they tried this shit. I dropped a pebble. Obviously, Candace told Monster certain things popped up in algorithms. Monster was hella worried about money. Anyway, it worked like a fucking charm to show me that both were playing together, and she had no problem still playing with Andy. And otherwise, and if they're playing together to fuck with me, well, they all probably still got up to the dope shit. Whatever. Anyway, I was like, why are they asking you to, though? Right? This is how smart she is. After she says the feds don't do shit, then she goes back with, cause he not answering them. Yeah, right. 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 Monster was just entirely ignoring the feds, which I know is not true, you know. And they had just seen all of us 2 days prior and talked to us. And, they sent Candace fucking Wells in to get all the info. They didn't know where Monster worked. I mean, I know he was lying to courts and shit by this point and everything else. And I don't have a job, dear Hawkins County, soon to be retiring judge. She got me fired, but it's bullshit. He's just off for a couple days before and after he's right back to it, you know? But they all knew this, didn't they? With their smirky fucking faces and lack of calculators, it's fun. Anyway, but yeah. He was clearly working there. Feds knew this. Law enforcement. Yeah, they knew all the things. The fucking feds. Anyway. But yeah, they sent Candace in to ask me where he was with orders and delay. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Anyway, I was like, you want a vid chat? It's easier than texting, and that way you know there are no messages and I'm not recording. This is how YouTube Candace just went by that point. Swear to God. She goes, can you send me a link to it? Okay with me. I was like, I'm having issues too in Epinex, so I don't know who the fuck is even typing half the time. And that was true. It still holds true depending on who's doing what. But she was like, can you send me a link to it? She totally went over her head what a vid chat was. She was like, I'm gonna drop link. So we vid chat. Right? It's the one, obviously, you have all the shit, Dr. Phil, all the things coming up, right? At that date and time. Don't you? It was a weird October and November. was. But, anyway, you can see in the way back. And these receipts go with the team who and knowing they did that, and that it was Benny in it, all this shit, and then what was inside of this actual vid chat that Candace and I had, and that she's concerned about and pissed off seemingly, just, the concern, and then wanting eyes and ears and shit off them and their fuck shit they'd managed to pull between Halloween and obviously hours before this. Had to find some way to get eyes and ears off of that shit and on somebody else, didn't they? But, I think what happened here was people were too stupid to realize the feds had already been here. And they'd already talked to, but they didn't have confirmation of that. But they wanted, then more hoaxes and more bullshit. A team planning effort. Of all these things that brought feds to the door over and over and over again. As those like PG and BK helped them. There. And the thing about it is, you see shit. That'll be nice. So many pieces, And how they line up. And they go very real life for us. Go real life on us. How some are not up to the best of shit. Playing in and around it. Always have been. Targeting a great deal many others. Now this realm has helped and propelled that. And in this you have Dr. Phil shit, right? Realness, you have the crashing the marathon, the billboards, all these things. You have all the things. And then knowing how involved they were. You have the Dr. Phil shit upcoming, all the things, news pieces for this, that, and the other. Coming up. Their people hunting down Monster. What were the dates on those green eyes shit? and certain pieces around that. The hunting and acquisition of. The thing is knowing that by this point, yeah, obviously Monster and Stall have been up there hanging out with Candace and them, and knowing half of what she's doing here is also show for whatever Tragedy Pimp and team are in back. So she can play ignorant of it, and like she doesn't know any of these basic things, and like she doesn't have anything to do with Monster or Stall or any of that shit, right? Which is a lie. But that way it's fancied up, right? She can play ignorant. And she did a version of this with the Dobbs shit too. Many other things throughout Summer's case to many people around her. Right? It's like her knowing the whole time that Dobbs never camped on that property. But then continuing to go on with that shit. Even, I mean, with everybody around her. And then, even in my inbox, it was like, oh, I just need you to show these people where all he was camping and this and where on my land and where. Knowing damn good and well she's lying to them. Then coming at me with a straight face, I just need you to show him all places that he's camping. Excuse me? Fuck do you mean? You know damn well England. Maybe that was just to get them near me so they could all do whatever and actually ferret in on us or whatever, Try to make nice, do the things. Introduction series, if you will. Because, man, I gotta tell you what, I was never really asked about Dobbs at all, that I recall. But why lie to everybody? Say Dobbs camped all over the places in this era. It never happened. Well, it's no wonder with you fuck sticks from June 15th doing the same shit since your daughter disappeared. To everybody on the road and in and around it. That everything's left in chaos. And that nobody trusts anybody, not even fucking law enforcement. Especially after you all were introduced an hours to Tragedy Pimps and teams. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's no goddamn wonder. Everybody's all like, side on the hill and everything and everyone. Chaos. And there's only so many on Ben Hill that benefits, no matter what, at the end of the day. Whether guilty, innocent, sus, not sus, there's only so many that benefits. To do that shit. From day one till now. To make everybody else look all kinds of fucked up ways. With Tragedy Pimps.
create the chaos, hide behind, just to keep masks on, man. It's all monsters do. I like the games, the torment, torture of others. Can't name any of them in there other than the other neighbors. They don't speak publicly, they actually seem to give a damn. I don't think any of the rest of them off of that road speaking publicly give three flying shits for some reason. And I think that very much includes Kansas Dawn. I don't think they give a flying fuck. She's out of sight, out of mind. Now it's about their spot. Their masks, how they're perceived, it's whatever. She's going, oh well. That's how monsters think. It's done, it's over. Now it's them that matters now. Monster, I know for a fact, doesn't give a fuck, no matter what it wants to come out and say. Fred was comfortable creating his own chaos, exploring everything else, and distancing from Summer, pretending, putting out his own forms of chaos, all this other shit too, still is. But now he's at the, oh, you know, sweet baby Summer, I'll do anything, I'll never stop, and whatever shit stage of it. Truth is, I don't think any of them give a fuck. And I'd love to tell you that's been something that's changed, or is new, or realization, but it's not. It was hours after Summer vanished that I felt that way. Other people are like, yeah, she's gone, oh well. Monster clearly didn't give a fuck, slept fine. Fred was more worried about self and hanging her nose in, and at the time I thought I could understand why, and he was being hit sideways by, you know, Candace and Dawn and whatnot. Shit thrown at him. You know? Turns out that's probably not all of it. He was definitely studying all the shit and intaking everything from online C&D and the rest of everybody around everything we're doing and saying. And no good reason for that, really. Nobody that gives a fuck would have stood there and I could see them lying about their small things, even the feds or profilers and everything. No, man, I wasn't no dope shit or whatever, you know, or no, everything's perfect here, shit like that, that, you know, cops knows bullshit, but they can see past you, know what I'm saying? But these people went further than that. They went to throwing out shit to just fuck everything and everybody else. Act like they didn't know her. Couldn't call her by her name. Call her that girl. Don's like, meh, she's gone. Candace out there within days. Just, nah, it's all good, you know, whatever. Depending on who else was around at the time. Because I can tell you when it happened to me that others weren't near me and her, she would do a different face and a mask and be this way, do you think, you know. But if it was just her and I, or her and I and the kids were total same Candace always been. No difference. Couldn't even tell anything fucking happened. That held true. I don't think anybody in there, other than those unknown to the public and not speaking as other in Summer's community and many church families. I don't think damn one of them over here in the team's released by them. Give a fuck. As a matter of fact, I know others have heard and witnessed Stephen Monster saying he doesn't give a fuck about Summer. He's wants the money. Fred clearly is after something. I mean, you know what? I don't know what the fuck Fred's up to. Could be many things. There's a couple hours after Summer vanished. Oh well. Meh. No one instinctually she'd be treated just like they treat and forget about dumped animals or dogs. Not monsters do, man. Have sight out of mind. They forget. They don't feel the same. You know, they need to give a single fuck, right? And then that fuck sort of grows because you continue to see the chaos and the bullshitter. About people you just and eventually learn to look like they gave a shit for sure. Learned, taught. But out here yesterday, still doubling down on this whole DCS just kidnapped our children shit and all the weird shit. Y'all really did that to that particular camera? You just had to? Was that necessary? Anyway, at some point I'll come back to this, but there's also a whole bunch of receipts that start with the other receipts I showed tonight. The one or two, including that day in and around that property selling. But I'll get there. I'll get there. Can you stop that with that one in particular, please? Thanks. Hold on just a second. anyway, I've been here for far too long. But anyway, all I can tell you at the end of the day is how I feel, and how I feel is there shouldn't be a goddamn thing sus about giving a shit. But many have here and otherwise have made it seem so. Mostly monsters, criminals, and cons who wouldn't know how to give a real flying shit about another human being. Even if fuck was given to them and be freely spent, or they wouldn't know how to give a flying fuck one about anybody else besides themselves or outside. But here they make giving a shit a flying fuck and make it seem sus. I don't find giving a shit or caring sus. I don't find searching for answers and truth, all that sus in the least when you're surrounded by goddamn monsters trying to convolute chaos and sling shit in any direction. For moments after an average Tuesday turns into a not average Tuesday. And not slowing that roll any in years, and just really, it may look like it at certain points, but trust me, the tragedy pimp team train still rolls, right? While their bells, they just get to take all their lovely, sweet-ass time breaks and live their best lives. They're leashed and collared and paid and played and pampered, whatever. But you see, there's a difference. None of them are burning to ash. None of them give a fuck enough to. Never have and never will. Only thing they'll stay up or even lose sleep over is if might be themselves at risk or in danger or looking a certain type of way or if masks are ripped off. That's about it. It's about the only time you see them pop up or around. Otherwise, they're just enjoying the ride. And they give no fucks. Just like most have never given a fuck. I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think there's anything sus about giving a shit or being human or having a heart. And we're wondering where the truth and the answers reside amongst so much purposeful, intentional chaos, lies, and tragedy pimp teams, well-organized criminal ass motherfuckers who destroy anything with a heart. And they too sleep well at night. Anyway, I'm out here for right now. Some point I'm gonna start throwing off receipts I have to do with that. One day to run that property receipt. And we'll go from there, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, I'm off here, guys. I'm not gonna touch any more buttons over here, and I'm going to, enjoy my day. It looks like it's sunny right now, at least. I'm gonna have some breakfast, little. I'm starving currently. And, I'm gonna enjoy the sunshine. Little tragedy pavers are in. Some of the worst fucking little critters are in. And we are getting closer to, so. 'Tis the season for the box. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna rest and breakfast and hang out a little and sunshine and all the good things. This place stays happy. Anyway, y'all remember to please share Summer's picture information, call her by her name. Y'all know what I mean by all those things. Kick in the little pebbles. The good ones light the little sparks. Be a voice. They all change the world around you and lives are it. Toss them in, light them, and vocalize them when and where you can. They change the world. It's the little things. And do enjoy whatever type of skies y'all are having on this beautiful planet. It's a little speck in these vast cosmos today. Enjoy them with whoever and whatever makes you happy. Because you never know when an average day will turn into a not average. Right. And it is a fucking tooth. Anyway, any day can become a not average tooth. For any of us anytime. So enjoy the little speck. Little pebbles, little sparks. Always. Sun, the rain, the storms. Each other. You know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. We'll catch y'all around. We'll try to hook back into that one receipt. And the last ones as well. Yeah. They're come and go. Alright. Anyway, y'all have a good morning, good evening, good night. Enjoy your breakfast, dinners, 11s, I don't know. Enjoy whatever.